Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, 8 minutes past the hour, and we thank you so much for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy off today. Should be back Monday, Lord willing. It is a busy day today. Golden ticket seats in the house. If you're headed this way, we look forward to seeing you today. Veterans Day 2023. It's observed today as a federal holiday because the 11th will be on a Saturday. If you're listening live, that's tomorrow. So we observe that today. And so it's a Veterans Day edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get into that. This weekend, RBU is with author Mitch Albom. His latest, The Little Liar, it hits stores on November the 14th. The guys jump into it with Mitch, have a great discussion. You don't want to miss that as they hop around a little bit and discuss a number of different things. But always cool, Mitch, just the history, the sports reporters and all that. We talk about that. It's just a good conversation with Mitch. RBU this week. As that will drop on Saturday morning. If you're not following Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, you need to do so wherever you get your podcast. Just subscribe and like, get those notifications, and we thank you so much. It'll also hit on a number of different things, but if you follow us on social media, we send all that out Saturday morning, direct links and everything. It's at Rick and Bubba. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, bud. How about you?
Man, I am great. For a lot of states right now, high school football playoffs are a big thing, and that means that you're out there and it's hey, this is the game that's on the line. Our season could be over. We might have had a great season, but we lose and it's over. It's do or die. And in the state of Alabama, a lot of that started last night. It continues tonight, but some did play on Thursday night. The Thompson Warriors, home of Coach Taylor Burgess, played last night. They won over Florence, Alabama, but you were there, and it was late, I understand.
It was late, but, of course, I spent the night over here, so I didn't have to, worry about the drive.
Right.
But, yeah, it's late. And unfortunately, and I prayed that this young man's okay, and I think he is. They had an injury that delayed the game. They had to get the ambulance out and load him up, and hopefully it was precautionary for his – I think it was a neck, spine injury. He was moving, but, if they have pain there, they want to err to say side. I hope that's all it was.
Right.
Pray that he's better.
Yeah, and so that delayed things.
Yeah, and that delayed. That was in the fourth quarter. But it was good. My grandkids were there with me, and my daughter-in-law and her parents, and that's fun.
Yeah.
Hey, kids love to get a slush. And
Boy,
they'll eat a slushie, and they'll let it melt.
And they love to run on the field after the game to see Daddy, too.
Yes, sir. There's no leaving early. We're going to get on that field. When I left, Taylor was trying to round them up. They'd run all the way to the other end of the field, and he was trying to get them.
Wow.
Like, well,
so you couldn't vapor?
No.
Yeah.
I'd stay around for that.
Sure.
But I love when they get a slush, and they're eating it. Of course, their mouth's the color, whatever it is. And then it sits there and melts, and then you look and they got their spoon, they're just eating the juice.
That's so good.
It's funny.
Thompson wins 42-0 over Florence, Alabama. And how about where I live? Helena, Alabama played with Tumpka, Alabama, and they won 58-28. Those were just a few of the games. There were others, not a ton. Most played tonight, but there were some sparing. I mean, there were some games last night.
I think teams agreed to move it because a lot of them are off today for Veterans Day.
Right.
So I know Thompson originally was supposed to play tonight. But both schools agreed. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like a washout, but where we live, there's going to be rain. And so some of them look kind of smart, like, we moved it out because of the rain coming in. But really, they didn't. It was just because of Veterans Day today being observed.
I met at least if people come up that listen to the show and all that, and you love when you
stay in it and all that.
Because it makes you feel good when people actually listen because you'd like to have, keep the job and keep doing this.
Yeah. But wouldn't that be nice?
Talk to some really, really nice people.
I always tell everybody because they always like, man, I hate to bother them. Like, please, you're not bothering me.
No,
this is
absolutely
not. We want you to say hey.
I'm shocked. Thank you, please.
How about the battle cry? Stay in it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Huh? And some of them have even learned the meh.
Yeah,
because we holler that. I'll get that sometimes at the with the Blazers. It'll be a stay in it. You hear it off in the distance. Stay in it. Well, I'm glad that worked out last night. You got to see the grandkids and have a big win and all that. So that's good. Well, I saw a little bit of the college football. I didn't get to watch much of it, but it looked like Virginia scared Louisville a little bit, but Louisville hung on, right?
Yeah, Virginia, they just started out bad.
Yeah,
but
and that's a team you can't watch, so I hate to even bring them up.
I don't know why, but I can't watch them. But I think they're actually playing better. But Louisville won, right, I think?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm checking to make sure.
Year.
Yeah.
Is this Brom's
Yeah, they won
first
31-24.
Jeff Brom, the quarterback, the coach used to be the quarterback there, and then he was the coach at Western Kentucky, and then he went to Purdue.
Right.
Is this his first year at Louisville or second? I can't remember. But he's doing a really good job, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're legit.
I wish I knew for you, buddy. I'm so sorry. Another good one, USM held off the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana, and they won in overtime 34-31. And that was not Beth Mowens. We tried to put that out last night. There were times, my dad even contacted me, said, son, there were times just a little bit of Beth Mowens comes out of her voice. Just a little.
A little bit of that I'm getting after.
Yeah, but most of the time, if you listen, it's not her. But it's a little bit there. We do have the Beth Mowens game of the weekend, and we will announce that. We'll send out a little public service announcement, sound the alarm for that. And so college football, this weekend, you wonder how distracted Michigan might be with all the, hey, did we spy? Did we get, the signal stealing and all that? They play Penn State. But then there's Penn State. For all you Penn State fans, we love you. But there's two opponents y'all cannot seem to get past, and it's Ohio State and Michigan. But is today or tomorrow, is it the day? Do they upset Michigan?
It depends on whether they stole their signals. I'm not sure if they got that guy before he got their signals.
Right.
That whole story is going to be a great documentary.
Yeah.
When they think, and I don't know, did they ever decide that was him dressed up like a staff member of Central Michigan?
I think it was. I love how he's over the shoulder of the coach, and it shows him, and it puts a little circle around his head like there he is. That's something else.
Listen, sign stealing is part of the game, but that's taking it to a whole new level.
That's going to be an interesting matchup, though. Michigan and Penn State. Looking at some other games, there's some out there, but that one just jumps out. Ole Miss at Georgia. That's going to be interesting.
A lot of people yelling trap game for the Tide. It's an early game. You're playing Kentucky, who's not bad, but if you go in there, but I think Tide rolls. I think they've got it dialed in, but a lot of people are calling it could be a trap game for them.
Yeah, and it could be. All right, so I'm sitting here looking through. Where is it? Where did it go? There it is. It's an 11 o'clock. Michigan Penn State's an 11 o'clock start on Fox. Okay. So I was trying to find that.
Alabama start at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. Alabama, they're at Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're just off and running. We getting the day ready for the boys. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us at top of the hour. If you're headed this way with golden ticket seats, travel safely. Look forward to seeing you in a couple hours from now. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at CarShield.com/Bubba. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
Okay, 21 minutes past the hour. It is Speedy and Greg. We're your hosts here for the kickoff hour. Good time gang. Minus Helmsy. He should be back on Monday, Lord willing. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. It is the Veterans Day edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. That's federally observed today, as Veterans Day falls on tomorrow, the 11th. But the federal holiday will be today. Golden ticket seats a little bit later. We've discussed that. And Mitch Albom is our guest for RBU this week. His latest book, The Little Liar, it hits stores on November the 14th. But you can go to mitchalbom.com, find out more information about that. They're offering some different things, signed autographs, all kinds of cool stuff. And we break it down with old Mitch on RBU this week. Rick said something to you yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you caught it, but he's held true to what he said he was going to do. And that is, weeks ago, Moultrie came in with Mossy Oak because they had a big announcement that they were teaming up with Mossy Oak to provide some of their stuff with the Mossy Oak breakup pattern and all this kind of stuff. And one of them was the Moultrie Mobile was going to be wrapped with Mossy Oak camo and all that. And it was just a partnership on different fronts with Moultrie. And it was a big announcement. A couple of guys with Mossy Oak came over from West Point and hung out with us for a while and had a good time. And they brought some swag with them. One was
nice
a
shirt.
Mossy Oak hat and a Mossy Oak shirt. And they had reached out and wanted to know our sizes and all that kind of stuff, and some pre-planning went into, and they brought it. And hey, here's Greg's.
Yeah, we've all heard about it.
And you
We've
put it
all
on.
heard about
You've
it.
put it on your desk. I'm just setting it up in
I know
case
where it's
somebody's hearing
at.
it for the first time.
Oh, I know, but y'all are loving this.
Yeah,
for some
and
reason.
it hasn't moved since that
I
morning.
haven't
Now
needed it.
everybody else
I haven't needed it.
has taken theirs home. Probably washed it, hung it up,
Have you worn it?
whatever.
No. Too hot.
But you threw it on your desk and it hadn't moved. It's still folded with the hat on it.
But I knew where it was. That's where I wanted it.
And Rick
wrong with
said
that?
he's been looking at it
Well, Rick needs to leave it alone.
because your office door is right where our table
So I got to
is.
lock my office now.
And so when we're eating or whatever, I mean, you can just look in your office, you see what's on your desk, and that Mossy Oak button-up, really nice, with a hat has just been sitting there.
In my office on my desk.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking
Yep.
about? You know what that means? That's mine.
And Rick said, if that thing is not, if it's still there later, I'm taking it. And you're like, no. And I'll be dadgum, I walked by there. Now, you've been in there all morning.
Yeah.
All right. And I said, hey, did Rick take your hat? And you responded in a way that I can't really talk about now, but you were
First of
shocked.
all,
Did he take your hat?
Well, first of all, the deadline he gave that he was taking my hat, I think he jumped the deadline.
I thought it was today.
Second of
Yeah.
all, if you go in my office and take stuff, that's stealing. Just saying that
Right.
you're stealing.
Right.
Stole my hat.
But has this been your
but
whole life?
Don't forget, though. Oh, yeah. He didn't like his hat. He don't want to talk about that. He didn't like the hat he got.
Okay.
But so he wants mine. But it was given to me.
Are you going to
It
let
was
this
mine
stand?
to have.
What are you
going to
do about
borrow?
it? What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going to find my hat. I hope he's just playing a joke on me.
Yeah, you think he's hidden it? He's probably hidden it to see if you would notice. And I got to tell you, you didn't notice. I mentioned it. That's the first thing I saw when I walked by. Your hat wasn't sitting on top of your little button-up.
Well, I had my stuff there, but at least I do like my stuff. Rick obviously doesn't like the hat he got.
Oh, is that it?
So
Okay.
y'all trying to make a
Got
big deal
it.
just because I'm storing mine on my desk for
Is that
when
what
I
you-
need it. Later, when I need it, I know where it's at.
Yeah.
Y'all on me, but at least I like what they
You didn't
gave
even
me.
notice your hat was gone.
No, I
That's
didn't.
how much you look past that.
Well, it's camo.
It's been on. It's been on your desk that long that you've just stopped looking at it.
Well, I knew.
So
where
we'll
it
have to
was.
figure it out when he gets here. We'll ask him.
He's messing with me.
Yeah.
No,
Also, a quick.
Or he's took it to the farm.
Yeah, another update. Winona Judd, she appeared with Jelly Roll on stage, and we talked about this bizarre CMA performance about how she was hanging on to
A
his
death grip.
Yeah, to his jacket sleeve and wouldn't let go. And she's come clean after the CMA. CMT Awards. She went ahead and went on TikTok. And there was a lot of vertigo talk because they say that she suffers from that, and everybody thought maybe she had a bout of it or something and was out there and just felt a little off and was hanging on. But she said, no, I got to come clean. I was just nervous. She said, now, that you think she's performed a lot.
Winona has been in the spotlight many, many, many years.
Yeah.
Performed many, many, many times. And you're going to tell me that she got intimidated by the glory of the great Jelly Roll.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, good for Jelly Roll, okay? He's got some pretty good songs, by the way, and all that. But it ain't like she's like, hey, I come out there and George Jones, of course, he's dead, but let's say he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
George Jones was standing there. He's such an icon. I get it. Or George Strait, I'll even give you that. Garth Brooks, like I was so nervous.
Yeah.
Jelly Roll?
I
Jelly
know.
Roll, you've been performing your whole life, and, obviously stage fright. If you do have it, you've overcome it. You've been in many, many situations, and Jelly Roll is going to lock you down?
Yeah.
I'm so nervous because I'm in awe of Jelly Roll. Is that what she's saying?
She's saying, she said, I'm just
Do
going
you
to.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. She said, I'm just going to come clean with y'all. She said, I was, and I'm quoting here, I was so freaking nervous. She said, I got out there and I was just so nervous that I had to hold on for dear life. And she said, that's the bottom line.
Or I got out there and I saw a man with tattoos on his face that scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
You think that was it?
Now, she spoke to Fox News Digital after the performance, and listen to this. She said that singing with Jelly Roll was her top 10 of most favorite things she's ever done.
Guys, look, and again, I will admit, Jelly Roll has some good songs.
Okay,
He does,
right?
Good story, but she's acting like that. I mean, that she's in awe of the guy who's only been out a few years.
Well,
she nothing even against Jelly Roll. It's just, how can you be that tore up over somebody that hadn't even been around that long?
Yeah.
And he's got some good songs, Greg. For everybody to say, hey, Greg, you heard yeah, I've heard Jelly Roll. I say, I get it. Pretty good songs. Good story. Needs to clean his mouth up a little bit. If the F word bothers you, don't watch that documentary. But the point is this. Think about the people she's performed with or just been around.
Yeah.
And the one that locked her down was the great Jelly Roll, who's been in the top of the charts for about 2 years.
Yeah. She said that after seeing Jelly Roll at the CMT Awards in April, I literally ran up to him and stood. And he said, and I stood out of my seat during his performance. He rocked my world. She said, I've had multiple big moments in my career.
To my point,
and to get to sing with him was definitely a top 10. I've had so many of those moments with my mom, and of course some of my own. And it's time to collaborate. I said it right, with the real deal, and he's it. And so she just went on about how it's just to be.
So she was inside because I saw it live.
Yeah.
She looked to me
talking
like
about
she was
Winona Judd in the CMAs night before last.
She looked like she was about to fall. If I don't grab him, I'm going to. I got to steady.
Yeah.
And she's saying all that's because she was just in awe
She
of
was
the great
freaking
Jelly
out.
Roll.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
why not?
That's what she's saying.
You've been in country business a long time, hugely successful yourself.
Yeah.
Jelly Roll, and he probably was a little bit at all of Winona. He probably was.
Now
he didn't nearly fall.
Now the Greg Burgess in me thinks that she probably had an episode of something, and she's covering it with just saying she was nervous. That's something you would say.
Yeah, because she got a tour coming. She don't want everybody to panic.
Yeah,
that's on the table.
I think she had something last night. I think.
I just can't believe a woman been in the business that had the success she has is in that much awe of the great Jelly Roll.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Give him a few years before we start.
A lot of folks aren't buying
songs,
it, though.
He does have good music.
Yeah, he does. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com, look under the sponsor sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we've updated a lot here so far the first 30 minutes. If you've missed it, shame on you. But we are ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show. And, hey, golden ticket seats, Mitch Albom on RBU. It's Veterans Day. That's the federal observance of Veterans Day. It'll be actually tomorrow, but they're observing it today. So we just got a lot to break down. This one here, Greg, are you going to go soccer? Which one are you going? Which one you want to go? What are you looking at?
Well, I'm going to have to research this one and come back later.
Okay.
The Sphere in Vegas
yeah.
is losing money big time.
It is?
Yeah.
Well, good night. Everybody talks about how great it is.
Well, I think it just costs so much to operate.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so I have to research that a little more. I'm off of that. No, let's go with the soccer deal.
United States women's national team star Carly Lloyd, she used to be on the team and all this. I mean, if you'll remember when she was there, they won it all, I believe, right? The FIFA Women's World Cup champion.
Sure.
And she is now admitting that the rumors in 2017 about the U.S. women's national team lost to a U15, 15 and under boys academy team is true. She said it is true.
Yeah, it seemed like we had that come out, and it was never confirmed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember us covering this.
Yeah, she admitted that the
But she
women's
said-
national team suffered a 5-2 loss to the under 15 boys team.
Now they are the number one team in the U.S. at that point, and then in the world, when they won the World Cup,
right?
And she even says it in there. She said they also played, I think, another boys team because she said they're bigger, faster, stronger, and it tries to make us better. The argument that we're making, I mean, this considered the upper echelon of women's soccer, right?
Right.
The upper echelon was beaten by a team of 15-year-old boys.
Yeah, and she's not hiding from it. Somebody on X said if it's true you lost to a bunch of 15-year-old boys, and they asked if it's true. She said yes, it is true. I know thousands of people have already brought that up, but it is true. Two-time Olympic gold medalist also pointed out that despite the loss to the group of teenagers, the team went on to win the Olympics and the Women's World Cup, but lost to 15.
We won the Olympics, team, and the World Cup. That's a big deal, right? In the world of soccer. But we got beat by a bunch of 15-year-old punks.
Which goes back to the Clay Travis bet with the WNBA.
Yes.
That the
$1 million.
That the women's champion was it Las Vegas or I don't know which team it was. I'm sorry about that, but he said he'd be willing to put up $1 million that a boys state champion basketball team of his choice could beat the WNBA champion.
$1 million.
$1 million.
And in this case, also, I'm sure this was a really good 15 and under soccer team.
Yeah,
I get that.
Right.
But it shouldn't matter. Y'all are the best in the world.
In the world,
Olympic champion, world champion,
right?
And it got beat 5-2.
Yeah, wasn't and in a 5-2 score in soccer is not close.
No, that's a blowout.
Yeah. So there. We brought it up.
Hey,
Rick just came in. He's probably missed it. Did you take his hat or did you hide it? Which one? All right, Burgess in the house.
I went. I was here yesterday.
You took my hat.
And I had warned my baby brother that if I didn't see movement on that shirt or that hat, I was just going to take the hat.
Right.
Now, when we
and
were
you held true
children-
to that.
So I've got the hat.
When we were children, that was okay. We're grown. Now you're stealing.
That's not stealing.
You can't steal from your little brother when you're kids, but now your brother's an adult. That's basically stealing.
Of course, I can't steal something that was free.
Well, technically, probably not.
Right.
But
so
Hey, he had been
that
in
ain't
there
the
all
point.
morning, didn't even notice it.
Right.
And I said, hey, your hat's
Hey,
gone.
thanks a lot. Was it you that did?
Yeah.
See, I knew you'd never notice it.
Did you do the thunder stick too? That's a good one. By
Yeah,
the
I
way.
did.
That was
All that was
the
me.
thunder stick's been making its rounds.
Yeah, all that
was
me.
a good one.
Yeah, and I'm headed to the farm after the show, so I'm looking forward to wearing it.
Well, good because you don't like yours because you think it's ugly. That's fine.
Greg, a little boxy. No,
that's fine if you want it.
It's in my office.
No,
I just moved it for this moment.
I'm gifting it to you.
Well, we'll break it down more during the main show, but that's the first thing. When he was standing, that's the first thing I saw. He's standing over and goes, oh, man.
Oh, no, here was my greater point. Greg didn't notice it.
Yeah.
That's my greater point.
I was busy getting ready for the show. I didn't have time for that.
Shirt still folded the way they gave it to you.
Oh, yeah. And technically, Rick is correct. If you take something from your brother, that's just life. It's not.
No,
you've been
it's
doing
not.
it since birth.
And you're letting him do it. That's fine.
I've stole from him before.
Okay, that's good.
And probably will in the future.
That's great. All right.
So there. Shut up.
Well,
he got it. He said he gave me a deadline.
he did. He did. And you're just taking it. But that's fine.
That's fine.
You're a grown man taking it. Anyway, just wrapping that up. It's a Fox News story. A lot of you might have gone, guys, we knew that. Well, she's come out and admitted. Carly Lloyd did. And just said, no, it's straight up. The under 15 boys team did beat us. Yes, that's true.
Now, if you want to looking for an example that will confirm your point that it's unfair for males to compete against females,
right?
This may be as good a point as you'll ever get.
Yeah,
that's a big one.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's the bigger point, and that is that boys should not be playing women's sports. They shouldn't. And this is another prime example.
Advantage.
Yes.
Now, if you want to go wear a dress and live a woman, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be able to compete athletically.
And that doesn't
That's
mean
not
that
fair.
they're not phenomenal women's athletes because they are all over the country, all over the world. But we're just saying that on average, boys playing women in that sport, if they're really good at it too, this is going to be what happens. Now, if you pulled Greg, if the two of us, Greg, ran out there and played the women's national team, we'd get beat.
Yeah, we would.
Okay, because we're not soccer players.
No.
All right, so that's not what we're saying. We're saying that somebody like a 15U team out of what was it, Dallas, FC Dallas, 15 and under boys academy team beat them 5-2.
Let's go apples to apples. If they would have took on the men's national team, what do you think the score would have been?
Good Lord.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, 10-2 or 10-1. I don't know. They were still the best in the world in women's.
Yeah,
it's
I'd
just
be proud of that. They won it.
So there you go. There's a little quick update.
Right.
Also, the Hall of Famer Dick Burgess. The cause of death for him. He died in his sleep, but the cause of death has been revealed.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it looks like to me, was it a heart attack?
Stroke.
Yep.
Said in his sleep.
Mm.
The great Dick Burgess.
Yes.
Wow, what an intense player. He was violent.
Yeah, his death certificate listed a number of secondary causes, including an irregular heartbeat and high cholesterol. And he said he had
Dick
bypass. He underwent coronary bypass surgery in 2001. So just, I guess, a lot of that's just that's being revealed today. He died. It said he did die in his sleep, but it looked like he had a stroke.
Yep. Do you think Dick Butkus was going to take a statin? No. Are you talking about his cholesterol?
Kidding me?
He ain't not Dick Butkus. He's not going to take that.
He'd stare at cholesterol and go, "Come at me."
Monsters of the Midway.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's a number of other things out today. One story here that we're going to have to really try to break down. I don't know if this is for us or this pronoun mandate. Have you seen that?
How about that?
Huh?
First of all, we got that ugly what is it?
HHS secretary?
Yeah.
Assistant?
Levine or Levin?
Yeah,
or
Rachel Levine.
Boy, that's something there.
Anyway,
Hey.
HHS has apparently rolled out a new gender pronoun policy.
But here's the deal. I'm not going to try to harass you.
Right.
But like when we watched that video yesterday, that officer and that girl was running a list of all the things that are wrong with her, and one of them was non-binary.
Yeah.
And he called her ma'am.
Yeah.
He wasn't being mean. He wasn't being disrespectful. He just made a mistake. So you're
Right.
telling me in that situation you can get in trouble now?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
You know, if I'm harassing you about it,
yeah,
even though as odd as it is, I have no right to harass you about it. But, I mean, don't attack me if I just make a mistake.
Yeah. We'll break that down in more detail during the main show.
Kidding me?
But that is a story today. You know, you're right. So I could get fired because I call you the wrong pronoun or something?
And if you don't like me, you just wait for me to slip up. So even though if I'm not being disrespectful, but you want to get me,
Yeah.
now you got something. That cannot pass.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, I can help whoever's next.
Cooper's overnight shipping company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. On this Veterans Day, 2023, it is tomorrow, but that lands on a Saturday, so it's a federal holiday today. We were just talking about pronouns. My dad just sent me a text. And by the way, he does have a Veterans Day poem. Just so
All
you know.
right. He's written some good vet poems in the past.
Yes, he said, "Good morning, son, on this Veterans Day." He said, I had a close friend that I grew up with. He fought in the Vietnam War, received a Purple Heart, and just an amazing man. He said, do not talk to him about pronouns.
Yeah. You imagine the look on their face if you said, do what?
You what now?
Yeah.
Huh?
Explain this.
Golly.
So you got to be kidding me.
Yes.
Last night at the ball game, they played all the anthems of all the armed services and all that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Veterans Day
awesome.
celebration.
If you're headed this way today,
and then it would go into another one.
You kidding me?
Yeah, it was awesome.
If you headed this way, golden ticket seats today, and some of you have reached out. We look forward to seeing you, and it's going to be a lot of fun today. Wheel of Meat is going to spin. It's supposed to spin. That means Greg's on the drums without his hat, and Adler will be in there. Rock and Roll City will just be knocking it out in there, and
we're
we'll
working on
a
a tour. We haven't released the dates yet, but it's out there.
This here from Roger Hunt, subject matter, Greg's Mossy Oak swag. Greg, basically, Rick just pushed you on your own property.
He did. He's right there in front of everybody.
In front of everybody.
Trying to humiliate me in front of everybody.
I mean, you're just letting it happen. That's okay.
Yeah. That's fine.
That's okay. Does it bring back memories, though? When he used to do this?
Now, we would take each other's stuff back and forth.
Of course.
Mom normally had to buy 2 of everything.
Yeah.
If it was stuff we liked. Because we were close in age, so we pretty much had the same interests.
Uh-huh.
And, any of those presents go, now this one's for both of y'all. It didn't turn out very good. It really didn't.
That's great. This portion of the show brought to you by CBDdistillery.com or CBDistillery.com. As you move along thinking, man, maybe I need to sleep better, and maybe this CBD is maybe it's something I can look at. Well, 90% of CBD users say they now enjoy improved sleep. Maybe you need to be a little bit more calm, Greg.
Yeah.
81% of CBD users say that it helps them with stress and anxiety. If you would like to know more about it, CBD is there for you. You can try CBD and right now get started with 20% off or more at cbdistillery.com. Enter promo code Bubba to unlock those savings. There's no prescription required, so go check it out. All the oils, topicals, drink mixes, capsules, gummies, and powders at cbdistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba to unlock that 20%. Come on. All right, so today we're moving through a couple of different things. College football, we've hit that a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's coming up.
Really, Michigan and Penn State jump out, and Ole Miss and Georgia jump out.
Yeah. You don't care about Bama and Kentucky?
Yeah, I do. But like Oregon and USC play. But, before USC started losing, that was going to be a big game. Yeah. And I guess it still is. I could spoil a little bit of what Oregon's got going on.
Now, are you flame throwing this weekend? Or
no, they're at Navy.
That's right.
They're at Navy.
At Navy, wow.
Yeah.
The Blazers, UAB Blazers,
the
taking
Blazers,
on the midshipmen.
Yes, and then next weekend is their last regular season home game, and that is going to be against Temple. They host
that'll
Temple,
do it.
And that will do it.
Okay.
That will do it. Now, I will be doing I was asked to do the Birmingham Bowl again. Bowl season is coming up.
I wonder who'll be in there.
And the Birmingham Bowl is going to be on December 23rd, the Saturday before Christmas Day.
Now that we got the new stadium and all that, it feels a little better than when we used to play in the old Gray Lady.
Right. And so I'm honored to be asked to do that again. It was great working with him last year, and so Lord willing, I'll be there on December the 23rd, and I'll be on the wireless mic jumping around Protective Stadium for the Birmingham Bowl on December 23rd. I think it's going to be an 11 a.m. kick, too.
So what I'm hearing is if there's a football event at that stadium, you're the guy.
I don't know about that.
Next year, the Super 7 comes around, rotates back to Birmingham.
Do they really?
The state championship, they need to hire you for that.
Okay.
You'd have to be there. That's a lot of nights.
That's a lot of nights, but the Birmingham Bowl last year, I don't know. Do you remember in mid to late December that it wasn't just cold; it was freezing cold. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
For a couple of weeks, it
Real
was
cold.
like below
real cold.
Yes, and
there's always that.
And so I was hosting the Birmingham. It was a night game.
I think I remember this.
And I don't know about y'all. It's all about layers. If you hunt, you know that. It's all about layers. No.
It's layers.
And I had so many layers on I
You
couldn't
couldn't bend your arms?
I couldn't. You know when you bend, you know how you hold a microphone? I almost couldn't bend my arm to hold the microphone.
You like Ralphie's brother Randy when they drank.
I had stiff arms, you know, like I'd been working out and I couldn't bend my arms.
Okay, let's get your little link out.
That's not in the Birmingham Bowl.
Oh, it's
not.
not.
No, the
That's
little
different.
link's not that.
Okay, I had it wrong.
You know,
Bowl.
that's turned out to be a big promotion. The
I bet.
Kaneka sausage little link, the game.
I like that sausage, by the way. It's
You
good
do.
stuff.
It's a good
That's
sausage.
a good sausage.
Yes, it is. It's the Symbicam. And everybody holds up their child, this beautiful child there with them, and
Yeah.
everybody just, you know, oh.
Or any of the kids screaming like
Oh, yeah.
scared.
Woohoo.
No, I'm talking about scared crying.
Oh, yeah. Now, the little links of the game, sometimes they're not real sure.
Yeah. The parents think it's cute. The
yeah,
kids
the
like,
parents
that ain't that cute.
The parents are all about it. And then I look at the kid and I go, all you got to do is just smile.
Breathe.
And there have been a couple that are like, one was the I've lost my breath, I'm crying so hard.
You got a blow in their face.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh man! All right, so there's a couple of other stories out. There's some that are of more interest than others. We've hit on a number of them. You know, when it comes to when it comes to the IRS, you hate to even bring that up.
I won't even I know the story you're going to.
Yeah.
And anything that says IRS, I'm afraid to read it.
I know.
It's like if I read it, then something
Bad's going to
hear
happen to me.
something.
I
Yeah.
know.
I'd just soon not know.
Well, and it's so far off. You think, well, you know, it's only a year or two away, but they claim they have set a new tax bracket for standard deductions
So
in
it's not this year.
2024. They say it's for it's for the filing of 2024 tax year, meaning returns filed in 2025.
Okay.
But apparently, because of inflation, they've done some things that are going to hopefully limit the federal income tax bracket from continuing to climb.
Okay.
Because, you know, they'll adjust that
So
bracket
this
a little
might
bit.
be a positive thing.
Yeah.
Even though I ran from it.
They're making an adjustment. They do this annually, but in times of inflation, the increases are more significant and impactful for the taxpayers. So they're saying the higher thresholds where tax rates take effect could mean savings for millions. Because I think they're going to slower that
So
increase.
that story didn't scare me as much.
No, it didn't. And I got excited because I thought, you know, wow, so this year, that's obviously going to be great. But then it's not this year, it's the next. You know? And I don't know about you, but and I know you do it differently because of your situation. You're quarterly and all that.
No,
but
buddy.
for us folks that just do this once a year, I already start thinking about it in August.
Oh yeah,
I'm already
your
thinking
stuff
about
together.
it. Good
It's
night
such a
alive.
hassle.
What a
Kidding.
bip. You kidding me?
I'm all about the flat tax.
Yes.
It's just everybody paying
Something.
To be done.
It's just got to be easier. It's got to be. And now that Tyler and Mabry are in the real world, they hey.
Yeah, and that's one less you can claim.
Yeah,
you know?
I know. But they told us last year, I got it, Dad. I said, what are you talking about? I understand what you've been saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I'm on my own and
Reality.
married, got a kid, job.
A lot comes with that.
Yeah,
It's a lot of change, my friend.
But he looked at me almost like I got it.
I understand now what you were talking about.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To put all that behind us and move forward, hopefully.
Yeah, so that happened today, and it was the decision that was difficult, but it did stop the World War.
And you know, again, we've reflected on Apollo 11 a couple of weeks ago. The Manhattan Project was another engineering marvel and make through that they were able to take theory about plutonium and uranium and actually make it into a working weapon. And then we also have the peacetime power plants that came out of that. But you know, there's times you wish we could muster another Manhattan Project, not to split the atom or to go to the moon, but to solve cancer and some of these other things we face. And you kind of wish we could get a handle on some of that.
Yeah, and maybe we will see that at some point.
Yep.
So there it is, the 74th anniversary, 74 years?
Yes, 74 years today.
But
Hold on, let me
give
see if
me
I
a
can
shot when they show the convention going on.
All right.
The footage, any of it works because all of it has.
I've got a guy up on the mic.
That's
now.
him. That's
okay.
him. Okay.
All right. Let's see.
All right.
First of all, in this room, I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm
Courtesy
not
of Fox
engaging,
News.
but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these. You have to have your credentials at all time. We're not trying to be jerks, but there are right-wing infiltrators who are trying to get in here. Don't really talk to anybody who doesn't have a credential. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA. We're almost there. There's also in Piedmont 8 a completely quiet room. One thing to note there, please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right? Try to be chill,
Does that mean
right?
don't break
Take a
wind?
deep breath. And feel better before you say anything.
What kind of rules are all those?
If you can go forward, find the
You
guy.
gotta be kidding.
Find the guy that comes to the mic on the floor. It's a back off shot.
It's like people like it's a joke.
It's a far away shot. It just shows there's
Right here?
Yeah, there's
Is it
like an
this?
Asian woman up on the mic.
Late. I mean, could you honestly,
where you
could
at?
any normal person sit in that room? I don't think so.
No. Could any normal person sit in that room? No.
No, this is-
Enzo Nega, great to see you tonight. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is he go to something else, Rick?
Yeah, no, it's before
So
that.
if Landon
Okay,
and
all right,
Jason-
hold on.
He shows it before that. There's a person that gets up on the mic, starts saying that people are murmuring and how it's affecting them. That people need to be quiet.
Hold on.
It's
I think he's a guy. I see a guy with gray hair.
Yeah.
Is that him?
Keep the chatter to a minimum. I'm one of the people
Okay.
who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker
There's
against
more. There's more. Leave it.
chapter pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
What in the world?
Guys,
That's America.
I saw a story on this gendered language thing. the other day.
Greg, no, they're supposed to be communist. I mean,
They can't. They have not said one political thing yet.
They couldn't fight their way out of a wet
You
paper
know,
bag.
They haven't got to their.
They're not a threat. That much.
Not that much. They're
That
too
much.
busy offending each
what
other.
about it? What about
and,
it? What about
doing this?
Greg, what about aggressive sense?
See, when they come,
know,
when
like
they
almost
come,
there.
when they come for your gun, you just tell them no very loud, and they'll leave you alone.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. How are you? A brand new hour beginning. We sure are glad that you are here. This hour starts with the national anthem. Yeah. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. So here we go. It is a brand new hour on a brand new day, and on the live show, we're wrapping up another week together. Kickoff hour behind us, Greg and Speedy got you warmed up and ready to go. We're excited that you now are joining us as we're going forward, catching the Rick and Bubba show on all of our different options, live and or archive. The live options, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. We've welcomed two brand new affiliates there. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba family. Another live option is our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler produces that, and he's settled in ready to go for another show. Also on the live option, our TuneIn app. Just get that downloaded out of the App Store. It's called TuneIn. It's free. And then you just search inside that app, the Rick and Bubba Show, and you get our channel, which is 24/7, and it has the live show on it as well. A lot of our affiliates also have an app option to stream as well. If you prefer their daily programming, all those options are available to you on the live. On the archive, you get the YouTube channel. There's an archive there every day. There's a best of hour that's inside your Blaze TV subscription, but the entire show is on our YouTube channel. You can subscribe there, and that's big. It doesn't cost anything to do that. Also, an archive option is audio archives. That's on our podcast channel. The audio of the show archived for you every single day. So however you get us, live and archived, or some of you go, I'll do a little bit of live, I do a little bit of archive, whatever it is, we're glad you're here. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition, the Friday edition of Rick and Bubba.
Somebody hit the mouth harp. Go down swinging. Well, we got a lot to unpack on the show today. A lot of it will be looking back on a couple of things that went on last evening, and I was, Bubba, I will just tell you, I was in the middle of a lot last night as well, and I got this text at 6:07 Central Time. 6:07 Central.
6:07. Yeah.
Yeah, Central. Bill Bubba Bussey, in all caps, is owning this crowd in Alex City.
You haven't worked into a frenzy.
He is, listen, he is
Who
in
is
his
that from?
he
Kenny?
is in his element with this bunch. This bunch, I mean, they are just spoonfuls of Bubba and loving everybody. And loving everybody. Frenzy.
I saw the great Kenny Walls last night.
Yeah. Well, look, if you're going to be down that way, Kenny's a mover and shaker.
Oh, I tell you.
He's going to be everywhere.
He is everywhere. No, we had a great time last night. We'll tell you about it a little later. Hope everybody's doing well today.
Oh, yeah, Friday.
Doing great, man.
Look, you got product in your hair. You mean you're ready?
You're product. He's coming off of a successful speaking engagement.
Yesterday was just a comb over.
No,
it was.
No, it wasn't. I had product in the yesterday.
Roll the tape.
Yeah, did you?
It may have been a flatter.
You look nice. That's all I'm saying.
Listen,
you look ready to go.
Yeah. He was shaking his butt and everything.
There was one day.
Bubba was wide open yesterday.
There was one day this week I didn't have product in my hair.
Maybe it was Wednesday.
And that was Wednesday because that's usually go out and work day. And watch it.
Sure.
Yeah, you don't want that.
You don't want the hair product sweating down on you.
Oh, gnats come right to you.
Or I was running late. It could be any of them.
Yeah,
it was lightning outside. You couldn't get a shower.
Well, I wasn't.
Did we have a guy die in the shower? No, we had that story about 2 years ago.
I've had a bunch of
water
people,
tank metal.
Yeah.
Pipes.
I've had a lot of people die from drinking too much water, but I still kind of forge out there.
I know. I don't play with lightning. It kills more people than tornadoes.
I don't blame you. But
I've been pinned down on top of a mountain a couple of times at various broadcast sites when a bad storm. And a couple of times just going, Lord, just help me because you're in charge of this. I'm just going to sit here in the corner till this is over.
Yeah.
I don't even want to walk around this room.
It is amazing the power of it up close.
Yeah.
I've been there, and it'll make you will uncontrollably take off running.
I mean,
you can't. You're gone.
Scare you.
It's awful. Of course, I started the day with a threat. Didn't know baby brother was going to draw a line today.
Yeah.
And you talking about thief?
No, just teaching a lesson. And
I noticed you've left it now. All right, now here.
Yeah, I've given it back.
You know what's happening when we was kids and I throw a fit and just give it back to him.
Just give it back to him. He's got things that belong to me anyway. But
Rick, could we maybe do a trade here since maybe
look if you like that
you don't care for yours and you like
I tried
his.
that. He didn't want. He specifically wanted that hat, and that's fine. He got it first. I didn't like the fact. I didn't like the fact that he didn't value it.
Because I valued it. I didn't need it yet. When it's hunting season's coming, that's my travel to hunt shirt. I've already picked it out.
Yeah, and I mean, just somebody was saying today that they were saying, well, your baby brother's after you today, and I said, let me tell you this, and you saw me reply. I said I could put on the hat, eat a sandwich, whip Greg, and never lose the hat.
Oh, you're getting kind of thinny.
Greg, but stronger than ever.
Quick as a cat. I got told Speedy.
I mean, a really old injured cat.
Yeah, I got it. That'd be two old injured cats.
But you know what that means?
That's been hit by a car.
Rick, but you know what an old injured cat does? He doesn't play around. He just goes for the kill right out of the gate.
I'm more dangerous now than I've ever been because I know I can't make it in a long fight.
When we were kids, the fight was usually long. Yeah. Now it would be real quick, and we'd be sitting looking at each other going, hey, man, just keep that.
It ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth it. Keep the hat.
I told Speedy during the kickoff hour, because we're less than 2 years apart in age.
Yeah.
So we had the same interest at the same time and everything. Yeah. And whenever we heard, now this gift's for both of y'all. That was a disaster. You better buy two of them because if there's one thing we got to share it ain't gonna happen.
Every person that tried that, and a lot of it might have been just their budget, but that money, the money they saved wasn't worth it. You know, it caused more trouble.
Mom finally figured it out. I'll just buy two of everything.
Exactly. And the key is to get two exactly the same.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Yours is a little better than mine.
Right.
You don't want that.
Of course, mine would work. Greg's would.
No, it wouldn't. It's just some kind of curse.
And
Rick broke it.
Oh yeah, and then act like he did.
You hopped through in the kickoff hour and said this, but some stations don't have the kickoff hour. He didn't even notice it.
No, he didn't.
Until I mentioned it.
Of course,
I was playing.
That was my whole point. My lesson has been taught. Okay. And he appreciates that hat today, doesn't he?
Yep. I'm wearing it all weekend.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
the late Tom Petty. Go down swinging, Bubba.
Did I hear him say like Benny Goodman?
Well, you know, throw it like swing bands. Then one time he puts in, like Sonny Liston. That's good. He'll throw him in there. So anyway, Tom's dead. But I forget that
Rick
song.
gone, but not forgotten.
Gone, but not forgotten.
Gone too soon.
Hey, big library.
Boy.
Big
fighting
library.
over it a little bit, I think. They got a little squabbling over who's.
I mean, look, if any time a rock star dies, there's going to be a squabble.
And, I don't think
does anybody go on in and have their everything in order anymore?
I don't know if we reported on it, but there was a big fire at some place that had a lot of masters of some classic music, and a lot of it was his, I think.
Oh, really?
And a lot of them got burned up.
I did not know that.
A couple months ago, I think.
Well, surely they keep all that on a cloud somewhere.
Well, I was talking about the original masters. And
yeah, and I know
fire at some place they keep them.
Yeah, I know that we've talked about. He had a fire. You remember his house burned down one time.
Yeah,
time and fire.
Nothing safe out there.
We forget that he's also a hero of the industry for his big stand he had on the artists getting paid more and getting the new deal and really his career was almost over till he financed Damn the Torpedoes.
What was it when he got mad when they priced it and it was like $11 and he was mad because they were pricing them too high?
Yeah,
compared to later prices,
But anyway, so he's got a library out there, and like I say, I don't know what's going on with his estate. I don't know where that all landed. I haven't heard those stories, but I'm sure there's something going on.
Yeah, I think they're squabbling between his kids and somebody over the the rights.
That'll happen.
You're going to have that.
Yeah, so we
at least they got to bury him. They didn't have his body arguing over the body like a lot of celebrities.
Oh, the James Brown. Remember, we didn't think James Brown was ever going to be buried.
No. Casey Kasem. I'm still not sure if he's buried.
Did Casey Kasem ever get buried?
Not only they finally buried him, they sent him
Sweden somewhere.
Somewhere way off.
What? Did they bury him off in Norway, Sweden? What happened with that?
Dear Casey.
Dear Casey.
She writes, Dear Casey.
That is nothing but us growing up. I mean,
Golly.
You got those markers.
Yeah.
Casey Kasem,
Sunday
American Top
afternoon.
40. Yes, after church. I'd go into the FM radio and dial her in, and I'd sit there and listen to the whole thing.
I would too. Yeah.
Get out there by the pool.
Yeah.
Oh, dear Casey.
Out washing your car, got it over blaring on the big box.
Shooting a little basketball, whatever you did.
You just couldn't believe it.
and you love the little tidbits of information about the artist.
Oh, sure. A Dear Casey story.
I couldn't get.
She writes, Dear Casey.
Well, I mean, that was people listening, but he had a little information on the artist.
The way they all came about, where they're from. And,
this band got together back in 19.
She writes.
By accident. 2 cousins.
Our next artist was working construction only 2 years ago.
Yeah. I loved it.
When one day at lunch, his life changed.
That's so good. They replay those on XM.
Yes, I caught one.
Makes me feel too strange. I can't quite do it.
It is weird. Yeah. I mean, this just straight up. They just play it.
No, I've heard it.
It's like
It made me feel strange. And as a little kid, I did not understand syndication in the least. Of course, it was a weird process then.
Right. Yeah, we thought he was just talking our radio.
Look, when we were going,
he had to mail out records every day.
Look, when we traveled,
it was on 40. I mean, the big 78 records.
Was it really?
For a while. I used to have to run it. I remember like the first time my little kid mine was in the back of a car, and I was like in a completely different city. And all of a sudden, Casey Kasem was on, and I couldn't wrap my mind around that.
No, I know.
How in the world is he doing this?
He's here, too. How'd he do it?
How's he not on Q104? My mind couldn't comprehend.
Wait a minute.
Wait just a minute. What the? They got Casey Kasem, too.
While he was picking a tune.
No wonder I've never seen him at the barbecue.
An executive at Atlantic Records happened to be at the Red Light.
I loved it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We are so thankful that you are here and with us today as we move forward. Still to come on the program, the golden ticket seats will be here today. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. We'll talk a little college football coming up over the weekend, and we'll give you the warning what game Beth Mowins will be calling. All of that coming up still ahead on the program. All right, so, Bubba, we do want to look back at last night, and I read the text from somebody that was there that said you had the hams worked into a frenzy. And that was the quote in Alex City, Alabama last night, where you were there talking to the amateur radio club, and y'all were talking repeaters and something else you said they were going to do.
Yeah, All-Star Nodes, Echo Link, a lot of stuff.
Boy, what a night.
You know.
What a night.
No, we had a great time. I appreciate Dr. Mike letting us be the presenter last night, and they're at the Lake Martin Amateur Radio Club. Standing room only, Rick.
No. Standing room only? Wow. How many people were there?
About 30.
That's a big number, though.
It is a lot of hams.
It sure is.
That's a lot of hams.
Look, it's a very good ham community,
Right.
so it was good. I got to meet some folks I had met before, and several of them listened to the show, and we appreciate that. So it was a good night. We had a lot of fun.
Did you
We were
attempt-
competing with Benjamin Russell playoff football, so there was a mob down there.
Hey, they're good too.
Yeah.
Hey, so what was what was your mix? Did you try to do a little humor? Or did you just go straight? Let's get down to business.
No, it was. You know, I can't always be totally straight. You know, that's
not possible.
it's hard for me not to throw in a little bit of humor, but there wasn't any stand up or anything.
Right,
You know,
like
it was. Pretty,
but
it was pretty hard hitting facts last night.
But any little lighthearted tidbit you threw out, did it land?
I think everybody enjoyed
the guy
themselves.
texted me. He
don't
said you had him
remember.
in the palm of your hand.
I don't remember.
He
what
said
I
you had him in the palm of your
You
hand.
said had him at hello.
Yeah.
Who texted? Was it Kenny?
It's Kenny Walls. Which, Kenny's been involved in many Rick and Bubba stories, like the time that his name was real close to the new athletic director at our high school, and I thought it was Kenny.
You're
not
right.
That guy.
Right.
Oh,
that's him. Yeah.
Okay.
Bubba, I know you're very PA sensitive. How was everything?
What's our setup?
We didn't need a PA, guys. It ain't that big.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Well,
So I just had to project.
Bubba, that's 30. That's 30 people.
I know.
That's a classroom, baby.
It's a good setup there. I'll try to get y'all some pictures of it here in a little while.
Let me tell you something funny about that is we were laughing about it actually last night. Have you ever seen these guys like you didn't need a mic, whatever.
Right.
Of course, unfortunately, I found out I wasn't going to have a mic at my son's wedding, but I was still able to make that work. But there's this guy, and should I say this? I don't want anybody to get. I mean, it's nothing bad. But have you ever seen anybody that is dead set on using the mic when it's not necessary?
No, yeah,
it's not that big a group of people.
Right, that's overkill.
But they mic up anyway. We've got somebody that teaches in a place that I'm familiar with.
Guess he wears a headset.
And they're like his classroom is only about 15 people, and he mics up every week.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, but there's some times, and I guess it depends on the room.
No, you're right. You're right.
That it's hard to hear.
It's still funny though.
If you're gonna miss, it's good to miss with too much, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Well, the funny was the guy who has to make sure it's set up every week. He's the one that's a little disgruntled about it. He's like, "Can you believe he mics up every week? What's he mic? I got to go in and make sure there's a speaker and a mic set up. All right, we got you. He's talking to people right there.
I wonder if they ever turn it down on purpose and just see if he knows.
Yeah. Look, let me tell you that.
We like the guitar in worship service.
And right, exactly.
I see a guitar. I don't hear a guitar.
Well, the Babylon Bee, that time that the one he wrote that Praise Team bass player discovers for the first time he hasn't actually been in the mix for 20 years. So it was a big night. And did you just come into work from down there?
No, I made it back. I wasn't out too late last night. I skipped the big barbecue get together after the meeting.
What?
Because it would have run me too late.
You talking about a barbecue get together?
Yeah.
What do you
mean?
too
Hit
late?
the road, baby. Hit the road.
Well,
come on.
We let me tell you the decisions too. Now, are you I guess last night you probably did. Are you a eat before you speak person?
Probably not.
Yeah, because that can be dangerous.
Yeah.
And,
you never know.
Well, I made the mistake last year and tried to correct it last night. It was exactly 1 year ago when, at my home church, our man church, one of them is, the big chili cook-off, which was last night. Mm-hmm. And last year, when we had never done it before, so last year everything was new and we learned. And Wingo was speaking. And Wingo is an absolute drop dead. I don't eat before I speak.
Right,
okay?
right. I would expect that.
I don't care. I do it anyway. It doesn't matter to me. And so,
well, I guess the situation, how hungry you are, would depend.
Well, here's what was bad though, and we did not repeat that this year for our speaker. Okay, because we learned is I don't know, and he's still mad about it to this day. He'll reference back to it. So our chili cook-off features the men of the church who want to. They bring their best chili. Okay, and they're just lined up in crock pots on a huge table, and you just go get whatever all of them you want, some whatever little cups you want to try them all, big bowls to whatever, and Bubba over here on this table, all the Fritos, cheese, all the toppings over here, and then over here crumble cookies were there,
and then what?
and all the so anyway, so we
then what?
So last year
was there bacon?
Yeah, last year somebody said what we do is we do most creative chili. Be careful with that one.
Creative.
Yeah. Spiciest chili. Watch out.
Yeah.
And then best overall. Okay. And by the way, 2 years running, the guys won on the best overall.
Really?
2 years running.
It must be good.
It's real good.
Did you bring any in? I'd like to sample that.
There wasn't any left.
Is there a lot of meat? A lot of what?
It's perfect.
You know somebody who's a champion chili cooker, and you may not know this, or maybe you forgot. He called the show yesterday, Mark Norman.
Yes,
you know
I did know that.
I didn't know Mark.
He competes like in Las Vegas.
Really?
He's like one in Las Vegas.
Mark,
like
send me your
big
recipe.
one.
Yeah, he does that and corrects people's speech.
And races a lemon car.
But anyway, last year, and you're going to be in horror that I talked Wingo into this, and I shouldn't have done it. So we weren't really organized on who's going to judge these chilies.
Right.
Now this year we were ready. We had our judges ready and all that. And I said, well, you want me to get Wingo to judge it? He'll be one of the judges.
Mm-hmm.
They oh yeah, that'd be great. So Wingo actually had to taste in these little small cups 23 chilies.
23
before speaking.
Right.
And,
not used to that.
And we're sitting on the front row, and he's sitting there. He's got that look on his face. He goes, "What have you done to me?"
Oh.
He goes, "I may not get through this message."
Oh no.
And
I don't know if I could distinguish between 23 different samples.
It is tough. Now, usually to me, the easiest one to judge is spiciest because you learn that pretty quick.
Yeah,
you go out in there.
And last night, and of course, you're dealing with guys. They're supposed to. I mean, if you're going to have a successful men's ministry, I hate to say this, there has to be a woman somewhere involved, taking care of those things that men just don't do well. And we have one named Dawn, and she makes sure that all the cards are out there, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
kind of the administrative stuff. Well, she had cards in front that were clearly circle the level of spicy so people can look and see is this mild, is this spicy, so they can just see it on the card.
Yeah.
How many of the guys you think actually did that?
None.
So I took a scoop of one, and I shouldn't have scooped it because it was unlabeled, so it was giving me no indication.
You didn't know what to do.
Like an idiot, I thought, well, maybe that means it's not spicy.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Nose get to running.
Wrong. We got more on that coming up. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So just to make the point, so now the way the left is acting with all this bizarre rhetoric that taking away guns, telling you what you can and can't say, and demonizing Scripture from the church, that's all what fascists do. And so you can't go out and go after fascists when you're the one. Maybe this is the thing I did in high school. Whenever I was involved in a prank or something that happened, I would be part of trying to solve and find out who did it when I was the one who did it. So maybe this is their strategy. But another thing, so let's use their mentality, because it is interesting. We talked about it's as if the Dayton, Ohio shooting did not happen.
Right.
I mean, because you know why? If the narrative they want to go with El Paso is ruined by all the facts of the Dayton, Ohio, and really mass shootings of the past, they really are all over the political road.
Right.
But see, that ruins the narrative, so we have to act like that's not the case. But if you use their logic, okay, and I don't agree with this. I'm just saying if you use their logic,
same measure,
we could say that Satanists support Elizabeth Warren.
Yep.
Yeah.
But because the guy who shot everybody up in Dayton was a Satanist, was intrigued with the occult, was a wicked, evil person, and he said that he was a Democrat and that he is a supporter of Elizabeth Warren. So by their own trap that they always keep catching themselves in, and they're going to catch Joe Biden in it so many times. God love him.
Oh, yeah.
But he keeps stepping in all these traps from his own party. What if we started a campaign? I tell you who likes Democrats, Satanists.
Mm-hmm.
which means they must be sending dog whistles to Satanists everywhere, trying to get Satanists to rise up and do their Satanist things.
I don't know that some of them would be offended by that,
Well,
Rick,
that's
but
David in Gunnersville, Alabama, if you want to get in now, lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'd love to chat with you. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good. Great. Doing great.
I was just wondering, the media and the Democrats saying this is all Trump's fault, Trump supporters. So this guy wrote a manifesto, so I went to go read it because I don't trust the media or Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
When I started reading it, it's weird because this guy was a Green New Deal environmental advocate. I mean, he talks about the manifesto that big corporations are destroying Mother Nature for greed, for oil, and that he wants to kill as many people as he can to save the environment, and that they're cutting down trees, and he talks about recycling all through it. And I'm thinking, that right there doesn't sound too much like a Trump supporter.
Yeah, the fact, too, and I think it's in there that where he had fantasized about chopping the heads off oil executives and other things. So, we can blame the green. We can blame the new green movement for this shooter if you want to do it in El Paso, too, if you want to do it that way. The point is that there's a bigger problem, and until we address that and get the political thing is way, way, way up the ladder. We got to get down to the root of this.
Well, I will say this, and I do think, back when we were talking about the toxic cocktail that produces these mass murderers, and I have seen it, and my wife even firsthand, going back and doing some things in college, she was looking at some of the things that were on some of the stuff they have you fill out. And this deal, which is not true, by the way, can let me know about our world being overpopulated is not true.
No, it is not true.
That's not factually correct. And this has been brought up throughout our history. If you go back, but
what does it do, Rick? It goes directly against a commandment that we were given, and so many of these movements do. Directly.
Now, stay with me. Stay with me. This is where it gets ugly. If you buy into the fact that we would be better off to have fewer people. You'll see where I'm going? Well, then you start saying, well, this abortion is population control. Yeah. And really, if I got a screw loose, I actually think, back to what y'all were just talking about with some of this writings of this guy, I start thinking, really, we're better off to have less people. So really, human beings and their lives are expendable for the benefit for the rest of us,
for the planet,
for the planet. I can save the planet by killing people.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, guys, I know
they connect those dots. They really
they certainly do.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jack in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Jack, go ahead.
Hey guys, just noticed this on Monday, but no news outlets covering this. If you notice, Monday after these shootings, China basically said they're not going to purchase any more agricultural products from the U.S., and they devalued the yen, which is a huge deal, and nobody's even talking about it.
Yeah, we covered it a little bit here. They're doing this, and honestly, what Trump is doing is hurting them more than people realize, trying to get.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Carshield.com. I know. You're out there driving right now. Your car doesn't have a warranty anymore. That feels good, doesn't it? Well, and you're thinking, well, I don't want to shell out any money, and I got that. But the problem is, for starting as low as $100 a month, the car could be covered on whatever the problem is. If it's a covered repair, CarShield, and these are protection plans for automobiles that are no longer under warranty. They'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly on a covered repair. You also have things like 24/7 roadside assistance. A lot of us, you've heard us talk about here, those of us that have walked through the process of little children becoming young adults and going out on their own. And, one of the things you think about, is car trouble. They end up on the side of the road somewhere. 24/7 roadside assistance is available. Courtesy towing is available. A rental car while yours is being repaired, that's available. So go to carshield.com right now. And not only are these inexpensive, you can also save 20% on your plan. at carshield.com/Bubba. That's our URL. Now, if you call them, just mention Bubba and also get the same 20% off. carshield.com/Bubba. There's no need to drive around worrying about that. I mean, have that handled. All right, so Bubba was talking about him working the hams into a frenzy last night.
I think you use that term.
Yeah, well, and a person who was there said that. At one time, he just kept texting 7-3, and I was like, man, Bubba must really be doing well.
We had a good time.
But anyway, so last night I was. I actually lead the men's ministry at our home church, and we try to do that. All the guys that are part of Team Man Church, all of us have come to the conclusion we probably, if we're out talking to churches about implementing this strategy in their church, shouldn't we be part of the implementation of it in our own church? So one of the things with this Man Church last night, Blake Primetime was our speaker. Our chili cook-off was there, and there's still this ongoing thing about the chili cook-off, Bubba, which I think you will love, is there is this member of our church. He has a griddle, and you remember me talking about this last year, if you'll harken back. He never, signs up. You never hear from him. No one can ever really identify who it is. But 2 years now in a row, we show up, and he has his griddle over there, and he's making Johnny cakes that you can dip in your chili hot off the griddle. And no one knows. I mean, this is never something he registers for, or it's just something he does on purpose. Now, I would like to consider, is he an angel?
Well, I need a clarification on Johnny cake. Is that cornbread or is it?
It's like a flat cornbread, almost like a pancake, but when you bite into it, it's cornbread.
Well, let me be clear. Let me be clear. It's not devil food, right?
It is not.
Okay.
See there, that would have ruled that out.
Right.
But in these Johnny cakes, and there's other names for them, but I chose not to use it in the church setting. But it has the word "ho" in it. So and so but anyway,
no, that's something else.
Yeah, something else. But anyway,
Santa Claus.
So he has in bowls as he's bringing them off the griddle. He has a bowl that has just straight Johnny cake.
Hey, Johnny.
And then he has one that has jalapenos in them, and then one that has onion. Then he has one that has onions in them.
Oh, I'm jalapeno.
Yeah. Jalapenos are good.
I love jalapeno.
Hey, Johnny. And last year and again this year, I can't stay away from them.
Oh,
they own me.
Oh, really?
Okay, and so
anything from the cornbread family.
They own me. So,
so you think he's an angel, Rick?
Well,
he could be.
He appears out of nowhere.
The Johnny Cake
no one ever sees the griddle being set up.
Does he seem like he's got something that he really wants to tell you, but he's just it's smiling instead?
Well, here's what happens. I get there now 2 years in a row. I get there, and there's a giant table that's been set up, all the tables for the men to eat. The chilies, I see men putting their chilies at, and I'm like, hey, is the Johnny Cake guy here? No, nobody's seen him. And then all of a sudden I look, and I'm like, there he is.
Does he have a glow?
Let's
a glow about him?
He does have a glow.
No, let's think about this. We know Michael is the archangel.
Right.
We know Gabriel is the messenger. And then, is it possible he's the Johnny Cake angel?
There is that Johnny Cake one mentioned.
And I thought last night, just when I was ready to rule
I don't know where he ranks in that.
Right. He's probably not in the top.
Yeah.
He's the one they send out to men's events to make Johnny cakes. I mean, we're not talking about it. But I was. I wish
to have one right now.
Just when I was ready to rule out that it was possible that he may be in the heavenly realm, so I went over there and I came back and he looked at me and he made eye contact this time, Adler. Just so it seems like you were trying to write some of the stuff down. And I saw him and he said, "You've come back for more Johnny cakes."
You said, "Absolutely."
And I said, "I have." He said, "There's actually a bread that if you eat of that bread, you'll never be hungry again."
Wow!
And I thought, wow, what an analogy!
Give me his voice.
I've heard that analogy. It's very calming. It's a very calming voice.
Does he interact with people? What?
He not as much as you'd like.
Okay.
He's busy about providing the service, almost like he's giving.
So nobody asks
he's
him
almost
to,
he's almost serving like the writer of Hebrews says they do, and we don't even know they're there.
Wow.
Like Johnny Cake restaurant.
Almost like, do you want a Johnny Cake?
I don't know. I'm just glad it happens every year.
Not an angel voice.
Because I started asking, going up. I said, "Johnny Cake guys, he checked in." Everybody says, "No, we haven't." No,
Did you feel better after you ate a Johnny Cake? I mean, if you had an ailment, did it get better?
I even asked this, and Blake Prime was our speaker, and I was trying to investigate. I said, "Blake, can I ask you something?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Was your message? Was it pretty prepared?" He said, "Yeah, my message was pretty prepared." I said, "Now don't read too much into this. I'm gonna ask you just a direct question." He said, "Okay." I said, "Did you eating the Johnny cakes and add something?" that just kind of came out of nowhere you thought you needed to say?
Inspired.
Right. And he said, well, of course, he's a health nut. And he said, I didn't eat those Johnny cakes. I said, oh, okay.
Well, too bad for him.
You should have had
By the
one.
way, when you're and I am trying to do a little bit better, but everything I do, as I told you in the break, what you're going to see here in a minute, is ragged. Nothing that I do is
yeah, it's not a clear cut.
It's not. Nothing's clear cut. You never. Every time I do something,
it's
you go,
kind of like
what?
a hole got blown into it, not cut with a laser.
Yeah, everybody says. Everybody when they say it says, you know what Rick did tonight, he mostly got it. You know what I mean? He didn't quite.
Good
right. Like if I was a pilot, we're going to get on the ground.
Yeah, nice. Maybe bounce a little.
It's going to be a bumpy one.
Hey, Rick, we're here.
Yeah, right.
No way.
We did get to our destination.
Yeah.
But
a little rough.
Getting here.
Right.
And but when Blake Prime, and he's, if you follow him, he's a nutritionist guy, and he did help me and whatever. But I mean, he's like 0.5% body fat, and super healthy, and talks a lot about
–
nutrition and
that's not good for brain health.
And he sat right by me at the Chili's.
He didn't have a holy cake,
right?
What?
So you can't eat one Johnny cake.
I did. I ate anyway because they own me. They own me.
Yeah,
Good.
Rick. I mean,
they own me, and I didn't eat one. I had about 4.
Oh, Rick, I'd have that and about 4 bowls of chili.
Yeah.
With the guy that when he was cooking the Johnny cakes, did he drop a napkin and it turned into a dove? Did that happen?
That would be a sign.
That would be
nothing like that. I just, it's just interesting.
Was he humming "When You Walk Down the Road"? It's a theme song from Touched by an Angel. I keep referencing that show because I'm a loser kid that watched Touched by an Angel.
No, I love that.
I loved that show for some reason.
Did you
Roma
really?
Downey,
Yes,
it was
why?
great.
Loved it.
Did they ever have an episode? Because I know that they were like cooking pancakes or anything like that.
No, I don't
Surely,
remember
probably.
a Johnny Cake episode.
What was the one that always showed up when it was time to go?
The dude was the angel of death.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no,
good.
he's here.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So he brought out big Tupperware
Episode
things.
is over.
Big Tupperware things. It was full of the the liquid that would become the Johnny cakes.
The batter.
Yeah.
And I will say this: when he cracked the top of it, a little light came out.
Okay. There's our answer.
You know what I mean? Just
You never know.
Right.
You never
Yeah.
know.
And a little breeze blew through.
Right.
Everybody looking at
And they were like little conversations going over. Like I walked over here and I heard this, and maybe I just didn't hear the whole conversation. One guy was talking to me. He said, "I know," and it's like I couldn't decide what I need to do. And he said, "I went over and ate those Johnny cakes, and I think I know what I need to do."
That's clear now.
So I don't know. It was just I'm thankful for it. So 23 Chili's. We had a great turnout, and then we come back. We'll talk about something that we've talked about on the air about my prep for something that happened last night. We actually have a recording of it, and I will share with you something y'all can laugh at me about right out of the gate.
Rick, you think we could get him together with Don Day and maybe be the cornbread Don Day?
Don Day was there last night.
Yeah. Get him to bring peanuts and this guy to bring Johnny cakes.
Don Day was there last night.
Well,
Greg, are you
was,
trying to?
He was one of the judges.
Was he really?
Are you trying to achieve holy peanuts?
Well, I mean,
he's ate them. He's ate every one of them.
yeah, they're delicious.
Right.
They ate the whole bag.
We'll come back. I'll tell you what happened next right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To make a fair trade deal. And, we've declared them now a currency manipulator.
Right.
But what China is doing that is only going to hurt them long term. It's a short-term fix so they can export more stuff, and that's what they need to do because they're an exporting economy. And I don't know if you saw some of their numbers. I mean, their economy has slowed up double digits. Yep. I mean, they're going to meetings right now going, what are we going to do about this?
And so they chose this plan, like you said, which will help them short term. But Trump is steadfast, and he's calling it what it is, and he continues to try to deal with China because he said that before him no one would.
Right, and he's correct.
And at parts of it, you're going to go through stuff like this.
Yep.
But he seems to be staying the course and not doing what they hoped he would do in panic. Because it does cause some ugliness in the short term.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. And but overall, to get China in line, to your point, you have to withstand their attempts to get you to panic.
And we've got other trade deals worked out. Like I say, a lot of our trade deals with Western Europe were left over from the Marshall Plan. Well, we were rebuilding Europe, so we were giving them favorable deals, 2 and 3 to 1, so to speak, to help rebuild their economy. They don't need rebuilding anymore.
No, you're right.
It needs to be fair.
Tell Bubba Bussy for a brand new hour.
Glad to be
Hello,
here.
Bub.
Thank you very much.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man.
Hey. Welcome, everybody, here for the Rick and Bubba Super Summer Slam. Starts tomorrow. I'm glad you're all here. You can get details at rickandbubba.com under events. And Bubba will not be there because he's going to be playing in the pickle tournament. But sadly, look for a lot of pickle comments from me, by the way.
Sure.
That's 2 in one show.
Sure.
The plot of you and the pickle people is slaying me.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but anyway,
It's
so
gold,
that's going on. And then Friday night, I'm headed over to First Baptist Church, Opelika, Make a Difference Men's Conference. A lot of folks coming from all over. And if you need to get a ticket for that, I would move briskly. It's a big room, so I think we can get everybody in, but you certainly need to make a move on that, and we look forward to seeing you this weekend.
You know, Rick, we'll probably swing by there maybe Thursday afternoon, Thursday night when that's all kicking off at the Super Summer Slam. But the main reason I'm not going to be there this weekend is we're celebrating our 30th anniversary.
I know. I thought it was odd that you're taking Betty to a pickle tournament. 30 years. Wow. Is it 30? 30 years. 30.
3 decades.
That's great, man. Awesome. You guys
bless her.
I hope you'll have a great weekend. We do pray for Betty. A lot of us do.
Well, yeah, and rightly so.
I had a good one just then, and I want you to know that I've showed growth.
Rick.
Well, there'll be time to discuss that later.
Right. Everybody meet me in the kitchen. I'm just kidding. So this a little bit of a scare here in this story.
Well, Rick, a sophomore football player at Dale County High School near Dothan, Alabama, in the town of Midland City, collapsed Monday morning at a football practice and was apparently saved with the use of an automated external defibrillator. Now, we've talked about AEDs on here. You may remember I was clutching one before my stent operation.
Yeah, I do.
And
I noticed that there's heart attack stories now that you move them right to the top of the stack.
Well, no, I just think this. I think this is a good technology that time and time again we're seeing that people's lives are being saved with these things. Yeah. So we need to be aware of them, and there's a lot of people out there that need to get one of these things. We have one here in the office. Now, I don't know that anybody knows how to use it.
I was going to say, Bubba, and this is when I tell he's a little concerned, is he'll always look at us individually and say, hey, you know how to work that back there, don't you?
Well, you know what, we don't.
And I would say, we had this conversation. He asked me, he said, you know how to work it, don't you? I said, to be honest, I don't. He goes, well, it walks you through what you need to do. Yeah. I said, okay, well, I'm coaching.
I know we got to shave his
chest. If it can coach me through it, I'm good. And he told me to. It comes with a razor. Yeah. So you can shave some chest.
You're going to have to go to the snow-covered forest to make some room.
Yeah. You got to cut through the great forest to get there.
Yeah.
Get you a good shock on that. Now, the high school...
I hope seconds don't make the difference.
The High School Athletic Association...
You're going to have to bush hog that.
Somebody get a weed eater. We need a weed eater back there.
Somebody hook up the bush hog. Go. Hold still, Bubba.
PTO engaged. Let's go.
Lay between the tires.
Okay. Yeah. That's good.
The High School Athletic Association requires schools to develop emergency plans for how to handle many situations like.
We're back. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Doing a couple of recaps. We talked about Bubba working the hams into a frenzy down in Alex City, Alabama last night. And I was overseeing a man church service at my home church. We do the curriculum there. We're in our third 40-week curriculum. And so the man church services, now these are not conferences. These are individual churches doing their normal gatherings. You know, it might be the prayer breakfast. It might be the wild game feast. It might be sportsman's banquet. It just might be a service for men. And we encourage churches to do, 3 or 4 of those a year. And then that gives you an opportunity to speak to the men, challenge them, high challenge. Of course, that's been done a lot. But what hasn't been done a lot is a real game plan to actually disciple the men and equip them to answer the conviction of the challenge. And then we provide 40-week curriculum that are designed for men, and this is where you put them into the small groups after the service. So this was one of those situations, and we do a service, and we do them all over the country, and this is the one that was at my church, and I lead the men's ministry at our church, and Blake Prime was speaking. So one of the things a lot of you know is that when it comes, and this is Adler's world, And when I was a member at the same church as Michael Adler and Linda Adler, Chris Adler's parents, Michael, of course, being the worship leader and his mom being, one of the featured singers. There's if you get an opportunity to sing at a special event, that's one thing that's okay. A smaller whatever, and then of course there's the possibility you could be asked to be part of go to make it to the show. Mm-hmm. Now, to make it to the show and singing worship is to actually be featured on a Sunday morning.
Right.
That's the show, and only the elite.
It's a big deal.
Get to do that. What our Meemaws called special music. You remember that?
Yes.
If you're ever the lead, if you're the lead singer of special music, I mean that's a big responsibility.
Yes, it's a big responsibility.
But when it comes to just a gathering of a bunch of men eating chili, standard not as high. Okay,
well,
and
it's a step or two.
and you put together guys, and it's kind of a jam session. And we always encourage the worship leader, gather maybe just a group of men and do some songs that men can sing along with. Don't do more than 3, and all that. So
I'm seeing it.
So anyway, I was asked by our worship leader. He said, "I think I have a song for you," and it's a song we played on the show. And he said, "You used to sing, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, but I'm not that kind of singer."
What, am I singing back up?
Yeah, you are. You're up there, by the way. So,
Rick, I've guessed it. You did turn the page.
And so I said that. I said, "Do you think Bob Seger works in this environment?" He said, "No, we're not doing Bob Seger." But he said that this Zach Williams song, which we played here, Jesus' Fault. And like I say, nothing I do is going to be smooth. It's always going to be ragged. and he had me, and they're all pros, and I haven't sung with anybody in years. And I certainly have never, I only was asked to sing at one wedding, and the bride's comment on that was harsh, and then that that marriage didn't survive.
Oh no!
So I'm not that guy, and to be asked to sing at church, you want to be at a Greg, you want to be at a honky tonk somewhere and say, let's get a guy to stand and sing with the band,
Rick, you want rambling, gambling band,
something like that. And did I travel around fronting a rock band for several years? Yeah, but even in that genre, average and below average.
Rick, Axl Rose couldn't come sing at this, but he's a great rock singer.
Can I get the band through a song? Yes. Does anybody marvel at the singer? No. And so I said, I want to get it right, and I worked on it, and I wanted to work on it more than these great musicians needed to work on it.
Sure.
And I worked and I worked and I worked, and I was trying to be sure that I memorized the song. And I did not get it wrong not one time in practice, the one night of practice. Oh. And then right out of the gate, I sing the lyric wrong.
Oh,
right
that quick.
Right out of the gate. I get the first.
That would be my
I get
struggle.
the first verse wrong.
You didn't say it was Greg's fault.
Instead of saying,
he was wearing that hat of mine.
Instead of saying that the Bible had rings from bottles before, because this is kind of a hard-nosed song, and I can relate to it because I know what it's like, how Jesus transformed me. I say circles. Yeah, and then
you're doing that thing where you swap words that mean the same.
And instead of saying that,
isn't that a sign of a stroke?
That red letter mercy put an end to my thirsty. I say that red letter mercy took away my thirsty, or something like that. So
you're getting in the ballpark.
It just bothered me that I didn't get the lyrics right.
Hey, you made it your
now
own.
By the second verse, I'm rolling.
Okay, good.
Okay, but I come out of the gate a little rough, and just because I can't quite remember the words, I thought I had it.
Rick, you're so serious.
And that mic stand,
and everybody,
it's like you're a rocker.
they did a funny bit because Kirkwood, who leads, and you see Bubba, he's about 6'6". You remember him on the podcast?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When he leads, he did it funny. I can't. They did it, which was a funny bit that I would begrudgingly sing. Because I got up there and did the announcement. He goes, Rick, now we'd like, if you want to sing. And I said, well, I don't know if I'm prepared for that. And then I walked back and get the mic stand and set it up like I'm ready to jam.
Stand up and shout! Stand up and shout!
I have never known anybody to have to ask you twice to take the lead stage on something.
If you're having a good time, say hi! Are we having a good time tonight?
And as you watch the old days of leading a rock band start to come back throughout the song.
No, Rick.
Okay, I hope you can we get it dancing now.
Rick, can we get it in?
Yeah.
Yes. Right at 3?
Yeah, it's not very long.
If you did that kick, Rick.
Yeah, so here we go. It's not very long. Right now, I'm driving. It's church, Rick.
That Bible by the bed ain't a coaster no more. Still got some circles, bottles before.
It's rings.
But that red
Did it take away your thirsty? It ended your thirsty.
Here comes Apple.
Well, I told my old man that I loved him today. And he said it back before he drove away. Well, I'm stuck like my father. We were oil and water. But I told my old man that I loved him today.
Hold back, Rick. Don't do what you're about to do. No! Oh, no!
I guess that's what happens when it chases you down. Everything's different.
You're leaning over.
Oh,
here comes the kick. Here comes the kick.
So if you miss
Man, it's tall, isn't it?
well, that's Jesus in his fall.
Oh, watch out. He's getting comfortable.
Sundays don't make me feel sad like they did. She don't have to drag me like she does our kids. Well, I still got some questions, but I'm counting my blessings.
I'm going for the harmony here.
And Sundays don't make me feel sad like they did.
So much leaning, Rick.
I know.
That's what happens when it chases you.
I'm never going to make it to the show.
Steven Tyler, who?
And then it finally, you're not going to believe the end. I fully take over.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Here you go.
Oh, guitar solo.
I just said play the guitar. You don't do that in church. Play the guitar. Play it pretty for Birmingham. Look, now I'm kind of standing up. I said, y'all stand up and sing. Y'all come on.
Guess that's what happens when you chase it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's going to divide the crowd.
Oh, please look.
Oh, he's picking it up again.
Ron Johnson.
He's back.
He's leaning forward.
So much leaning. So much.
Listen right here.
What?
Rick, you scream good night. And then Kirkwood came back and says, "We're not dismissed. We don't even have the message yet."
We're just getting started.
But not good night.
Good night, everybody. Stand up and shout.
All right.
Good night.
Well, it was fun. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if you're you caught the show today, you know, we were doing the Zach Williams song about, you know, if you missed the old me, that's Jesus' fault. Boy, that is the Phil Robertson story. It's almost like that song was written about Phil's story, you know?
It is.
And what an incredible story. And the movie The Blind, you know, chronicles this incredible testimony of Phil Robertson. And look, it's rough. I mean, it's a tough thing. And you know, Jesus does transform people. And if you want to see the power of redemption, you got to watch this movie. It is a great movie. And right now, you can get it from Blaze Media. Now, this is not a Blaze Media production, but Phil is a part of the Blaze TV family, as we are. So they can't include it as part of the subscription because they don't own it. But if you'd rather get the movie from them versus, say, say Apple or Amazon, you can get it. Go to blazetv.com. That's BLAZE, blazetv.com/theblind, and you'll get it for $19.99. Okay, that's blazetv.com/theblind. If you want this movie, and you should, buy it from Blaze TV as opposed to maybe some of these companies that you go, I don't know if I like supporting what they do. So go to blazetv.com/theblind. You'll love the movie.
It appears that the plan worked at Dale County, where one coach went and called 911. The other one went and got the AED. The AED was used to shock Jackson, who was in cardiac arrest, and it likely saved his life.
Praise the Lord.
He has since been transported to UAB in Birmingham. And Rick, you know, we talk about the weather and the heat and all this. Dale County apparently began practice at 7 a.m. on Monday, and he collapsed less than 10 minutes into the workout. And you would think it would still be, you know, fairly mild that time of the morning.
Well, he's definitely got a heart issue.
Right.
They probably didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of these schools go to the early morning practices prior to school starting, just to stay out of the heat in the afternoon. It works for a lot of them. I mean, but so now it's an early rise because a lot of them start about 5:30 a.m.
Well,
in this case, you've got a heart issue.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter when you
just
practice.
hidden.
Well, and you know, it will get the headlines because it's football practice, but we don't know if this young man would have had the same problem if he just walked the hall. You don't know, or maybe the football had helped to expose that. But anyway, he apparently was saved with the AED, and I think it's just another good reminder that at home and at work, people need to have those and have them by, because story after story after story where people are saved by these.
Yeah, and two, like you said, the emergency plan where everybody knew their job and what they needed to do.
Yeah,
and they worked it.
Right.
And I told Hams the good news, like the one we've got, it tells you what to do. You open it up, and it starts telling you what to do.
Yeah, I know you've shown me that before.
We ought to have a test run live on the air one day.
Oh boy,
yeah, why don't we
that'd
do
be
that?
fun.
We could maybe Adler. Will you let us shock you?
And the paramedics and first responders all do a great job, but those first minutes make a big difference.
Would you rather us be well trained with that, or how to handle a snake bite?
Ooh,
because I know these are two concerns.
And properly remove a tick.
I would say that
you had a tick scare.
The AED first.
Boy, did you ever?
The AED, because we're all more apt to have that than snake bite, because we take precautions for that.
Hey,
already.
and by the way,
I can't put on boots and avoid a heart attack.
Watched True Grit for the first time in my life, the 2010 one with Bridges and Brolin and all that. Oh, yeah. And they had a snake bite at the end of it, and they did the crosses and the sucking it out like you were talking about yesterday.
They did that in the Western days.
That's old school.
Yeah, but we were just talking about that yesterday, and I thought, how's that work?
But I will say that
doing it.
Watching you definitely, when it comes to that snake boot analogy, when it comes to your heart health, you do not wear snake boots.
No, I don't.
It is for real. Yeah,
Rick, I'm kind of holding something for y'all that this would be the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Right. And I just don't know if I should do it or not.
Right.
Go ahead, Am.
Well, we're going to start hitting tennis balls together.
Who is?
Bubba and I.
No way.
We're going to try to get back into it, and so
he's got a pickle tournament.
Rick, people can start believing that, and he's going to get in trouble.
No, look, I can see he's starting to be more open-minded about pickle.
No, I probably would enjoy. I enjoy when we play the little 8 and under out here with the Nerf ball and all. That was fun. Just too much.
That's pickleball kind.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah. So I told him, look, I'm really available any day. Any day you want to go, we'll go. And so he had said, hey, Wednesday or Thursday or both. And I said, I'm good any of those. So this morning I come in, I said, hey, we still good for today or tomorrow? And he said, let's go tomorrow. And I said, okay, sounds good. I'll be ready. We'll go right after the show, whatever. But he couldn't help himself. This is what he said. Yeah, tomorrow will be better. And he said, as soon as we get done, we can go eat lunch with Boo.
Yeah, well,
so his mindset is he's working the meal in with the it wasn't about the tennis, it was about the meal.
Well, I mean, everything builds off a foundation.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of a get-together meeting thing.
Right,
so it's good to do that over
lunch.
A bowl of
just happened to be involved.
Right.
A bowl of salad.
Yeah, certainly.
But that goes back to the snake boot. Snake boot that we're not thinking like that.
Well, yeah.
Well, you got to eat.
Yeah.
That gum.
And I know y'all going somewhere healthy, I'm sure.
Probably will.
Yeah, right.
Gotta eat.
Gotta eat. Get a little hummus.
You remember what I said? We talked about. There's so many things Bubba's safe about. When it comes to heart health, he's a daredevil.
Yes, he is.
Oh, Rick.
Talking about Evil Knievel.
Rick, Snake River.
We're back. The gang here today, missing Helmsy, but we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. We got Adler. And, of course, welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussett. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, speaking, by the way, Ryan Greenwood, I got your text. Ryan Greenwood said, Rick, I played with you for years. You forgot our lyrics all the time. Nothing has changed. We
Good night, everybody.
It's not a big
but I hate when it's not exactly what it's supposed to be. But anyway, thank you anyway to Kirkwood for that gracious opportunity, and we sure did have a good time last night. And Blake Prime had an outstanding message and really challenged us, and we heard testimonies from men that how their life is being changed, by following something that Scripture says that we're supposed to be sanctified. We're supposed to grow up spiritually. We're supposed to abide in Him. We're supposed to be disciples, make disciples, teach all that He has commanded. So we have to know what He commanded in order to pass that along to anybody else and apply it to ourselves. But soccer, our funny soccer. Liner came out of the break, and I heard you talking about it off the air. So it is now official. So we have Carly Lloyd, who is former U.S. women's national team. Is that right? For soccer. Yeah. You remember the rumor came out that they got beat by an under-15 boys team. And how about she says that absolutely happened? That is not made up. It was the FC Dallas under-15 boys academy team beat our women's national soccer team.
Yeah.
5-2, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, 5-2, and that team went on to win.
That's a blowout in soccer.
Not only the World Cup, but gold medal.
Yeah, don't forget that
in the Olympics.
They were the best female team in the world, and they got beat by 15-year-old boys.
So I want y'all to think about that, and that's not to be degrading. It's just it's just to celebrate, because I don't think I don't understand where we got off that there's nothing beautiful about men and women being distinct. God made men and women equal in value, but absolutely and beautifully distinct. And when we try to go against that, it's blasphemy for one thing.
Yeah.
But another thing is it's living in an absolute fantasy world.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's just a fantasy world. So that's something for one of the members of the team saying that this, because people tried to downplay it.
Right,
Oh, that's just
right.
a bunch of men making up some story.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, no, it happened.
Yeah, somebody called her out on X, I believe, formerly Twitter, and she confirmed it. Yes, it happened.
Mm-hmm. And it was in 2017, right?
Right, and I guess 5-2 for all you soccer fans. That's a blowout.
That's a blowout.
I mean, in football, that's like 100 to something.
I'll say this: outside
how many soccer games you ever see that had 5 goals?
I was just about to tell you, outside
at a high level,
outside of children's soccer,
yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen a soccer team score 5.
It's kind of like that football game we always hear about, that happened in the early days where somebody scored like 120 to nothing over somebody.
Right,
Saying that it's not fair, you can make your argument by going, hey, the 15U best boys team beat the best 15U girls team. And that would make your argument. But when you go, no, they didn't just beat, like girls their age, they beat the best female team in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That really drives the point home.
Guys,
but it doesn't mean you can't have female sports.
No,
you can't enjoy female
you should
sports.
have female
because
sports.
You want that competition to be fair, and you want it to be. You don't want guys in the girls' competition. I mean, I've coached where we had boys and girls teams of things. You just don't do that. Now, we practiced them together sometimes, so it was a harder competition for the girls, and they got better. But you don't compete normally in that arrangement.
No, I understand that's what Pat Summitt did. I understand other women's sports coaches have done just what you did.
Yeah.
They used the scrimmages to make the women better, but they didn't go out there and play teams.
In high school, our junior high, let's say, I guess we were in ninth grade team. We played against the girls some, scrimmaged against them to help them out.
And in the story, I believe that's what they said. That's what they were trying to do. Is play the.
She even said bigger, faster, stronger. That
they wanted to play that.
Now I'll tell you this: when you have ninth grade boys playing the varsity girls team, and they have people who are calling the game, referees, you don't want to get called for reaching in because everybody starts laughing at you.
Well, they lead the charges.
But this goes back to Clay Travis's $1 million bet with the WNBA champion playing a men's state champion in basketball, and he put down $1 million on the line.
Did they not take that million?
No.
They won't take that action, huh?
Well, Greg said it. It's here in the article, and it is true. Now, keep in mind, we're talking about boys that are 15 years old and under, and a woman on the best women's soccer team of adult women that we have.
Not the best 15-year-old women's team.
They
the
said,
best.
And she said, well, they should beat us because males who are past puberty, 15 years old and younger, once that happens, she says, they will be bigger, stronger, and faster than us.
Yep.
And
that's okay.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Because you know what? I don't think a woman shouldn't walk around trying to say, well, I'm not really a champion if I'm the best female athlete in the world. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
It's just like people. Do you think?
I think it really doesn't have to do with sports. They're just trying to use that to confuse the whole gender issue on a bigger picture. So.
Yeah, but again, what I hope this shows you, because I think now more than ever, and I know somebody listening, if you're like us and you love to point out things, right now you're saying, and you're about to be correct, one of them is about to mention the documentary Social Dilemma, and you are right. But that really revealed how we have to be real careful with all the technology that's out there. And I'm not anti the technology. As a matter of fact, you better realize that people are using that technology, and it ought to be our challenge to actually put content there that actually might make a difference, as opposed to saying, well, people shouldn't be sitting there looking at their phones. Well, you're right, but they do. Yeah. So you better have some content on there if you want them to actually, maybe you could provide good content that would be beneficial. But we have got to get to the point where we don't allow people to go off in a fantasy world. I mean, this whole thing of being in a world that isn't real. I mean, we have got you do everything you can to go, hey, you got to get out of this room and walk out that door. The real world is out here. Yeah. And in the real world, men and women are equal in value, but beautifully and distinctly different. And that really leads to a world that isn't chaotic.
Yeah.
And then what you even have Scripture, clearly states these things. We talked about this even at my son's wedding, and I talked about this at Tyler's wedding, and anytime I get a chance to officiate a wedding, talked to a couple yesterday, is, when Peter says that we should not be harsh with our wives because, remember, they are the weaker vessel. Well, that's not talking about value. Porcelain is more valuable than steel, but it breaks easier. And he says, and when you treat a woman harshly, that God, it gets in the way of your prayers. It puts static between that man and God doesn't even hear his prayers. So there's the Bible saying, men have been made in a certain way that they can hurt women, so do not treat women harshly. It angers God because they break easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't mean that they're of less value. And that, I think that'd be a pretty good thing to learn. Don't there's women right now that are terrified of their husbands, and that shouldn't be, but you go around and start thinking, well, men and women are interchangeable. Well, then stuff like that doesn't even, it leads to a dangerous, chaotic world.
Well, sure. Who's behind controversy?
Oh, of course. All right, we'll come back. We've got a lot to discuss today. We'll hit our first phone segment of the day. Golden ticket seats coming up a little bit later on. The wonderful wheel of delicious canned meat will spin today. We'll give a $50 American Express gift card to somebody in the golden ticket seats today. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's a Walinda.
With no We'll be back.
He's taking a knee, Rick.
15. Big's our number. Your phone calls coming in. Lines are available. Linda is out of Eufaula, Alabama, and
comment. I heard your show yesterday about Tom Brady and his age. I just wanted to give a shout out to my son who's gone back through basic training for the second time.
Really?
He was in the military, in the Air Force for 15 years, and due to the Obama cuts, was forced out, and just has now gone back in to the National Guard at 41 and gone back through the full basic training. He graduates next Wednesday.
Linda, let me ask you, did he have to do the basic training again? I thought all you had to do that was once.
No, they've made new rules, and they've actually extended the time, and he had to go back through the full thing.
Wow.
Good night.
How about that?
Dedication. He's actually going to the chaplain program, so once he gets graduated next Wednesday, he'll go through AIT in South Carolina, and then his station, monthly station, will be in Haleyville, Alabama, so not too far from y'all.
well, how about that? Congratulations. And
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's once again, you go back and do it at 41.
Oh, I know.
Hey, now.
Hey, that's a whole different deal.
Gosh. I thought I was doing something because I could do a burpee at 54.
I know, Rick. Look at that's nothing now.
And, of course, I don't add the jump, though.
I don't either.
Basically,
I never did the
I'm
jump
just
in.
getting off the floor.
Rick, I give it this.
I'm just getting off the floor and standing up.
Yeah, do you give it this?
Yeah. Well, every time they make me get on the floor and get back up, I say, that's one. They said, what are you doing? I said, I'm counting as a burpee.
Hey, Rick, at least you can get up without help.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't when I first started. Lines
I
are
need one of them necklaces.
Help me. We have lines available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jason in Alabama. Jason, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I was calling because earlier I heard somebody talk about Trump going to El Paso, and what I would say is he should go as the president, but I honestly don't think there's anything wrong with pointing out the fact that he's going to an area of the country filled with people that he's called murderers, rapists, and invaders. And if you're going to do that and then say you're going to console those people, it's kind of hard to understand how you console an invader, or at least a community with invaders in it. And the political spin aside, if Trump didn't create the situation, this has been going on since forever.
Yep.
But there's no problem so bad that you can't make it worse. And I think it's hard to see how he's going to reconcile this, because I'll guarantee you 2 weeks from now, maybe a week and a half from now, he'll be right back calling people invaders, rapists, murderers. They're taking American jobs, and that does not help the situation. It may not create it, but it definitely does not help. So I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing that out.
No, Jason, let me
let
me ask you something. Do you think Donald Trump called everyone that comes from Mexico a rapist, an invader, and whatever else you said?
I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said that when they come, they're murderers and rapists, and maybe some of them are good people. That's what he said.
He said not all of them are good people. He said, when you don't vet people out at the border,
you get everything.
They're not just sending us the best of the best. They're also sending rapists, murderers, and some bad hombres. And that's just a fact. That's not a racist comment.
No, I didn't say it was racist. I didn't say it was racist at all. What I'm saying is, my point is words matter. And as a normal citizen, your words matter. And you guys profess your Christian faith a lot, which there's nothing wrong with that, and you should.
Mm-hmm.
But within that faith, the Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh.
No question.
And so when you say something, it matters. And as a president, as a priest, as people in levels of, or a pastor, your words matter more than others. You can say that's fair, you can say it's not fair, but they do. And so when you do that, you have to understand people hear you. And just like earlier, you were talking about the conspiracy theory with the whole Sandy Hook thing. Well, when that happened, a part of that came out from Alex Jones. Alex Jones also said, hey, Hillary Clinton's running a child sex ring out of a pizza parlor. Some guy heard that and took a gun to the pizza parlor to free the kids. And you're like, that's the dumbest thing ever, but people believe that.
Well, I would agree.
Regardless of what you say.
No, I agree.
And
Everything
so you have to be careful.
Yeah, I agree. But here's what I want to get, and I think you're the kind of man that All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Lines available. The real Greg Burgess is ready to go. Let go. So we got all 10 lines ablazing. So you can get in quickly if you'll move now. And then because of our friend the buzzer, because boundaries are a blessing, we will move through the callers briskly. And that means that you, if you are on hold and you do get in, you won't have to be on hold very long. So let's fire them up and go. Bubba does have a timeout. So does the indecisive Speedy. But we are going to give him that opportunity. But because Helmsy is out today. So 866 We Be Big is our number. We will start with Brad. Brad is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Brad, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds and go.
Morning, Biggins. I wanted to ask, so I love Adler. I wanted to make that clear first.
We all do.
But this pillow that he keeps in his chair, why does it look like he broke into my great-grandmother's house and stole it off her couch?
Yeah, what, is this for your back?
It's lumbar support, guys. You got to have lumbar support.
No, I got that. No, I'm fine with that. But why does it look like you took it from a nursing home?
It's older than all of my children. I mean, this thing, who knows where this came from? I've had this for a decade or more. It's embarrassing. I'm changing the camera angle. Thank you. You're right, sir. You're right, sir.
It's been supporting lumbars for decades.
Yes, yeah. I used to keep it in my car when my back was really bad, but then I started doing yoga, as we've talked about on the show. We can talk about it more if you guys want to talk about it more.
I thought that was to make you look taller in the car.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's for lumbar support, friend. All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
We continue. Let's go to Mike in Tennessee.
Hey, Mike.
Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. You was talking this morning about you and Greg fighting. Y'all only got one gift. Well, me and my brother were both born on the same day, 1 year apart. And one year, Dad bought us a chopper bike, and all we had before was a purple girl's bug bike. Well, Gary brought something to the table that day that I didn't even see in his hand, and I'll just say this: he got to own that chopper for a day, man.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Do you remember the chopper bikes? I remember Scott McGurk was the first person that had it. That was a guy in the neighborhood named
Had the
Scott.
big, long
Yeah, and he got a
front
chopper
part,
bike, and I thought, man, I didn't know those existed.
Yeah, mine had the little wheel in the front, the big wheel in the back.
Oh, did you have one?
Well, it wasn't laid back like a chopper, but
Right.
it kind of had that look to it.
Jordan.
It was awesome for jumping.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Jordan,
Fire it in there. As long as the steering wheel didn't come out in your hand.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, buddy. This is my first time calling. I've been listening to y'all for a long time.
Thank you.
And I've always wondered, what is y'all's favorite segments over the past years that y'all been doing this?
Over the past year, our favorite segments?
This year? Or?
Yeah, like y'all's favorite, like comedic segments and all that kind of stuff. Like, what's y'all's favorite stories to talk about?
Oh, man.
Yeah, well,
that means we're going to have to remember the last year.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I can't. I'm like you, Bubba. I don't think I can be very specific on the content of the story. But I think I probably would say I reflect, I would think, most of the show and most of the audience. Now, again, we can't make these things happen because, we're aware that all of you out there really prefer hilarious stories out of our lives. It appears that is what everybody likes the best. You can't just make those happen. I mean, they have to actually happen. But I enjoy that. I love when we're discussing the funny things that happen. One of us gets in a handle, some sort of. Those are by far my favorite.
I would say,
moments.
the thing that came to mind about this year, if you're talking about that, when Speedy was trying out the Suckler 3000.
That's a good one.
That was one of my favorites.
That is real good. I mean, that's real good.
And Greg in a handle with puppies.
Greg's puppies this year, very funny.
Look for those on this year's best.
When that puppy situation started getting worse, my mother and I, we laughed so hard we could barely breathe. I happened to be with her the day that it all started going, like the dog passed out, and I just couldn't believe it. I thought to myself, how have I been this good that God's been this gracious?
I know. I mean, the hits just kept coming with that.
We continue. Let's go to Corey out of Alabama.
Hey,
Corey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I saw some Elon Musk has got the FDA to approve his brain chips. They're little wires, little chips to your brain so you can work a computer with it, just by thinking.
Didn't see
I don't know if y'all heard
that.
about
I haven't
that.
seen
Well,
that.
I think they've been working on a lot of neurological links and things, but I don't know that they have it perfected.
Yeah, Neuralink.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? And I'm now doing the computer with just my brain?
I think that is kind of the sci-fi end to this, but I don't think they're quite that good with it yet.
I think they've tested it on pigs.
Oh, okay.
So far, no people yet. It's from what I
I was
understand.
waiting for that. I was waiting for
But
that.
this basic
You do a good
technology
pig,
has
bro.
been used on people before. Like you can control a computer with your brain.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Elon is trying to take it to like a everybody has one kind of level if you want it.
Let's go to Al. Al, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, did y'all hear that sound clip old K. Ivy up there parting old giblet and pudding them two turkeys for Thanksgiving?
I did not. I did not. I bet that
We missed it.
I bet that was a good one. We continue. Let's go to Jason, Phil Campbell, Alabama. Jason, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
I think if you had flailed your arms around like Joe Cocker singing "Wind Beneath My Wings," it would have made the song even better.
Of course, Wind Beneath. He didn't sing that. Did
Joe
he?
Cocker,
Yeah.
Wind
Are you
Beneath-
talking about "Love Lift Me Up Where We Belong"? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah,
That's it.
yeah. I should have done that. You're
Yeah.
right. There are mountains in our way. Yeah,
It was a great song. I think you did it justice.
Thanks, man. It is a great song. The latter part, I'm not sure. Somewhere Zach Williams is having a rough day. And by the way, somebody corrected me. You're right. It's not on their recording. It's not Hunter Hayes. It's Walker Hayes that sings with him. I said Hunter Hayes yesterday, and I apologize for that.
One of the Hayeses.
One of the Hayeses. Let's go to Austin out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Go ahead.
Happy Friday, guys. Love
Thank
the
you.
show.
Thank you too, man.
I moved down here about 11 years ago from Selma, Alabama, and I just wanted to give y'all a shout out. I've been listening to y'all for about the last year through the app, and it's just a big part of my morning. It brings back the nostalgia. I got a couple of coworkers that are listening to y'all, man. Y'all keep up the good work, man. Y'all are really a big part of how I start my day every day.
Thank you. I believe it down in Cajun country. I mean, that every time they find the show, they seem to like it. So, yeah, keep spreading the word, man. I appreciate that. Let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if y'all got new microphones. I ain't heard nobody snorting or honkering it the last day and a half. And happy Free Ball Friday.
I think that we do have Mike, Super Tom put in the, what is that called? Mute button at everybody's microphone. And everybody here is starting to use them better, I think.
There's a learning curve there for sure.
Learning curve. Let's go to Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, so if you still have time when you're designing that house, that king's throne room needs to be at least 3 foot wide. It needs to be centered up that throne in the middle, and that toilet paper rack needs to be away from your knees. I don't know why they crown that toilet right in the corner of that room and don't give you enough room.
You know, that's a good point. Yeah, that is. You know, the one thing I think about all the horrors of building a house, and there's so many of them, is it is a chance at a do-over. You know, it's a chance, kind of like you're doing that too. You know, you're correcting some things. You're like, well,
Can I tell you one thing I would suggest right now? And I don't know how big the architect has drawn your garage. I assume it's like a 2-car garage. Those are pretty standard. However big it is, call him right now and tell him to add 4 feet on each side because it's going to be too tight.
Yeah,
and a bidet. Consider a bidet.
And also, and really, you also need more room for all those things that you never use but claim you still need.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba.
Hope gives me the right answer. Would you agree that same standard was held to President Obama and Eric Holder when they went into Baltimore and basically started riots by claiming they knew how it felt to be mistreated by the police instead of saying, let's try to figure out what happened first, everybody calm down? And we found out that he didn't have his hands up. He tried to take the gun from the policeman, but the president and Eric Holder started unnecessary violence. Do you hold them to the same standard?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then that's fair.
I think a lot of people jump to conclusions, specifically where that's concerned, without knowing fact. But I think that's also a product of the media, and we have to do a better job of making sure that the media that we listen to is not pushing us in a certain direction. We have to find out the information as best we can for ourselves.
And
if
Jason,
you're going to be wrong for you, not someone else.
Jason, do you agree or disagree that our country has to have borders and we have to have control of who comes in and be able to vet that process?
Yes, I think you should, but I think you should have the same energy to stop the people from coming as you do for the employers that hire them and knowingly hire them. Not like, oh, I didn't know, but no, they're hired. When you consider our agriculture industry has roughly 25%. Well, really, it's over 50% of the workforce. Agriculture workforce is immigrants. 25% is illegal immigrants. So you can't tell me that they don't know that, because when you go to a hotel and Consuela makes your bed, you don't say, well, is she illegal or not? Or when you go and you are popping an apple in your mouth, it's picked by a Hispanic person more than likely. So it's like you have to have that same energy. If you want to address the problem, you can't just say, well, it's the Mexican's fault. You got to, when they come across the border, they don't throw a gun on these employers. The employers welcome them. So if you're going to address it, at least be equal-handed about it.
Jason, let me ask you this. Have you ever run a small business?
Yes.
Have you had to fill out paperwork that the people you hired were U.S. citizens and not illegal?
Yes.
Okay, well, you know that's done then.
No, I know it's not always done. That's the point. Is the compliance rate in Alabama is something like 40%, I want to say, because it's laborious. It takes time, it takes money, and so a lot of people don't do it. And if you remember 2011 or so, when Alabama was trying to pass that the Tough Immigration Act, you had farmers come out and say, hey, on TV, if I can't get illegal immigrants, I'm out of business. And so we know, especially here in Alabama, not just everywhere else, that it happens, and that our ag industry here in Alabama depends on illegal immigrants just as much as anywhere else.
But would you agree, if we would fix the problem, which the Constitution tells the federal government to fix, it kind of solves all the imperfections of the human beings and the hypocritical way they approach it? If you have to come into this country only if you come through legally, or we can prove that you are seeking asylum, these people who hire the illegals, we would find out once and for all if it really is true that they can't function without them, because they wouldn't be available to them.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that, Jason, because we have to do that here. I've had to do that in other businesses. And if people are not doing their paperwork and they're breaking the law, they need to be charged.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that.
I'm for enforcing the immigration laws on those who hire them, on those that are trying to come in illegally. I wish we would comprehensively have our government do one of the few things that the Constitution says that they are supposed to do.
Yep.
And so I think we agree on that. I appreciate your call. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Friday edition, if you're catching us live, and if you're on the archive, that's when this took place. And we thank you for being with us today, and really, really, really enjoying the ongoing emails for Field of Greens. and how much it is benefiting the audience. I can tell you, I love it. It's been a game changer. Speedy, I know I heard you talking about that's your routine. You get up every day. You got to get started with it.
Yep.
Somebody did email me this week. I know they offer the capsules, and that's certainly okay if for some reason you would prefer a capsule. But the powder to me is the way to go. That it just your body seems to be able to apply the benefits through a powder. Quicker and more efficiently sometimes than some of these pills. But anyway, why is Field of Greens? Because some people say, I've heard some of these before, some of these other products out there. But let me tell you what's different about this. We know that, and Mayo Clinic just recently talked about it again, if you want to prevent heart disease as well as lower your blood pressure and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day, but not just any fruits and not just any vegetables. And so the folks at Field of Greens, these come from the farmers, and then they pick out those that have been scientifically researched to benefit our vital organs like the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, the immune system. I've seen a huge move forward there. So if you'd like to find out more, go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Some of you have been asking me about the taste. I like the original, but just so I could give you all some feedback, I also switched one of my canisters this month to the wild berry just to taste it. It's fantastic.
Wild berry.
Is it really?
It's very good.
Okay.
Some of you may like that taste better. There's a lemon
How about
lime.
you, wild berry?
There's a lemon lime one, something like that now, limeade or something like that. It's good. All the same stuff. It's just a different taste. And you can get those. And they have one that's good. Also, there's a little something added for your brain health if you want. I tried it too. Loved it. So fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. We'll save you 15%. Also, you'll find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you we were updating. I know yesterday we've been staying updated on your son Hunter, and you said that he had some sort of test or something yesterday.
Yeah, it was just kind of a funny moment. He had to have a little test done yesterday at the hospital where he had to be put to sleep. We won't go into all that, but he was fine. Everything came out fine. But I don't know. They must give him something different than I get when I go to get tests done, because I usually am just sleepy and I wake up and then that's it. But he was acting crazy as a Mad Hatter yesterday again, like he had his wisdom teeth out.
Oh, like he'd given the gas or
That's
something?
usually
I don't know.
some good material.
Well,
isn't it though?
I didn't expect it, or I might have been ready to record.
Right.
And then at one point, I kind of felt bad for him, so I'm like, I don't need to record that.
Well, that was nice of you.
He was. He came in and and his mom was talking to him and trying to kind of wake him up, bring him back.
Come on, son.
She said, "Do you know who that is?" Pointing at me, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's Dad." And he said, "Dad, what are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, I live here."
Right, it's my house. This is where I actually live.
Yeah.
And
He
Betty,
said, "You up?"
And Betty went, "Who am I?" And he said, "The driver."
The driver.
To her, pointing to herself.
The driver.
And a couple of times he said he would go, "Hey driver, will you get me something to
No
drink?"
way.
No, he did not. No, she now had been given the name the driver.
She drove him home from the hospital.
Right, yeah.
Right.
You're the driver. Well, at least he knew that.
He had some food. They stopped to get some food on the way in, and he was digging through the bag, and he found some sauce. And he said, "This is my favorite sauce." He just got all teared up, and he started like rubbing it on his cheek and stuff. And I said, "You know what? I know how you feel.
I've seen you do
understand
that.
Yeah.
You're going to do that.
He got that from me.
You're going to do that in about 20 minutes when Penny Miller gets here.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Sausage balls. But it was funny when he kept calling his mother the driver.
I bet she loved that.
Yeah.
And there's Dad,
and
there's
of course
the driver.
she would refer to herself as the driver later
course.
on in some disgust.
Well, do you? I think
She's like, "What? I give him birth, and I'm the driver,
You're the
and he
driver.
knows you right away."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That had to feel good. That had to sting. But do you think it's like a lot of things, and there's different sensitivities to different drugs, and there are people that anesthesia is a much bigger deal for them than it is for other people.
Yeah, you can't wake Lisa up. You can't wake her up.
There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just
Well, I'm sleepy, but I'm usually not crazy, like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it's different. Something they gave him different. I don't know.
I had a deal one time where I mean, the person. What do you call those people that come in and say, "Now you're about to start feeling pretty good"? It's not is that the
anesthesiologist?
Would they do that
Yeah.
part too?
Yeah,
not just to put you out.
Well, they do all of it, I guess.
Yeah,
They do
because
the warm up to kind of take you down a notch.
Every time I've had surgery, there's this moment where they come in and say, "We're about to take away any anxiety you have right now," and then later they put me fully out.
Right.
So is that the same person?
I don't know. I don't know technically.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
all I remember was that I was having, and it was that surgery that we of course had a lot of fun about on the show.
Oh,
You know, that involved the lower track.
Let's not talk about
and
that.
And anyways,
you talking about everybody's worst fears? That's when you're talking.
So the guy came in, and he said, "Hey," he said, "You're about to be okay with everything. You're not going to worry about it anymore." I said, "Okay, great. I've been waiting on that." And so he puts it in there, and Sherry's in there talking to me, and they go away, and she goes, "You feeling better?" I said, "I don't feel anything."
Yeah.
And she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I feel no different." I said, "I hope that isn't all I'm getting." And so
somebody bring more of that in here.
But the worst was so the guy comes back by, and he says, "You feeling pretty good right now?" I said, "Got to tell you, I thought I was going into a Pink Floyd video, and I'm not there yet."
Yeah.
I said,
not yet.
I said, I don't feel any different. And that, I'll never forget his face. He kind of went and looked at me like, and I thought, and he said, "Well, we'll solve that." And so he put a little more in there. And so I could feel myself then, going to a place that was a good place.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, a person rode through and came in, and they said, put just a little bit in there. Sherry goes, what was that? She goes, "Well, I understand he wasn't feeling anything yet." She goes, "Oh, no, a person's already done that."
Oh, boy.
And she goes, "Well, now you're really not going to care." And it wasn't anything that was dangerous to me. But anyway, so and you're talking about like Hunter saying that to her about the driver, and that's my favorite sauce. For some reason, Sherry,
Driver, can you get me a drink?
Yeah, for some reason, Sherry said, I don't know why you went with this. For some reason, where Hunter was crying over sauce,
he loves
and called
sauce.
his mama driver, I went to two thumbs up. Sherry said I was going, and I just kept smiling, and I would do two thumbs up. And she would look at me and she go, "Okay, baby." And I said, "Hey, I'm good. And she goes, "All right, it's good." And she goes, "Then they come and get you, and you come over everybody, and you're two thumbs up at me as they're rolling you away." And she goes, "You just kept giving me this." She was like, "Okay, baby, I'm good. I'm perfectly good." And she was like, "I got it, baby. That's good."
I think the funniest line.
You can go now, honey.
Rick,
I see your thumbs.
I think the funniest line that I've been told that I said, and gosh only knows what I've actually said, was when I had sinus surgery one time, and they had to do the deviated septum and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And Betty said when I came out, the first thing I asked was, "Do I look like Michael Jackson?"
So did Hunter finally get okay after the food and everything? He land?
Oh yeah, he was good. Yeah, he was good.
See, that's why you record, Bubba, because when you tell someone that, they go, "No, I wasn't."
Well,
then you go, "Okay, well, watch this."
Yeah.
See, I didn't expect that. I mean, when the wisdom teeth did that, I was ready. We recorded all that because I remember Caitlin thinking that they'd cut her tongue out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was trying to tell her it'll be okay without it. You don't really need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's overrated.
Yeah, Greg, you remember, and then it was our grandmother that time that claimed she started saying that she was already in heaven.
Oh, yeah.
And then the doctor came in, and he had the same name as one of those angels from Touched by an Angel. I can't believe we just brought that back.
Watch out now.
And
now we're adding.
And
We're making stuff.
No, and you remember because everybody left the room, and I went over and I said, "Look, straight up, anything
we need to know."
She's such a woman of God. I was like, anything you're being told right now, pass it on.
Hey,
don't hold it.
So
Share.
after one of Tyler's surgeries, he wanted a Frosty from Wendy's. Okay,
Oh, yeah. Well, who knows?
And so we're going through the drive-through, and most of the family's with us. But he kept thinking that he was dying because of the way he felt. So he was screaming, "Daddy, don't let me die!"
Oh,
and
no.
you could hear that on the speaker
at the drive-through
as we were driving through. "Daddy, don't let me die!" And I'm like, "We'll take a Frosty, a medium one. Don't let me die!" We finally got to the one. I said, "Ma'am, he's just had surgery." She thought it was funny, but for a second, I think she was like, "What is going on?"
What are y'all doing?
Well, they have special training in there at the drive-through window.
Don't let me die.
No, speaking of the Frosty, are y'all okay? Yeah, are y'all okay that they're throwing out different flavor for
No,
Frosty?
I'm not okay with that.
No.
Absolutely not.
I'll
Pumpkin
take-
spice. Are you kidding me?
I want the
Messing with the
original.
Frosty.
Pumpkin Frosty.
I didn't know that.
Didn't they do a vanilla one too one time?
Oh,
I had bad news. Hey,
Don't want-
Wendy's in my hometown. Shut down.
Stop it.
Didn't make it.
Didn't
Man,
make
you got your arms crossed.
Nobody
on
can get
that one.
anybody to work.
That's the problem.
We're losing stuff left and right, Rick. People can't work. They can't stay in business.
No, you're right. We'll be back.
How they paying their cell phone bill?
That's funny.
That's a good one.
good.
I wonder that.
We'll come back. We got more to share with you. We'll hit some of our audio video here. We got a Lane Kiffin story.
We hadn't mentioned our podcast for this weekend.
Oh, that's right. We got to talk about
Mitch
that too.
Albom.
We come back. Yeah. We'll talk about both of those when we come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To Dothan, News Talk 103.9, Cynthia standing by. Hey, Cynthia.
Hello.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Enjoy listening to your program.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to say that no matter what President Trump says, what President Obama says, what the media says, it still boils down to individual responsibility. We are responsible for our actions, and we can't blame it on somebody else.
True.
Can't blame it on Mama. Can't blame it on anybody but ourselves.
Yeah, you're right, and that's a lost truth in our society. Everything is always
right.
somebody else's fault. Even with these mass shootings, you want to know who really is to blame? The two people who did the shooting.
Yeah, and as Jason pointed out previously, words matter, but actions matter too.
Oh yeah,
we act like actions just get a pass in some of these things.
Well, yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me things, but they didn't do them. So what they did was actually the truth.
Right.
So I would think actions, words are important. They are, and the Bible's clear about that. If you can control your tongue, you've really probably wiped out a lot of your problems. I like also when the Bible said, "Where words are plentiful, sin is not absent." But I will say this: your actions ultimately determine, though, what the truth is or isn't. And we talk about that a lot. To the phones we go. Let's go to John out of Greenville. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all today?
We're great. Good.
It's funny that I'm hearing what Jason said, and then I'm seeing what I see on the news. And honestly, y'all, I try to stay away from the TV. I don't even own a TV anymore, but I've watched what's been going on the past couple of days just to try to get a grip of what's going on. And I like what y'all said, that it's an individual responsibility. But how can you stand back and hear and see what the Democratic Party and the left are saying and doing? They're saying things, and then they are acting, and then everybody wants to point the finger at Trump. Well, I don't see anyone that supports a Democratic candidate getting the crap beat out of them. What I see is Trump supporters, anywhere they go, no matter what they do, if they're wearing a Trump hat or a Trump T-shirt, physically gets assaulted.
Well, yeah, in all fairness to Jason, and because that's the way things should be, what we had with Jason was a conversation, which we've kind of lost that art in this country, and I appreciate him handling in a way that actually it was a breath of fresh air. But he did say, in all fairness to Jason, he said what Obama and Eric Holder did were equally as important as what Trump is doing, that any of these people, Democrats, Republicans who are in places of power, when you rebel rouse people, it does matter. But I agree with you. The Democratic Party and their falling all over themselves and their just hysteria involving what they deem to be the mean and out-of-control Trump is hypocritical, because they are some of the meanest, most vicious human beings you'll ever encounter if you have the audacity to disagree with them. So yeah, but I think, I asked that question directly. I think Jason was talking about it, saying that it would matter if anyone does these things and says these things. But when it comes to Trump, there's so many things you can certainly hold him accountable for, but you just make sure that everything you're saying about him is actually correct and truthful. And there's plenty that you can talk about that would be correct and truthful without exaggerating or making up, adding to things that he said to make them sound more extreme than they were. But, again, he's not the greatest communicator at times, and he could do a better job with his presentation. There's no doubt about that. But the Democrats certainly do not have the upper hand on how to be kind, gentle, and respectfully disagree.
Oh, goodness.
They show no signs of that. And I think that they, along with the rhinos, they are Dr. Frankenstein. They created Donald Trump. They did. And now they don't want to take responsibility for that. but you had an American society that got sick and tired of what the Democratic Party and the establishment Republicans were doing, and they went extreme on you. And so you guys all created Monster Trump.
Yeah.
You did. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to an anonymous caller. Welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call.
I just want to respond about that guy saying
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start.
We are back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Coming up this weekend, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We will talk to Mitch Albom. Mitch is, of course, a world-renowned author, sports journalist. Bubba, when you get done with the podcast, you realize he's done all kinds of things and is currently still doing all kinds of things. And it was a great interview with Mitch yesterday that was recorded. It's out
knew
this
him from
week.
ESPN.
I love the sports
years ago.
reporters.
Great.
When it used to come on.
Yeah.
That was one of my
Well,
favorite shows.
I talked to him about that, and he agrees. I was saying, sports reporters to me.
A couple of them got on my nerves on that.
I had his book over here.
He
There
wasn't
it
one
is.
of them.
Hey, you want to know who touched it, Rick? Look right there.
I want to see what it's been. Hey, little liar.
It's called Little Liar, and it's a great book, and it takes on a great topic. The background of it is the Holocaust, but it's not really a book about the Holocaust. It's about an individual, and it's based on a true story that was heard. So anyway, but we talk about Mitch about the sports reporter days and the state of journalism and sports broadcasting, and so it's great.
He is involved. He's even got a dessert shop.
He does.
What?
He does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all for charity.
Yeah, the way he does it, he talks about it.
Yeah.
Greg,
Hey, Adam, don't give the whole podcast
I'm sorry.
away. Come
I'm
on.
sorry.
Well, that's easy.
You want to get into the orphanage in Haiti while we're here?
Wow.
Yeah,
Powerful.
Very powerful.
Did anybody? Well,
Detroit's
It's really
finest.
good. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah. So anyway, catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Lane Kiffin, speaking of sports, in the news today. There's an exchange with a player. There is a lawsuit going on claiming that Lane Kiffin was not sensitive enough to a player who was having mental health problems or something.
And the guy, did I understand this right? He sued his coach for $40 million.
Yeah.
Is it that much?
Yeah, they have filed something to have that dismissed, I believe, but it's a defensive tackle. He took a couple of weeks off for what he claimed was mental health. Right. He needed a break, and the interaction between him and Coach Lane Kiffin was recorded.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin was like, "I'm the coach. If I request you to be here, you need to be here."
Right.
Yeah. So here's the claim in the lawsuit,
like that.
And of course, he's claiming the reason why he was kicked off the team for taking a mental health break is because he's black. He said that Kiffin did not take adverse action against white student athletes.
Well, there ain't about 4 of them
for the same request. He also alleges sexual discrimination against the university on the basis it has not taken adverse action against female student athletes for requesting and taking a mental and health break as well.
And that's somehow sexually harassed?
He's claiming that I wanted to take a mental health break and y'all have let other people take them gender-wise and ethnicity. I don't know any foundation for that.
All them boxes.
Well, that just sounds like he was turned down for whatever, and other people were not. But that doesn't necessarily mean it was on the base of sex or race. But when you read what he's charged them with, you think it's a totally different case.
And go ahead, Rick.
His claim is that he suffered severe depression, anxiety, frustration, embarrassment, humiliation, a loss of sleep, and a loss of appetite because of an Achilles injury that occurred in 2022. He just never could overcome it. And that Kiffin has been mean and not understanding, and he would have been if he wasn't black or a man.
Please understand. Don't think he didn't take a break. He did. And the big problem with Coach Kiffin was that I couldn't find you, man. You're not responding to anything.
And hadn't they moved?
He wanted him to come to a meeting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and
they
that's
moved
in
him
the
from
audio.
defense
though.
to offense. And Kiffin claimed that's what made him mad,
Mm-hmm.
the kid. And then all of this happened.
Yeah. So bottom line is, if you need this kind of break, you are at some sort of obligation to communicate with the coach, and you'll hear Kiffin saying, "You disappear. I don't know where you're at. You come back, and you expect everything just to stay the same. I'm kicking you off the team."
Yeah.
And so here and now the audio has been released to the public. So and it's got language all in it, but it is beat, but there is a lot of language.
If you would have come here when you kept getting messages, the head coach wants to talk to you, and you saying, I'm not ready to talk to him.
I wasn't.
Well, what f***ing world do you live in?
I don't see why you gotta be disrespectful, honestly.
Get out of here. Go. You're off the team. You're done. See ya.
Because I'm...
See ya. Go. And guess what? We can kick you off the team. So go read your f***ing rights about mental health. We can kick you off the team for not showing up. When the head coach has to meet with you and you don't show up for weeks, okay, we can remove you from the team. It's called being a pussy. It's called hiding behind and not showing up to work.
And there we go.
Wow.
He said
Who recorded it?
It sounded like he
probably the player, I would think. But it, I know that we supposedly are living in a different time, but a coach who doesn't know where his player is, and the player not responding to his request for saying, "Hey, let's meet and talk about what's going on," and won't come back in, and then there had been a position change that seemed to upset you. There was a day when this would be elementary that you would be kicked off the team.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, Kiffin is saying if you'll go check everything in your scholarship, we can kick you off the team for this.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's a lawsuit, and we'll see how that works out.
Yeah,
but
you have to let it play out.
But you can understand if you were in this position as the coach that you're like, this is just a cancer on the team.
Yeah, and I think they tried to, tape this and release it. I don't even know what the taping rules are in Mississippi. I know they vary state to state, but obviously they're trying to embarrass Kiffin on this. But look, I kind of support him in this. He's the coach. He's got to be in charge. He's got to have rules. You can't have everybody doing their own thing.
And you can't just disappear. And
This sounds more like the woman yesterday that was trying to get the policeman not to charge her with drunk driving. Yeah, I just keep throwing out phrases that are supposed to, garner me some sort of.
Nowadays you can't question it if I use these terms.
Right.
And look, if he was going through something and he really was struggling, we have sympathy for that, but just communicate that with the coaching staff, because it sounds like they were trying to reach out to you and have a meeting, and you just ignored them and wouldn't respond. And that's the big issue. Is you can't just take weeks off
disappear
when really when you have a scholarship, that's a job. Okay, so the university's saying we're going to pay for your education or whatever sport you play. It depends. And in return, the product is that you're going to put something on the field and you're going to work for it.
And you will answer to our coaching
and
staff.
So that's how you have to look at it. It's a job. And you can't just disappear for weeks and then show back up and then claim coach is being mean, when all you had to do is communicate that you were going through a really tough time, and they probably would have worked with you. But you just disappeared.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem.
I think they'll work with you, anybody that acts like they want to be worked with, not just do your own thing.
The way he went about it is, and that'll come out. That's what got him kicked off the team. Not that he may or may not had a problem. There's a way to handle it, like Speedy said, even if you have a problem.
Yeah.
And and you said that about working. We watched our dad one time interact with a gentleman who said that dad should be obligated to the university he played college for because they had given him a free education. Dad said free. He said, I worked myself to death for that education. It wasn't nothing free about it.
No. You work your tail off, man.
Right. And, of course, then Dad said, unlike you, I wasn't sitting over at the frat house letting my daddy send money down here while I partied. I actually worked for my education.
Yeah.
So
I
remember that being an uncomfortable
Yeah, that could be a little uncomfortable.
Free.
He said, try not working for it and see what happens.
I don't know. I don't owe them anything. They gave me. They said in return for an education, we're going to work you to death.
Yep.
So it was the arrangement has been fulfilled on both ends.
Yep.
You know what?
Everybody wins.
Right. Don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, hope you have a good weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Mitch Albom, as we said, our guest. Be sure you pick that up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
that pretty much if illegals left the agriculture industry that a lot of companies would fall. Well, there are programs, temporary work programs for people that come from Central America for agriculture jobs. One of the biggest programs is H-2A. You can look it up if you like. They come for 9-10 months out of the year, and then they go back. It's directly or made for agriculture jobs, but to the outside eye, they might just look like illegals because they are Hispanic, but a lot of them are not.
Yeah, well, Bubba made the point, and I do not know. I'm certain there are people who hire illegals, and they know they're hiring illegals. I know that goes on. I'm not a child. However, I think to your point, to assume when you see an Hispanic work crew that they've done something illegal is not always right because of the programs that we do have. And to your point, if we went back to what the central government is supposed to do and protect the borders, these types of programs would still be available to some of these agricultural and labor jobs that I talk to people all the time. And you still got to do what's right. Don't misunderstand me. There's never an excuse to do the wrong thing, to break the law, or to sin if you're a faith base. However, I hear from them all the time, and maybe these programs like this are the answer, and we just have to be real that they can't find Americans who want to work. They've made the commitment. I want to hire Americans and give them a job, but when it comes to laying rock and doing brick and doing agricultural hard work, a lot of Americans either won't do it, or when you hire them, they won't stick with it, and they won't show up, and they're not dependable. Now, that is not an excuse to hire illegals, and it's not an excuse to not protect the border, but maybe a program like you're mentioning could be one of the solutions that we could continue to use.
Well, let's be clear, though. If you have an H-2A visa that allows you to come into the country for temporary or seasonal work, most of the time agriculture, as you pointed out, you're not illegal.
That's correct.
You have followed the law. No problem with that.
Right. Yeah, and there's no problem with that at all. And if you're using one of those programs and everybody's doing what we require, there's certainly nothing wrong with that. And you're right. We assume that every time we see a crew that they must be illegal, and sometimes they are, but not every time.
And, Rick, the last numbers that were available on the H-2A program, 2015, there were approximately 140,000 temporary agricultural workers under that program, and they could stay as long as 10 months in most cases without going back home.
We continue.
And you know it's a lot higher now.
Oh, yeah, sure. We continue. Kayla in Alabama. Kayla, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hi. I was just wanting to talk about the process that it is to take and become legal in America, in which with a lot of the research that I've done on these governmental websites, on these educational websites, I found that a lot of the illegals that come into America come by plane on a visa that lasts a couple of months to maybe a year. Those visas cost around like $200, and then they get here and they have to pay or get up the money to pay for a green card, which can cost anywhere from $900 to $1,200. So they get these low-paying jobs, and they have to save up little by little to get them, and then that doesn't guarantee them the acceptance of having a green card. Like, for personal reasons, my family has been affected by it. I have an uncle who was here for 13 years and went through that process just to become legal, and they almost denied him because he had a DUI. And that's something that a lot of Americans do get. A lot of Americans have DUIs on their records. And so for them to be like, we're going to deny you because of this, that's unfair to them, because if you're going to deny them from being entered when they're going through the legal process to become legal because of something a lot of Americans have.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but when you're trying to come from another country,
I agree.
It is a different standard.
You have to absolutely be on your best behavior. You got to.
Yeah, and I understand we all make mistakes, but mistakes do matter. And if you're trying to get into this country, you're making it more difficult on yourself if you have that on your record, and it is different as opposed to a citizen who is already an American. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour, and experience it is. Our 30th birthday, Lord willing, will be celebrated in January, and we'll roll into year 31. So we're here, Speedy, Greg, Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and allowing us to do what we do.
Announced yesterday, the Man Church Conference is coming up 2024. Granger Smith has now joined the lineup of speakers in the Starkville location at Mississippi State University. He will be there March 8th and 9th. We announced that yesterday, and a lot of you have responded to that. That is true. He will not be at both locations. Birmingham is a different lineup, but the Starkville lineup, you add to James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. You now add Granger Smith to that weekend.
Granger.
And he's excited about getting to Starkville and being with us. So if you have your tickets, that's a bonus for you. If you don't, go get them before they're gone. Find those at themanchurch.com. Just click on that logo there. Bubba, as we
now,
start...
that location is 90 miles from Santa Fe.
That is correct,
okay,
yes. Bubba, I don't know how, we like to be, we say Elite 8, we say, the Terrific 10. Can you come up with a phrase for 13?
13. Oh, it's Lucky 13. Isn't it?
Is that what you say? We welcome the Lucky 13. So we do have the golden ticket seats today. You talk about bringing a tear to a glass eye, a father-son combination, both wearing Rick and Bubba hoodies.
Oh, that is. That is good.
If I didn't make you smile and say everything's going to be okay, I don't know what will.
I know.
And
it's a good-looking hoodie.
It is a good-looking hoodie, and available at rickandbubba.com under the store. Shameless plug. All right, so we have 13 folks in the golden ticket seats, and we welcome all of you. How many of you have never been to any studio? This is the first time you've ever been in the studio audience. Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you have been to the other studio but first time at this studio? Okay. How many of you have been to all of our studios multiple times and you basically bought your way as part of the staff because you have great sausage balls? There's Penny Miller. Penny Miller, she's basically part of the show now. So if anybody wants to know where anything is, Penny will take you to the bathroom in the break.
Yes.
So welcome
How
back.
Penny has not hit the lottery now, I don't know.
I don't know, but anyway, so.
She's a master at getting through where she needs to go.
Absolutely. So a couple things,
What's
Bubba.
your favorite lucky numbers, Ben?
Right,
I'm going to start playing them.
Yeah. Bubba, you know how sometimes you wait and you think, will it ever happen? Something has happened that I brought to the table you totally agree with. I have been searching and I have been wondering and trying to answer when you think about why has this not happened? You begin to ponder. You'll go up on hills and you'll look around on days when you're quiet and you think, why isn't there a football team whose mascot is the Rhinos?
Right. We've asked that question for many years.
The search is over.
Really? We have a rhino?
Here's an email. Good morning, Rick. I overheard you on the air talk about how you wish a school would make a rhino a mascot in Lincoln, California. Ooh. My younger brother and younger sister go to 12 Bridges High School, and their mascot is a rhino.
Is it?
Look at the logo.
Rhino.
Look at the logo.
Granted, he's in a pair of shorts.
That's
right.
in California.
That's it. And here's a picture of the team. Actually, they run onto the field with a banner.
Oh, I was going to say with a rhino.
And it has a rhino on it. Rhino. So apparently, 12 Bridges High School, they are the 12 Bridges Rhinos.
I bet it's tough to get to school when it's icy out there.
Now, if
12 bridges to get over.
Bubba,
ain't that a fact?
Bubba, how about this? If you don't think it's a good idea to have a rhino as a mascot, in the playoffs last night, they won. The Rhinos won 67-25.
Wow.
They got a lot of offense, sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
What do they got on their helmet?
I bet you they got some big lines.
I hope it's a horn.
That's a big old rhino.
Or is it just a rhino
I don't
running?
know. It's I can't make out.
Yeah,
like him
let me look.
Yeah, well, they showed the logo before we went to this.
Yeah, but
it's a good, nice looking.
Yeah, but I'm
logo.
looking what's on their helmet.
It looks like it's just a
It's hard
head.
to tell.
Is that what it is?
Maybe it's the rhino's head.
No,
see, I would have a
what we got
horn.
here?
I would have a horn
Right
on
in
the
the front.
side. Yeah,
I put one right in the
It's
front.
the mess there.
yeah. So,
What's the city, Rick?
somewhere in Lincoln, California.
7 Bridges Road.
There are
12 bridges.
Yeah,
12 Bridges.
It's in Lincoln, California, wherever that is.
Yeah.
So how about that? We do have a rhino team. We
It's right
found
there
one.
on 77.
And I like that logo. I probably, I think I'd have done the helmet a little different, but overall, I like that very much. Boy, can you imagine on the big screen, big old rhino running at the screen?
And just like it breaks the screen as it comes
Oh,
through.
my
That would
God.
be huge.
Bubba, cause of death. Speaking of football, for the great Dick Butkus, they now determine that at 80 that he died for a stroke. They have a big long name for it, but the bottom line is he had a stroke, and that's what took the great Dick Butkus out. So what was he, 80 years old? But when you think about all the horrible things you hear about playing football, of course, none of the rules that were. It was a completely different sport then. I'll go as far as say sport. It's not even the same sport now. And for him to make it to 80, and he seemed to have his cognitive skills, he much more than Biden does. All the way.
Biden played for Delaware. Don't forget that. He loves to tell it.
Right. And and I don't think any of us would say that Dick Butkus was protecting his head.
No, he didn't protect anything. Really.
And them great helmets.
Yeah, he threw his body at people like it was a weapon, like he'd been picked up by a giant and thrown like an arrow. Which is the way we were taught to play. Yeah. Do you realize that this is now so much old men talking, but you realize that we were taught
back in the day.
This was the teaching. Hit them with your forehead. Use it as a weapon. Your helmet's not to protect you. It's actually a weapon. And you would hit people. They would actually encourage you to hit people with your head first.
Yeah.
To strike them. And it would break people's will to continue.
Yeah. A lot of times you didn't remember things for about a week.
No, you didn't. But by golly, you made the play.
You did.
Yeah, and like I said, we played for a team in high school that they did not chart tackles. They charted hits. So you could be three people could get on the chart in one play, because everybody got a hit on him before he went down. And our goal was if all 11 can hit him before he's down, do it. And so that was a different time. It's a different sport, I would say now, not even just a different game.
Look at the controversy over the Alabama quick tackling the quarterback. Oh my goodness!
All right,
we're sending films.
That would have been on the highlight reel.
I've looked at the.
Of course, it did change the game.
12 Bridges helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because
Have you examined them?
You know how you can get stickers if you do something good.
Yeah.
It looks like they gotta have little rhino stickers.
Oh, okay.
And
that's why all of them looks a little different.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And then it looks like they have TP on the other side. It looks.
Is that or TB?
TB. Excuse me. TB. Yeah. TB on the other side, and then they have stickers. Well, I guess if you do
because if it had TP, that'd be toilet paper. You wouldn't want that.
You wouldn't want that.
Right. Yeah.
That's not. People make fun of that mascot. They really would.
Now, people, next time Auburn wins, some of them may have hats with TP.
Oh, that's good.
Because they go throw it right on the trees. One of the most bizarre celebrations of win I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But
keeps the pine tree farmers
clean it up.
Yeah, it does. It does. But anyway, I'm glad to see that. What about you looking at your schedule and say who y'all got this week? Oh, we got 12 Bridges.
12 Bridges, here they come.
I can't believe we've talked about the
rhinos.
rhinos that long, and we're just now hearing about them.
Yeah, I guess the news of this show travels slow to Lincoln, California.
Yes,
but it eventually gets there. Speaking of cognitive skills, we've got highlights from the President of the United States of America.
Oh, boy. Here you go.
Got that today. We'll run those down for you. Those will make you sleep well tonight. Sleep tight, America. That coming up. And his poll numbers continue to dwindle.
But he doesn't seem too worried about it, Rick.
No, he's not. He's not. We'll talk about that when we come back. Also, where's Beth Mowins going to be this weekend? Still to come.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks.
Glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of this big party we call the Rick and Bubba Show.
We call the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, here is the headline. Monica Lewinsky produced season of American Crime Story. The topic, the Clinton scandal, and says that this is set to air before the 2020 election.
FYI, Mike's Greg's up.
Okay.
I just want you to know that.
What'd you just say?
Greg's mic is up.
Do you know what you said?
That's not what you said.
Wow, that was
what
I say.
Gosh, weird. That was weird.
You said Mike's Greg's up.
Yeah.
Oh no, I need to
you
go.
at FYI, Mike's Greg's up.
I need to lay on the couch.
Yeah, I am. Mike's Greg's up.
Speedy, look. I think we might need to implement this. Sometimes you just need to take a segment off.
All right, let me ask
you.
But
I didn't know I was doing anything wrong.
Look, you gave a ton on the NF story. You did.
I'm done.
You carried it. You carried it.
Cut me off.
Now, who's MF?
I'm leaving.
No, Greg. It's NF.
That's
Nathan.
That's Massey
NF,
Ferguson.
Greg.
Nathan Furstein.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, Speedy.
I'm done. Don't talk to
Speedy,
me.
look at me.
No.
Take a break.
Look, at one point,
come back at 9:30.
At one point, your house will be sold, and this will be behind you.
Need to buy.
Rick was passionate about it.
By the way, instead of selling my house,
Greg, FYI, Mike's Greg's up.
instead of selling my house, I'm actually going to go on air and try to help sell the people's house that has a contract on mine.
That's who's holding you up.
Yeah. So if anybody's looking for a nice home in Helena, a very reasonable price, it's close to the high school.
Yeah.
It's just got a wonderful family in it right now. Email me. I'm going to help sell their house.
Yeah, that's because
they are wonderful people, and they are ready to move.
When you're trying to sell your house and you get a good offer on it, you'll learn the word contingency is a cuss word.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
contingency.
So what I think you need to do, you got to sell it because aren't we cruising towards Speedy having to move twice?
Yeah, Rick, that's where it's looking.
Sometimes you have to do that, but
every time.
Hey, by the way,
every time.
I have tried to avoid that every time.
Every time.
I can't do that.
I'm 100%.
I can't do that.
And rental property. My gracious!
Oh, a little stipulation.
I've called about that a little bit.
Are you going to have to move twice?
Well, it's looking that way, but it's weird. No. It's like anybody over the age of 18 has to be pre-approved. It's $50 there, $50 there. You got this, $200. You mean it's like
$50 a dog?
Good, and I understand.
Mike's Greg's up.
I understand.
Yeah, Mike's Greg's up.
I understand.
That could be a new song, by the way.
Yeah,
Mike's Greg up.
Did you see Rick's face? He goes, "What did you just say?"
I thought I wasn't talking. I'm good.
No,
I'm done. But
I want to know about this house thing because I want it to be over because it's killing you.
I thought we were going to a story.
No,
I thought we were going to Lewinsky Monica.
Look, you've already warned me. Mike's Greg's up. I can't do that story.
I can't do that now. You're
right.
right.
Rub my goatee. I got blood in the water.
Hey,
I'm singing him out.
hey, you talk about on that Monica Lewinsky. Here she comes again. They're going to do the special again. The Clintons cannot get away from that story.
I know it.
No.
How many times are we going to tell that story? We got it.
That's right. We know what happened. We got it. All of us are terribly uncomfortable with it.
Yes.
And why he's
so it's going to be the whole season, right? FX announced Tuesday that the third season of the Emmy-nominated series will focus on Bill Clinton's impeachment, and it is being produced by Monica Lewinsky, who ought to know a little bit about the story.
Well, I go back to this again.
Yeah.
I watched. I can't even remember what it was. Maybe it was CNN of all places. Couldn't have been, but it was something where they went to one of these channels on cable, where they went back and they would do different eras, different presidencies.
Right.
And they did his, and they unpacked this in every single detail, the whole impeachment, the whole deal, why and so is there anything left on this
That's
story?
what I'm saying, yeah, because we've already had a special on it.
And look,
there's a lot of people not familiar with it.
I guess so, especially from her side.
And Hillary Clinton is not running this time. There's no need to destroy her chances again.
Right.
We've done the same thing with OJ.
Well, as a matter of fact, OJ was the season before, so this is being stacked in with the OJ crimes.
Oh, wow.
Right. Will the Democrats ever say, based on the way we feel about the treatment of women, we must declare officially as a political party that we find Bill Clinton to be grotesque?
Well, I mean,
well, you can't, Rick. It doesn't count when you get to go back. See, if they'd have done it then, they might have solved some of their problems now. But didn't do it.
Well, what I thought now though we go through history. If we find anything,
yeah. we're pulling monuments down. We're doing anything.
That's who you are forever.
Well, it's different with Bill.
Hey, I was going down there, But so it looks like it's coming back again.
Yep.
I don't know why we want to hear this story again, but
I know it's really uncomfortable.
But now I understand Monica Lewinsky. She's got.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back. 20 minutes. 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Don't forget, any part of the show you miss, you can always catch it on the archives today. Just talk to one of our golden ticket seat guys. He's from New Mexico, and he's podcast archives every day. He's here for a wedding. Brought the Celsius drinks to us and brought some Reese cups and some candy.
What? Oh, wow. Thank you.
Now, those of you that didn't bring us anything today, y'all don't feel bad. I mean, that's nothing to be concerned about.
Somewhat helpful.
Others brought enough to cover.
Sure. That's fine. That's not part of it. This is an experience. This is our gift to you. There's no obligation to bring us gifts.
That's right.
As I eat chocolate-covered pecans.
Right. Does it encourage us when people do? Sure. I mean, but it's not a requirement.
Is the last hour of the show better if we're sugared up?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
So,
Sure.
absolutely. All right, so
better.
let's jump into the Biden stuff here today.
Oh, wow.
My goodness!
Here we go.
Right.
So here's the leader of the free world.
Representing.
I don't know if y'all have noticed this. We're a little chaotic right now.
He's asking. He's been asking about the poll numbers, right?
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Everybody, anybody know
Baseman Joe.
Bubba set it up for you. Here's the deuce asking him about the low poll numbers. No surprise here. I do not think the president's lying when he thinks that his polls are good. I don't think he's lying. I think he really
I've got an
believes
idea why he may feel this way.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Why do you think it is that you're trailing Trump in all these swing state polls?
Because you don't read the polls out. There are 10 polls. What? 8 of them I'm beating him in those states. 8 of them. You guys only do 2. CNN and New York Times. Check it out. Check it out. We'll get you a copy of all those polls.
You don't believe you're trailing in battleground states?
No, I don't.
I believe that. I believe he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, that's true.
And he doesn't think
in his
it.
mind
Well,
it's real.
he doesn't seem concerned about it. It's almost like he knows what the outcome of the election's going to be.
Bubba, you can leave if you want. Get peace of mind.
I had. And he said, look, since I took over for Truman, my numbers have been great.
They've been outstanding. I'll beat Reagan.
I will beat Reagan.
Hands down.
So now we have a huge caravan. And I love that, our alt-right Adler, it's the new Adler. It's alt-Adler.
Yeah. Alt-right Adler, okay.
He always includes in the description of it military-age males coming in to our open border. And their chant is for Biden. Here we go.
Oh, I bet.
So he's struggling in the swing state, but south of the border, they love him.
He's doing great.
Even the pink-haired guy.
Yeah.
In all fairness, though, they think that's the Spanish word for chump.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
It's
chump. We're walking right in.
Yeah. Well, that's how you chant for dictators in their country.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
To honor them.
Oh, that's so good. All right, now Biden is going to just randomly start screaming as he does. When he gets angry and he gets fired up and he thinks he's got a point.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you the truth now. I'm not lying. And then he'll seriously now. And then he'll just
Got a hairy leg.
he kind of gets into the semi rant here. So here we go.
Well, I watched it before. I watched it as a kid. I watched it as a senator. I watched what happened.
Good.
My community. Changed everything.
It's like somebody turned his volume up.
I thought Mr. Rogers was mad at somebody there.
Finally happened. We went to a commercial.
Who upset Pawpaw?
Yeah.
Get
out of my yard.
Who changed the channel?
Get away from that crab apple tree.
He also did Greg's favorite thing. He told everybody to guess what.
Yeah, guess what? I hate that when people tell me that.
Here we go.
Guess what? They employ thousands of people. And you know what the average wage in there is? $112,000. You don't need a college degree.
Where's that at?
Guess what?
Sweetie, can we please have that guess what?
Guess
cut?
what?
I don't want to guess. Just tell me.
Guess how much I paid for this.
Guess what?
I don't want to guess.
Just tell me.
Now here's a montage, and we don't want to make fun because that's not our nature.
No.
Right.
A montage, but you don't want to see the leader of the free world slipping and falling this much. But who's he think he is? Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go.
I forgot about some of these. Oh, twice on the stairs. Once coming down the stairs, and then there was the bicycle, and then up the stairs to Air Force One.
Bubba's personal favorite.
Up the stairs again,
right.
and then down the stairs.
Hey.
And then up the stairs again, and then the sandbag.
Oh, that's the best one.
Yeah, that's
Somebody help
Right
Daddy.
in front of the military. That was a good one.
Guess what?
That's for the veterans.
That's a guess what?
Did you see? Did you see they're using that other staircase?
Yeah,
on
the
Air
short
Force
one.
And Trump calls it the kitty staircase.
Of course he does. And
He's on the short stairs. Should be on the short bus.
Hey,
Oh,
right now. Now you've
Rick
gone
and
too
Bubba.
far.
Greg mouthed that to me. I just said it.
Adler at Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Alt Adler.
I'm sorry.
Hey, how about this?
All right, turning my mic off. Nah.
I'm repeating this though. Your time with Greg, and I'm going to say this for honestly the last time. Cut it in half.
All right.
Just half.
I'm sorry.
No more
All right,
hanging
so
out.
we
Half
do,
is more.
Yeah, that's right. So, but we do need to go to cut 3. Bubba, once again, we find out that our youngsters out there are not they're not really educated on Hamas, the terrorist group, or ISIS, or the Taliban. They go out and they seem to be sympathetic to these organizations and these governments, having no idea what would be the foundation and the platforms in which they stand and the way that they see the world. So we'll try it again. We have another opportunity for American students to find out the shocking news that Hamas, they aren't good people. Here we go.
We're going to play a game called Hamas or. There is no law against raping your wife. Is this Hamas or the Taliban?
The Taliban?
The answer was Hamas.
Oh, wonderful.
This law makes it nearly impossible for women and kids to submit claims of incest. Is that Hamas or North Korea?
North Korea?
The answer was Hamas.
Wow.
Women of all ages legally need a male guardian to travel. Is that Hamas or ISIS?
ISIS.
The answer was Hamas.
Oh, yeah, that's...
In an honor killing, it is basically legal for men to murder women and girls if they are promiscuous. Is that Hamas or the Taliban?
Taliban?
The answer was Hamas.
This is a real terrorist organization. They're not freedom fighters.
Hamas was just every one of them.
This seems so unfair for women.
Thanks for educating me.
I think women of color, women generally, LGBTQ individuals, everyone needs to know like who they're supporting.
You should already know that.
Yeah.
It's readily available.
Yeah.
How do you not know that?
They haven't hid it. It's
TikTok
like somebody
doesn't
discovered
focus on
it.
Yeah, if you're raising money for Hamas, I wouldn't deliver the check in person.
It was
especially if your group got together to do that, and they're not a favored group there.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that all of you out there that maybe you haven't established your worldview yet. You're kind of still in flux. Just don't walk up to any group and grab a sign and start chanting.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to
Do a
kind of
little vetting.
do a little vetting, kind of find out what's going on, and probably just don't get caught up in the emotion of it because, as we've said 1,000 times, it's a tenet of this show, is that you can be passionately and emotionally wrong.
Yeah.
So at least have an idea of what is really going on, and to not understand Hamas is really pretty bizarre. It'd be one thing if it was some unknown group that somebody that just came on the scene that you never heard of.
They were selling itself as something wonderful.
And
they've never hid it.
And they won't hide it because they think the way they see the world is the way we all should.
Right.
Or die. But
all of those things were definitely Hamas, and I think, Bubba, you even said that's both, and I think several of those would count to both, but
absolutely.
all of those definitely count towards Hamas. And for those of you that are saying from the river to the sea, that is a Hamas war cry, and that is calling for the genocide of all Jewish people in Israel. Just so you know, when you say from the river to the sea.
Shouldn't do that.
Like Rashida Tlaib.
Didn't she claim
Tlaib, Kareem Skyhook said.
Didn't Tlaib? Didn't she get called on that the other day? And she goes, "No, that means we want to coexist."
It depends.
No,
it depends.
No.
It depends. It really doesn't. That's
On
what.
record.
And you know that's what it means, and you know she knows.
You would be singing our side of the river,
right?
Let them say that.
And we need to take these people getting power real serious.
Elections have consequences.
kind of
Right,
plan.
it's so serious.
What
But
an
anyway,
understatement.
we'll come back. Phone calls are next. We put Mr. Overgreeter himself on the phones. Calvin Speedy Wilburn. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Still to come on the program today. Where will Beth Mowins be this weekend?
Oh, no.
It's it's scary, isn't it? Thinking it could be you. We'll look at some of the matchups coming up before the hour's over, too. But next, we chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is just a gig. Yeah, this is who she is, what she does for a living. Talk about this. Puts the dress on display.
You would
Talk
think she might want to move on.
You would. I think I would change my name and get as far away from it as I could.
I would, too. But, Greg, that would require there to be some sort of shame in it somewhere.
Me.
Well, and also, I think this is one of those deals. And
not to mention how dangerous she's making herself with this,
We'll go back.
Let's face it. That's,
Let's
you're
go,
living on the edge.
I know. You start messing with the Clintons. It is amazing she's still alive.
I know.
But you go back to all this.
He must have really liked her.
Right. When someone says, hey, both of us.
Don't kill her.
Listen, both of us were involved in this, okay, talking about any story that involves two people. And one person's life just moves on unscathed, and the other person is now considered to be the worst person on the planet. And
Are you talking about Billy Bush?
Well, that's what I was about to say. Do we have at some point Billy Bush comes out of the smoke and walks out and says, "By golly, anybody want me to do a special about my time with Donald Trump because he became the leader of the free world and I got kicked off NBC, and I don't even have a gig, man. And we were both on the same videotape."
under the category of, hey, you can't make them happy. You know, we had the story about Burger King's new Impossible Whopper.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to come out, and it's the vegan version of the thing.
Yeah.
Well, vegetarians and vegans alike may have a slight problem now, Rick, ordering Burger King's new Impossible Whopper.
Here we go.
Despite being made with a plant-based Impossible food patty, Burger King's Impossible Whoppers, which hits nationwide menus on Thursday, will be cooked in the same broiler as the chain's beef and chicken unless a customer requests otherwise. Representatives for Burger King have confirmed the methods that will be used to prepare the patties. They pointed out that this information is already stated on the Burger King website in a footnote referenced by an asterisk on the product's official page. So now Burger King has come out with a vegan hamburger, which you think would make all of these militant vegetarians happy.
You would think so.
But now how we're cooking it is not going to be appropriate. Well, it just kind of goes into that category. No way to please them.
No way to, and you know,
So they want their own broiler.
How about this? No cow farts necessary.
There you go.
You know, we
had
a story too. We didn't get to the other day where there was a study. I think it was a UN study that said the only way we're going to save the planet is to move to a vegan style of eating because of the farming was killing the planet, you know, in their various ways, not only from cow farts, but, you know, all the equipment.
Tractors.
But I don't know, do they think that plants just grow on their own? I mean, I would
Kinda gotta
think,
cultivate them,
and
too.
I don't know, I haven't studied it, but you have to plow those things over and over and then harvest. You have to prepare the ground ahead
That's
of time.
a lot involved.
That's a lot of tractor hours going back and forth. I just really, if I just had to guess, I would think that growing crops would use more fuel, more fossil fuel that we're going to outlaw under Joe Biden, and release more greenhouse gases than even just putting cows in a pasture and letting them eat.
Yeah,
Would it? I mean,
big equipment out there picking corn,
big
and beans,
equipment.
and all that.
Greg, you mean big equipment?
Expensive equipment.
If all we're going to do is eat vegetables, there's going to have to be more vegetables, which means there'll have to be more plowing, there'll have to be more harvesting.
It's just ridiculous.
There'll have to be more everything. It's lunacy is what it is. Look, can we just say, look, you're a bunch of loons. It's just not, we're not doing this. We're not going to do. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine if all of a sudden the founding fathers, or even your great-grandfather, were to kind of mosey on back through town and say, well, tell me about what's going on now. Say, well, we're trying to cut down on cow farts. Say that again. What did you just say? Yeah, we think we're destroying the earth with having too many cows that break wind. So, man, things must be going great.
Man, y'all got everything covered.
It's just bizarre. And then it goes back to the original point Bubba was making. You can never make them happy.
No.
Be Burger King. Tell the vegetarians to weep and wail and cry, and let your customers come and enjoy what you do. And if they don't like what you do, they don't have to come there.
Yeah.
What you're trying to do now is be a burger place and cater to a bunch of vegans, and you're never going to make them happy. Now they're telling you, well, is there a remnant? Is there a remnant of the chickens and the cows? Where were you cooking in the same place?
Look, truth be known, that's probably the only thing that makes that thing edible.
That's true. That's where it gets its flavor.
The only flavor.
I want us to bring one in here and all of us have to take a bite of it.
No,
I'm just curious.
I think it's bad for you.
I'm going to go back to
them things we ate in high school that they called hamburgers, they weren't hamburgers, were they?
Well, let's go back to this again.
They didn't look like meat to me.
Why do the vegans ignore the screams of plants?
Well, they just look right over them, Rick.
They sure
just
do.
look right
The
over
screeching screams
of a cucumber.
The screech as you're cutting it.
Where's Beth going to be this weekend? We'll let you know shortly. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Join us now. Speedy's got the phones. We'll chat with you, America. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Right now, buddy, Black Friday sale is going on. Everything across the site, 20% off, and selected items up to 50% off. This is the time to make it happen. At BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, the premium tech brands out there, these earbuds, a rock. If you get a BuyRaycon.com/Bubba pair of earbuds, about half the price of the others, and it's a better product. then we get you an additional 20% off. And then, there's other items there because, they've kind of expanded their brand a little bit. So you can go there and find other items as well, up to 50% off. So buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go ahead and stock up. These are great ideas for gifts for maybe your employees or family members. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. And you can enjoy these at about half price of the others. And then we get you another 20% off. So take advantage of that right now. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with LaCroix out of Jackson, Alabama. LaCroix, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, it's Leroy.
Okay.
Speedy can mess up a one-car parade
sometimes. It says Leroy. This is that thing where my bifocals, this distance makes your name blurry.
You need trifocals.
I blame and I thought that was a C. Leroy, go ahead.
Hey, no problem. Hey, on those Johnny cakes, did you take any home with you, Rick, or did you just eat what you had there?
Just eat what I had there.
Well, maybe it's not an angel. Maybe it's just manna, like Moses. You couldn't hold it. You ate what you had. Next morning, it'd be bad. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's just manna.
I wonder if somebody's walking out in that parking lot today, and there it is, supernaturally. There's Johnny Cakes laying out there again. I never thought about that. Don't take it home, though, to spoil.
Is there chili to dip it in?
Oh. Carl out of Arkansas. Carl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
It says Carl Childers.
Hey, buddy.
Didn't know if y'all know Auburn plays over here in Arkansas this weekend.
I did not know that. No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
I like that college football.
Do you, Carl? Do you enjoy it?
Hey. Yes, sir. They said I can go to the game. It turned me loose from the nervous hospital. Said I was well.
Mm-hmm. Nervous hospital. Oh, my gosh.
Y'all want to come over, and we get some extra cots in the back of Bill Cox's outfit.
The details. Oh, the details. Well, Carl, I won't be able to make it to Fayetteville. Bubba may, probably, maybe there's a chance.
Can't get there, Rick.
Okay. Well, Carl, thank you, though. What a great offer.
Yeah, thank you.
Incredible
His
offer.
detail.
Shannon out of Georgia. Shannon, go ahead.
Yeah, love your show. Hard to follow that, but
right.
I had a question, and I don't get to talk to political type people very often. And next time y'all have Senator Tuberville on, if you could just ask possibly if could there ever be one issue ballots, like one issue voting? It seems like it would end a lot of gridlock. I mean, rather than just have one issue rather than have like 50 different things connected with it.
Well, you talking about a clean bill?
Yeah,
I mean, they've asked for those.
Those are hard to come by.
Yep.
You're right, Shannon. They're hard to come by.
They all got those poison pills in them.
Oh, buddy. Let's go to Isaac out of Alabama. Lines are available, by the way. They're clearing, so if you want to get in, if you're getting a busy signal, you can get in now. Isaac, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. So I heard a interview with Nick Saban a while back where they asked him if he had a hype-up song that he'd listen to before going into a game. I was a little surprised he said he didn't have anything. It got me thinking, what would the official hype-up song be for the Rick and Bubba show going into a game?
I thought you were going to ask me what I would suggest for Coach Saban, and since he says "I" a lot, I would say "All Right Now" by Free. All right now, all right now. So
how about all I do is win, win, win?
That's definitely good. Hype songs for me, I tend, I like a little more rock edge to it. To me, Thunder, AC/DC is really hard to beat.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
and for those about to rock.
Those about to rock, any of those are good. I think AC/DC may have just, if you want to just go to a band that says, we'll give you a few hype songs.
We'll give you some anthems here.
You pull a few of those out, you kind of get away from the ones that seem to worship Satan. And just use those.
Stay clear of those.
Yeah. Even though I do know there are stadiums that use Hell's Bells for their defense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do. Probably shouldn't.
Higher by
cool,
Creed. Though. Creed Higher.
Are you back to that again?
That's because the Texas Rangers.
Hey, it went. What works.
Texas Rangers.
Toby Mac's got a few good ones.
Yeah, he really does. Ignition's a good one.
Ignition's excellent.
Massachusetts, John standing by. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I got 3 quick things. First, I got behind the truck a couple of weeks ago, BurgessPest.com. So I apparently got some long-lost cousins up there.
I do. You got to watch your Burgess. I mean, you let a Burgess land somewhere, we'll make something happen.
Oh, yeah. And Megan Kelly's going to be doing the debate in Tuscaloosa. You should get her on to do a segment with him.
So is Megan Kelly going
to She's going to host the presidential debate in Tuscaloosa.
There was a professional sports team. There was a professional sports team, Rochester Raging Rhinos, but Ricky, you're not going to like this. They were a soccer team.
Oh, wow. John,
that doesn't count.
John, can I tell you had a great call going?
And then fell off the table right at the end.
I hate to be a downer. But.
I know. Hey, how do you get the show there? Are you a tuber? Are you a streamer? How do you?
I saw you do the interview with Jonathan Rooney on the Rick and Bubba University.
Okay, and that's what pulled you into the show.
And yeah,
that's what.
No, I talk about you. If you start hearing people up here calling you, it's because of me.
Well, got a way to go, John. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we could be quite the novelty there. A lot of common sense. You don't find a lot of that in Massachusetts. Let's go to Brad, Andalusia 1077. Brad, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're great.
We're great.
Awesome. A little insight on In-N-Out hamburgers. On the bottom of their cup, you're talking about the Bible verse. It's actually John 3:16 printed on the bottom of the cup. I grew up in Southern California and did in law enforcement. They're real good about taking care of law enforcement when they come in to eat. And then the final thing is they actually help their employees if they want to go get their 4-year business degree. They will give them their own store once they graduate and pay them $100K a year.
How about that? It sounds like we've heard a lot that's a great organization.
In-N-Out.
We continue. Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Your hype song, the official hype song. There's no way it couldn't be the final countdown after your Tebow bit. Yes, exactly. Raising the phoenix from the ashes.
Yeah. I don't know why that song. I don't love it like I should.
I don't either.
I don't love it like I should.
That whole group, I don't like.
It's a final countdown. But I don't know something about that. I don't like it like I
never
should.
really bought into it.
I think it's because it's keyboards.
That's it.
Yeah. It's great, though. It's good.
No, it is good. I got
Calm down.
I'm the problem. The song's not the problem.
Rick, you should sing that at church.
Yes.
You did it good just then.
Oh, out of the book of Revelation?
Yes.
We just finished the Revelation. I go, guys, you know what it is, don't you? It's a final countdown. Yeah, that would be great. You like as loud as possible, don't you?
I need it at least 2 more times.
I don't know.
Just wait later. But
okay, it may come up at any point.
At least 2.
Kind of like Ozempic kind of took legs the other day.
It did.
Let's go to Scott in Millbrook. Scott, go ahead. Scott.
All right, guys. Who has the best college football entrance song?
Well, I haven't seen them all. Yeah.
What are our choices
can't think of
here?
any, really.
I will tell you, anytime
Champions, Oxford High School.
Yeah, you're talking about a fight song. That's the best fight song ever done. But if you think about,
Southside rip us off.
I still say, did they really?
No, I'm talking about that rip us off.
When they ripped us off on that game.
Yeah.
I don't know how they live with themselves. I would have canceled the program after that one. But I really, without fail, if I'm in a stadium and there's some tie to and you can really do it no matter what because of the theme of the song, even though it's about coming into Los Angeles and how decadent it is. But Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah,
I mean, when it cranks out of a stadium, and everybody's starting to get fired, everybody get worked into a frenzy.
That's hard to beat.
Yeah, but I haven't heard them all. There may be some great ones out there I'm just not aware of. But you know,
James Canup comes to mind.
I will tell you this.
I would love a hype video at a major college football game that guy says, "Well, just the way
he give a speech, bragging or nothing."
What if all of a sudden you see the team and they're back there, they show them on the screen,
they're
jumping
hopping,
around,
jumping.
They're all jumping. He goes, I'm not trying to bring attention myself. I mean, just pretty much wore him out. That's just what happened.
That's what happened.
Yeah, but any of that, I mean, one that I just always thought as far as a hype video to get the team on the field, that the Tennessee Titans, back when the sponsor was Adelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we happened to be there in that era, right. So it was either. I just thought that was always such a cool hype video to get the team on the field.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
It was.
The strength of the Titans and the power of Adelphia. Boom.
Oh, man. Here comes Eddie George.
And all those bones would get up out of that field and start fighting. You remember that video?
Yeah. And that guy screaming, "Don't let them gain 1 yard." Yeah. I'll pull every one of you off the field. They better not gain a yard. I love that commitment. Not 1 yard.
Not 1 yard.
Not a yard. We'll break down the college matchups for the weekend, and we will send out the warning. Where is Mowens going to be this weekend? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I peeled a cucumber alive yesterday.
Yeah,
if you deliberate.
If you listen, because don't plants have a life too?
I guess.
Some of you believe we came from some one cell thing.
Yeah.
Scream about the trees. They'll scream about them trees.
And Rick, you're gonna have to cut down more wooded area to build more area to cultivate for all the plants you're gonna need.
I want to mourn
What about that?
of all the old growth trees I've seen, and tell them that we love them and that we don't want them to die.
That's real, guys.
Yeah.
That
Speedy
really
loves
happened.
some old growth.
Well, I do. I love old growth. And speaking of this movement,
Greg, we want them to know.
Yeah.
I got bad news. They're never going to know.
That
you know why they're wood.
That we love them.
Personal, Rick.
and we care for them.
And we care for them.
Did
I
y'all
wanna mourn
see
for 'em, Rick.
What McDonald's?
That lady needs a pet real bad.
You know, like a big bonfire. Go ahead.
McDonald's announced Monday that the paper straws that they released a year ago in the UK at over 1,300 McDonald's in the UK and Ireland are not recyclable, but the ones they replaced, the plastic ones, were recyclable. They recycled them with paper straws, and they replaced them with plastic straws. But the plastic straws that they were using were recyclable. These are too thick, and they can't recycle them.
Dang it.
And so they had to admit Monday that, hey, we can't recycle these straws.
Had to walk it back.
And so don't throw them in the recycle bin. Throw them in regular trash.
It's that turtle that had that straw in his nose, ruined it for everybody.
So
one turtle.
We got one turtle with a straw.
So we had a
probably find out that was fake.
Yep.
So you can go to a restaurant and see a kid with a straw off his nose.
Every time. My kids were bad about it.
Or a French fry.
We had a straw that we could recycle, and we replaced it with one that we can't.
Yeah, because we got to get rid of plastic. Right?
To try to
farting
improve.
cows and plastic are the root of all evil.
The British government has moved to ban plastic straws by 2020 and encouraged chains to ditch the products if they used them. Well, McDonald's said those were recyclable, so they went. Did I say something wrong?
You're leaving a syllable out of
recyclable.
recyclable.
It's all right.
We know what you meant. That's fine. Well, but you've said it 6 times.
Am I saying it
You're
wrong?
consistent.
You are, but
Recycle.
it's fine.
What am I saying?
It's fine. You're entertaining all
What
of
am I
us.
saying?
You're saying recyclable.
Yeah, psychable, like psych.
Like psych.
You're leaving out part
There's
of
a
it, which is
syllable
difficult to
missing.
say.
Recyclable.
It's difficult
It's a hard
to say.
word.
Recyclable.
Very hard word.
Yeah, I give you that.
Recyclable.
Yeah. Well, y'all know
Well, we didn't say that until you said it 6 times.
Well, it's tough when y'all are giggling. I don't know what you're giggling
almost
around,
like
but now
you-
I know.
It's almost like you
But
got
I didn't know.
It's
Every time
almost.
I'd say
I know. It's almost the golden ticket seats were enjoying.
Speedy, I know exactly what you mean.
Rick, and he was so mad about it. I tell you what, it's not recyclable.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, also. We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Look for that wherever you get podcasts. Mitch Albom will be our guest. Mitch, of course, world-renowned author, sports journalist, and has an illustrious career, but also still very active doing a lot of stuff. So catch that coming up this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also, a reminder, a couple of things coming up 1st of December from themanchurch.com. We did mention yesterday that Granger Smith has been added to the lineup for the Starkville March 8th, March 9th. But also there's Man Church gatherings that will be happening in December. December 2nd, Government Street Baptist Church there in Mobile, Alabama. Brian Dawson will be there speaking, and they'll be plugging into one of our 40-week curriculum. And also on December the 1st, we're partnering with Promise Keepers, and they've asked me to come and be part of one of the panels at the Daring Faith Conference in New York City on December the 1st. Now, you can certainly join us there in New York City, but if that's not possible for you, they are offering simulcast streaming options to individual churches and groups. So if you'd like to find out about that and get that for yourself, so that whole conference is streamed to your location, just go to themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com, look under upcoming events and look at that December 1st option and click on that link, and the Promise Keepers will help you with that. All right, so Bubba, we got some big college football action coming up this weekend.
Big weekend.
All eyes are on the game day location. If you this has impact on you whether you're SEC fan or not, but it is the biggest SEC game this weekend. Number 9 Ole Miss at number 2 Georgia. So that will be coming up. It should be a dilly. We'll find out. Now, talk to me about Brock Bowers. Is he in the game? Not in the game? Is he playing?
I don't think
still out.
He's back yet.
He's out.
Still out. Oh boy! See that's a big factor. I mean, that even though Georgia's been winning and still winning pretty easily without him, now Ole Miss has got problems because they still struggle to play defense. And boy, Georgia's got a lot of offense, whether they have Brock Bowers or not. It's a lot of offense.
They're deep.
Yeah. So anybody in here think Ole Miss has a chance to shock the world?
Ole Miss has a chance. They have a chance. But Georgia's awful good.
Do you believe?
I don't know.
Lane Kiffin said, "Get your popcorn ready."
I wouldn't bet against the Dogs at home, Rick.
No, I don't think. I don't. You know, it could happen, of course, on any given day. But
But Ole Miss does have a good team. I mean, they're a top 10 team, and Lane Kiffin has them playing well, and he's really built the program up the last few years.
There's no doubt, and I could be way off on this. And like I said, I don't follow it like I once did, but just from what I can gather, and I have seen both teams play, I agree that Ole Miss, it's almost like, have you ever been in a league before? And I remember, Greg, we had this one time in youth baseball where everybody in the league was playing for second place.
Yeah.
The chasm between number 2 and number 1 was a big one. And the rest of us were all pretty similar, but they were just a whole nother team. They beat all of us handily. It feels that way with Georgia. Even though I'm number 9, that gap from number 9 to number 2, and of course the number 2 is just because of the college football.
Georgia's
rating.
going for their 3rd national championship in a row. They've had a good run and still are very good.
I think Georgia is substantially better than Ole Miss.
Yeah. They're favored by 11.
Yeah, but we'll see.
At least Ole Miss fans, you get good and saucy. It's a dinner time game.
Yeah,
you can drink all day.
There he goes. There he goes. We also have a huge matchup in college football: Penn State, Michigan. Yeah. Michigan's got to go to Penn State, 11 a.m. on Fox. That we'll find out about both those teams a little bit there. Greg doesn't believe in Penn State. You think?
No, Penn State's usually one of the best teams in the country till week 6.
No, I agree.
And Michigan's got their signals.
Yeah, they already know what they're going to run.
Very, very.
Have y'all given Fox's version of their game day anything?
No.
Okay.
They got
who's on?
I don't even see game day.
I watched the SEC one. And I flip between the
SEC
those
Nation.
two. Yeah.
Okay.
Who does Fox? I don't even.
We've talked about this before. Quinn? What's his name? Quinn. A bunch of USC guys. I think Mark Ingram's now joined them. Urban Meyer. that crew. But they do a pretty good job.
Liner.
They're going to be at that game, Rick, is the reason I said that.
Understood. So then another interesting matchup, Washington, who's playing well. Utah, always a problem. Utah at Washington, that should be a good matchup. And then everybody else, Alabama, Kentucky, a little bit intriguing, but I think Alabama's a lot better than Kentucky now at this point in the season. Tennessee, Missouri, that's a good matchup. 13 takes on 14. So there's some pretty good ones out there. USC, Oregon, we thought we were going to be fired up about that one.
That one, when's that start, at midnight?
At 9:30 p.m. Central.
Good.
But the problem is now USC has kind of faded away, and I don't think any of us believe they can play with Oregon right now. But who knows? I mean, but
it'll be a high scoring if they do.
It will. Yeah, it will be. So there's kind of some matchup.
Oh no,
Bubba, just for you.
Here we go.
Mama's going to Cali.
Okay.
It's like a screwdriver in the temple.
Looks like Washington State, California.
Oh, no.
Beth Mowens, Kurt Morrison, and Stormy Vunyaya headed to Cali. I'm Cali. I'm sipping on gin and juice. I wonder, I might stop by Birmingham, pay a visit to one Calvin Speedy Wilbur.
Why? It's so far
Get a little
away.
luck off that bald head.
Always goes to the head.
Rabbit, come in here and hug Mama. That'll be the Washington State Cougars.
The who?
Washington State Cougars taking on California Golden Bears.
Elevation.
Here they come.
Yeah, right.
California, Washington State Cougars, dangerous team. Cali, you never know who's going to show up. Interesting game.
Yeah.
Kurt Morrison will be there. Wish they'd assigned me to Birmingham.
Uh-huh.
Come on by and see Speedy.
That's what
Mama like.
UAB's at Navy, Beth.
Navy.
Yeah, they're not in Birmingham, so I wouldn't be there. If
Wishing everyone a happy Veterans Day. Thank our veterans.
That's right.
Mama, let's give a shout out to the veterans.
Mama just gave a shout out to the
Mama
veterans.
giving a shout out. They provide our freedom. It's the least never paid for. I want to thank them.
Okay, Beth.
Right, Bill Bubba Bourgeois?
That's not Rick.
Tell us about our veterans, Bubba.
Love the veterans, Rick.
So does Mama.
Wouldn't be here without them.
Wouldn't be here without them. Calling the game. Called basketball last night.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Little kickoff. Basketball kickoff. String music. They call it down here in the South. Zing. Headed out to Cali. We'll see Golden Bears fans and Cougars looking live tacklers and yards and timeouts. All coming up. ESPN 2, 3 p.m. Central Time kick with Mama.
Well, that ought to cover it.
Yeah.
Trying to get a gear to go to New Mexico and see this young fella. We got a guy from New Mexico now. Top of the hour.
Wow, Beth.
Coming up.
Came in hot.
Wow.
I'm going to give a shout out right out of the gate to Speedy in Birmingham. The voice and the hype of the Blazers. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the only way. The only way that I can make it through. There it is, Kevin Derryberry. Every day. He just out there. I mean, you know.
He doesn't love Jesus.
He just
and he
lo-
loves Rick and Bubba, but he loves Jesus more.
He loves it more. We're gonna have a lot of the same today in certain topic areas. It really, the watching what's going on politically is, I know it can be entertaining, it can be frustrating, it can be even at times demoralizing, but it's probably, and I may be exaggerating because, I've only been alive for 54 years, but as long as I have been coherent enough to know kind of what was going on, it's the most bizarre I've ever been around. I mean, it's just because
it looks very 60s like in a lot of ways.
It is.
And you got a lot of the same groups now, kind of popping up. But it's something. Hey, democracy at work.
Yep,
It's something.
Yep. So we had the president's visits yesterday to the two places of the latest shooting massacres, and of course, not one person said this is not the time or place to discuss. And so we went after this, and then of course,
God love big-hearted Joe. He just keeps stepping into the traps that have been set by his own party, as he, of all people, had the audacity to talk about that he believes that Trump's a racist. And, of course, now everybody's bringing up all his past friends that launched his political career, and even his eulogy for the very, very, of course, minority-loving Strom Thurmond. And so anyway, so he's walked into a bit of a trap here again. The line I told Bubba as we were starting that I laughed. I literally was up walking to my bedroom to go to bed when I heard Laura Ingraham say, next we will have Candace Owens. Is it Owens or Owen? Is her last name have an S on it or not? Candace Owens.
I can find
Owens.
out.
But anyway. And
I think it's Owens.
And anyway, and a Democratic strategist on the same time. And I literally I was not sitting. I stood in the room and said, well, I'm not going anywhere. Because
it is Owens.
Candace Owens, because I must see the young African-American female, Candace Owens, go after another African-American female who's a Democratic strategist. And it was a party. It was everything I'd hoped for.
Not disappointed at all.
Well, this is the one. Now, you really don't have to say anything else other than this. So the Democratic strategist, of course, was trying to convince us that Donald Trump was a racist. And of course, Candace Owens brought up the inconvenient. But wait a minute, when he was a Democrat, y'all loved him. And and he actually was given
guy.
He was actually given an award for his all he had done for the African-American community. Mm-hmm. And she said, so did he just magically become a racist? Was this some kind of transformation that when he went from one party to the other, he's now a racist? She said, now the reason why that is because that's always y'all's strategy. So then the woman walked right into the trap and said, well, look, I'm not going to apologize because I'm going to tell you one thing. I do not like racists. And Candace Owens says, yeah, I don't either. That's why I'm a Republican. And that's when she'd gone back through the history of the Democratic Party and all that, and she was like, look, if we want to talk about history, an African-American should not be a Democrat, I'll tell you that. And then I thought, well, thank you. That was exactly what I'd wanted right before I went to.
So she delivered.
And I know that, the thing that the far left part of the African-American community, when you have the Candace Owens, they just will declare, well, she's not black.
She's not. I mean, they actually use those
She
words.
Certainly looks like she is, but they will say say that she's just
like
not.
Ben Carr. That's the same thing.
This is not an official black person.
Yeah.
They do not represent the black community.
Okay, but yeah.
But what was funny is she's learned how to look in the camera when she has a good line, and she looks over at the camera and she goes, "Yeah, I don't like racists either. That's why I'm a Republican."
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Set it up.
Should have had a mic. Should have dropped it.
And what's funny?
It hadn't been pinned on it.
What's funny, and I was telling Bubba, what's funny
You're
is
just holding it.
See, in this particular case, the very lily white Laura Ingraham was just able just to sit there and go, "Yeah. Why don't y'all just talk? I'm just going to work it out."
What she said.
Right. I know I don't have the right to say that, but so I'm going to let her have it. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Speedy says it's now produced even a list of bizarre injuries in professional sports. So here are the Raiders and all this thing with Antonio Brown.
Coming from Pittsburgh.
And all the, everything went on with that and this and that and Jimmy Jam. So I'm a Raider now. I got my jersey and everybody's fired up about me being there. And now they're using the term severe frostbite.
Rick, he was undergoing a procedure that we're very familiar with, that I have used several times, called cryotherapy.
Yeah.
And it's where you get into – it basically looks like they open up a small Coke machine and you stand in it.
Yeah.
And they pump in gas that is like minus 30 degrees.
It's cold.
And the idea, the science behind it is, and you're in there with nothing on but your skivvies and thick socks. They give you thick socks.
They got special socks.
And the reason being, the coldest of the cold goes to the bottom of the area you're standing. And you have to be very careful when you walk out because your Achilles also is very subject to this. So, but they leave you in there, I don't know, for maybe a minute, 2 minutes, and the last 30 seconds, they want you to.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. Moving forward, and we thank you for being here. Welcome our golden ticket seat guests. This hour, the wonderful wheel of canned meat could spin at any time. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
Yeah, if you were listening last hour, you know we gave the warning on Beth Mowens, and Beth reminded us, as we already been talking about, but I don't think we mentioned it on the air, Veterans Day this weekend, and we are very thankful for our veterans. As we sleep every night under the freedom in which they have provided and the sacrifices they and their families have made. So I want to thank all the veterans out there. Tomorrow is officially Veterans Day, but the government holiday is today because the 11th is falling on a Saturday. And the various parades and things like that, I think, are usually today or tomorrow. I'm not sure. But anyway, Speedy's dad is a poet, and we've discussed
Speedy.
He's a children's book. He's a children's book.
Speedy, a lot of talent in your family, and you say that it has all skipped.
Speedy, I don't know. People have
I've
different.
seen you ballet dance.
Yeah, people have.
Can your
different,
son write poetry?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Well, but people have different views on, the adopted children in their family. Some people tell them, some people choose not to. You know what I mean? But I mean, as we look around, it just doesn't seem like you belong in this family. I mean, and I mean, it's not just a little bit different, but I mean, like there's like a lot of difference in Speedy and his family.
There's always swapped at the hospital. Nobody knew it.
Yeah,
that happens a lot.
There's some similarities,
I saw that
there's
movie.
also some gaps there that doesn't make sense.
All right, so
I'm right here.
Like we know Speedy really well, okay?
Right.
So if I went to you and I said, "Can you imagine Speedy writing a poem?"
This is about veterans.
Can you imagine Speedy writing a children's book?
No, I can imagine him. I can imagine him dancing though. I think he ties in more with his
ballet dancing.
Yeah,
ballet.
Well, no, he didn't go into the fine arts, Rick. He went to more of the street art.
And then
I go the other way. Can you imagine his dad, doing like John C. Wilburn's Playhouse?
No,
and being a club DJ.
No.
You see what I mean?
I don't know, Rick. After that last post.
Did you say, huh?
After that last post.
Right. So on special occasions, he will write a poem.
Yes.
And of course,
I help him with it.
The parade for Veterans Day in our town is tomorrow.
Okay.
Look at me. I'm going to close my eyes.
Oldest one in the country, by the way. Did you know that?
Yes.
Yes, Greg. We all knew that.
Y'all didn't know that.
I got a fact. And
you can't do that.
Greg, if you don't go to the Veterans Parade tomorrow in Birmingham,
You're talking about the oldest one,
and wear your Mossy Oak hat, I'm gonna be furious.
I may wear the shirt with it.
Okay. No, I'm not even hoping for the shirt anymore. I just like to see that hat on you. So the shirt, I have no hope for the shirt. But anyway, just like when our show first started, we decided that if the news stories were going to be read, we would let Bubba read them.
Yeah.
So if we want to do something that's supposed to pierce the heart of all of us, we're going to let Greg read.
Yeah.
Right.
He actually is a very good poem reader.
I haven't proofread this one as good as I should have.
Right. Maybe you should for the vet.
I'm trying.
And then we started a new feature about, 5 poems ago that Gary will also read.
He comes in.
Yeah,
he comes
right.
in, and he's really good with the romantic poems. And
Now,
stuff.
do I go all the way through then Gary, or do Gary
yeah.
through?
And I've got some up and under instrumental patriotic music. Go ahead.
Can I provide that music? So
you sure can.
But you have patriotic. I have more like inspirational.
Let's
is that okay?
That's fine.
Is that okay?
Whatever's cleared
I'm
by
sorry.
Good for you there, buddy.
It's for YouTube
That's
copyright.
fine. Wish I'd have known that.
Mine's royalty free.
Can't
I'm
get
sorry.
that 5 minutes back. But that's
so
good.
sorry.
I'm needy.
Sorry.
I'm a little needy. Wish Speedy had known that before he searched.
Hey, but
I'm so sorry.
That's the plan.
Hey, whatever will get us a button, I'm for it.
Yes,
Amen.
That's
for
right.
real.
Let's go with your plan.
What?
I'm
Adler.
sorry.
That may require a start over.
Yeah.
I
battle in there.
I get my patriotism honest. It comes from my dad.
Oh, you are a patriot.
Oh,
Yeah.
he pulls for U.S. soccer and all that.
Let me tell you something.
If the U.S. plays anybody, I'm pulling for. I don't care what
you've
sport.
made that clear.
Let me tell you something. You repeating everything that Clay and Buck has said, it's moving.
That's
it really, really is.
It always goes
some of those
back.
points they make.
Yes.
It goes back to Clay and Buck.
All right, so Adler.
Is this okay?
I'm not ready.
Adler, that's not very good.
That's terrible.
Adler, that's
It's
awful.
kind of like hypey.
It's too much hype.
Okay, that
All right,
counts.
well, let me
That's
try a
slower.
different
No
one.
I'd rather get thrown off of YouTube.
No wonder it's free.
There you go.
That's better.
There you go. All right.
Okay,
great.
what about
It
this?
sounds like
No,
bread.
No, the one before was better.
No, this is pretty
No,
good.
that is good.
Yeah.
Is that
You're
okay?
right.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
that's
go.
pretty
All
good.
right,
All right, Greg.
Go, Greg.
They battled in the air.
No, what's the name of it?
This is Protector.
Okay, that's important.
I feel like we need to start over.
Protector.
All right,
He messed me up with that weird
Start
music.
over. All right. Just go.
All right, the Protector. They battled in the air, they fought on the ground, and they warred on the sea. They were in planes, they were on ships, and they were in the infantry. The veteran, our Protector, who have traveled every ocean, continent, this world, and shed their blood on foreign soil. They've shouldered the task of protecting our land with patriotic loyalty and gut-wrenching toil. I will salute them, you bet, with a lump in my throat and a tear in my eye, as they proudly march before me holding Old Glory up high to the sky. We thank you. Excuse me, you put think, it's supposed to be thank. That's on you.
Greg, he's blind.
Make fun of my blind dad.
Oh, I thought you did.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
It's a veteran poem.
We thank you and honor you with all of our breath and agree with Patrick Henry. Give me liberty, pause, or give me death.
It doesn't say pause.
But now, as the postscript, these words must be spoken. Our southern border must be fixed. For too long it has been broken. Many veterans have died, and there are those who remain. Please, oh please, America, let not their service all be in vain. John C. Wilbur.
Wow.
Thank you.
It's a poem called Protector.
God, no. Get the music.
Wait, do you want the music again?
Okay. Yes, Mary needs the music.
I like a little music like I like a little salad. They battled in there, and they fought on the ground, and they warred at the sea. There's a lot of my relatives that were veterans. They were in planes, they're on ships, and they're in the that's the ones that walk.
Infantry. I don't know where to look.
The veteran, our Protector, who traveled every ocean and continent of this world and shed their blood on foreign soil. Wynn and I made a foreign trip too. We went to Atlanta.
I never thought I'd say bring back Beth Mowing.
I'm uncomfortable.
I am too.
They've shouldered the task of protecting our land with patriotic loyalty and gut-wrenching toil. Kind of like I told the dirt to plant the garden. I will salute them, you bet I will, with a little lump in my throat and a tear in my eye. As they proudly march before me holding up Old Glory, I tell you what, when I see some backward, evil, twisted nut burning Old Glory, it just burns a fire in my blood. I like to look at it high up in the sky. We thank you, we honor you with all of our breath, and agree with Derek Henry. I'm sorry, it's Patrick Henry.
Not Derek Henry.
Row Tide.
Okay, all right.
What Derek say?
Row Tide. Give me liberty or give me death. And young people don't understand that, Bubba. They don't.
No.
They've lost that.
Yep.
But now, as a postscript, these words must be spoken. I am so mad about our southern border, I could spit. I could absolutely spit. Far too long this thing's been broken. I agree with you, Mr. Wilburn. Many veterans have died. They have, and some of us don't even care. And there's those who remain right now that need to be said thank you. Please, I'm bearing. Hey, America's over. I mean, it's an embarrassment. It all started with Obama. Let not their service all be in vain. John C. Wilburn.
Good job, Gary.
That was really good.
Hey, thank you.
I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble from my dad about it.
I bet he's not a fan
slapped
of Gary.
by a veteran.
I thought Gary.
I didn't think about that.
I thought Gary spoke for a lot of Americans.
He did.
There's some
He's a
frustration
true
in-
American.
There's some frustrations in there.
It sounded like he said fart too long. He
Well-
should have said far too long. He said it sounded like fart too long.
It is Gary reading it.
Yeah.
Hey, we come back, the giant wheel of canned meat right after this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Be your teeth chattering. I mean, they want you to be uncontrollably shivering. And the science behind it is it puts you into a fight or flight mode. Your body thinks it's dying, and it dumps a chemical dump. It gives you adrenaline. It gives you growth hormone. It gives you everything. So it aids in healing your body quicker, naturally. But you're causing it to give it all you've got. Well, apparently, he did not have the proper protection on his feet, and he got severe frostbite on his feet and has been out of training camp since July the 30th.
I want you to look at I've never heard this before, and it's so funny since Frenchie just went back. Improper foot protection at a French cryotherapy clinic. Well, what is a French cryotherapy?
Do you mean he was in France when it happened?
Well,
that's the only thing it could mean.
Yeah,
right?
I would think. Did you see his feet?
Yes.
Did you see that?
I didn't. I didn't see
I
it.
don't understand.
Where is it at?
We were showing it on YouTube.
Oh my.
Okay, there's no way that could have happened under a normal supervised use, because you would have they give you very thick socks to put on.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand
And
this.
you're only in there for 2 minutes, so usually, I mean, if people get too cold, they can bail out early, but I don't see how that could happen in 2 minutes.
I don't either.
I think he tried to stay in there too long, or he went in there in his flip-flops or something and didn't put the socks on.
I think we can all come to the conclusion because of what you just said, and I've never done it, but there's no way if he'd have done what you're supposed to do, that would have happened.
Didn't you do it one time with us? Didn't we all do it?
I
It was
wouldn't think
everybody, but Rick had something that day.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that Antonio Brown, when you
look
when
right
you
there,
talk,
I'm in it right there.
when you talk about,
if you recall, when this was put on the schedule, I said I just don't see this as a long-term advertiser. I was correct.
when you think of Antonio Brown, you think of one of the top names in the NFL when it comes to receivers.
Yes.
He is one of the best. And you would think, with his long history in sports,
here's video,
that he would know
talking
what
to you,
he's doing when he gets in one of these things. And how in the world somebody let this happen, I don't understand.
So, all right, I watched Hard Knocks last night. It's the first episode, and he's in camp.
Which one?
And he's complaining. So you're saying this happened last month? I guess because he's having foot problem, but they're not saying what it is during the first episode.
Yeah,
but I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, I guess so. That's just
I just don't think you could have that kind of injury unless you stayed in it an extra long time. He probably had flip-flops on, didn't want to fool with putting socks on, got in there, and then because that's why you wear the thick socks.
Kidding.
It's next week's episode they'll probably talk about.
Yeah.
So they're doing Hard Knocks with them? I didn't know that.
It's pretty good. I watched the first
Tell
episode.
him about Ollie.
Oh, well, he didn't watch last
he
chance
didn't.
you.
Okay.
But
the
I've done
first
it.
one. Yeah, you did the first one. You watched some of it, didn't you? The very first one, the very first year of the season.
I don't remember what year I watched.
Ollie was on the second one.
I watched some of it.
I thought he was on the second.
I think when we
No,
did
he
it
was on the
before,
first.
it didn't affect the younger guys as much as it did me. But I
think you're right.
Betty says she can tell. I don't even tell her if I've gone. She says when you come home, you're like a squirrel. I can tell.
Cortisone shot.
You know your body.
Is that you or
that's us talking
Skype?
about
It should be Skype.
Please look at Bubba.
And when it thinks it's in trouble, it gives you a dose of that. So it's a natural way to help. Get
I think
rid of
this is just B-roll we're showing, and then he's showing a show that we played.
That thing got cold.
It looks like your head is sticking out of a midget dance club.
And how about the? How
and they're really churning underneath.
How about the old nitrogen going in there? And you're like, wow, this is cold. Your body.
Yeah. Who would have ever thought that might not be good for you?
Well, I think I think it is good the right way. It is.
Stand by.
Wear some socks that are appropriate.
Just wait about a decade from now, if we're all still alive, and they're going to say, "Man, we're starting to see people," and they'll trace it back to these cryo machines.
Well, I thought this was the same thing as getting in an ice bath.
Just stand by.
It is
pretty much.
Hey, I'm standing in a tube with a bunch of lights flashing around underneath me, freezing to death. Just stand by. Okay. Think how many times somebody goes back. Well, gosh, looking back, we didn't really think about this, and that.
No, I think they're a good deal. I think that and these hyperbaric chambers you can do too. They've got some good science.
Look out!
Them.
Watch
Here
out.
he comes!
Here he comes!
Oh boy!
I got to be careful those first few steps.
we go.
There's Elvis. The later years. You like that little move there, Tim. Hey, well, you are so happy when you open that door and get out. It's not like when you go swimming and it's cold because it's hard to dry off and get that coat. The minute you step out of that box, you start warming up.
I know
a whole lot.
Because that, like you said. Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. Fire it up. Everybody. Everybody. Na, 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 It is the wonderful wheel of canned meat. On the wheel, various canned meats, including the world-famous Spam. So autographed cans of canned meat are up for a possible win today. Rick and Bubba items that can be found in the Rick and Bubba store. Moultrie Mobile. We got a camera for you today. That's on the wheel, as is the norm. Blaze TV subscription if you're not already a subscriber. But there's also potential pitfalls. Not everybody wins. Can't have nothing. Could hit that. That means you won't win anything. Pip it. You'll be eaten by Jaws. Henry the Horse. Fun for the audience, but no prize for the caller. So we have various members from the Golden Ticket Seats that will be spinning. America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, ready to go. We'll start with Bryant Smith out of the Golden Ticket Seats. Bryant takes the wheel. He will be spinning on behalf of Jay out of Kentucky. Jay, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Bryant to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Bryant, let it rip, baby. There.
Bryant with a big spin.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Bryant. Let's go. Jay's wanting to win something today out of Kentucky.
Bryant looks familiar with that white hat.
Didn't take long. Henry the
right
horse.
out of the gate.
Henry the horse, right out of the gate. Here we go.
There's Henry, coming in from the back 40.
Henry.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
You know, I'm doing okay. I'm just a little confused because I heard that that Bubba is taking Ozempic.
That is correct.
It ain't working. Oh, wait a second. I think it is working because it made Helmsy disappear.
Bad horse. Bad horse.
Bad horse.
Bad horse.
Da-da, da-da. Everybody. Da-da, da-da. Ba-da, ba-da, yeah, yeah. Oh, Zempic. So Chris Chambliss. Loved it when he played for the Braves.
Yep.
Chris is up. Chelsea is in Prattville, Alabama, I-92. Chelsea, what do you say to Chris to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it go, Chris.
Do you remember him as the Yankees before he played for the Braves?
Yes, I do. That's right. All right, here we go. Let's go. Uh-huh. Yeah. Glass, drink it. Well, you've done it. Chris has spun a win for Chelsea and Prattville. It is a Rick and Bubba decorative glass, perfect for sweet tea or whatever you prefer to put in it. It's got cartoons of the entire show on it. It'll be a great keepsake for a Rick and Bubba fan. How about a go for Chelsea? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Well done. Let's go to Josh in Panama City. Josh is standing by Jacob Parker. Jacob will be spinning on behalf of Josh. Josh, what do you say to Jacob to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Hey, look. Hey, wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Josh.
A big lefty spin.
Look at Jacob, man. He's wearing his Rick and Bubba hoodie. He got it just like he likes it.
I got to get one of those.
Yeah. Bubba, you have one. All right, here we go. Yeah. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it. So you've got sunglasses. They've got the Rick and Bubba logo on the side. They got all kinds of Rick and Bubba stuff on the actual pouch that is also good for you to clean the glasses with and to carry them in. And, of course, you can wear those proudly, letting everybody know that you, too, love the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg, can we get a go for Josh? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Wow. Up next, spinning out of the Golden Ticket Seats, John Watkins makes his way to the wheel.
John.
Johnny, you'll be spinning on behalf of Misty out of Enterprise, Alabama. Hey, Misty, what do you say to John to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
John with a big spin.
A reverse spin. Apparently the cowbell is loud and clear. Here Oh!
Spam it in! Spam it in!
Spam it is, Misty. I know you thought today could possibly get better.
Yep.
An autograph
There it
can of Spam for you. Everybody sing.
Or on the grill,
served with candied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give me Spam. Give me Spam. Oh, but I'll tell you now, that right there, so that's a winner. That's a winner right there. Cody is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Diane Watkins now spinning on behalf of Cody. Diane is at the wheel. Cody, what do you say to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow! What a win!
Let it rip. There she goes. She's spinning that. Let's see if we can get ourselves a win from Cody, for Cody. Diane.
Oh, yeah! Spam again!
Give me Spam.
More Spam. I'm glad I went to the store.
You have to go back.
Yeah, I got to go back to the store again. Cody, congratulations. Autograph can of Spam are on the grill. Somebody say, served with candied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
And give me Spam.
Give me
Does
Spam.
it seem odd to you that a Cody just spun and now, just won, and now Cody's about to spin? Bubba, that right
We're
there.
up to our armpits and Cody's.
I could take a little less of that, but all right, let's go to Temple in Alabama. Cody Dowd will be spinning for Temple. What?
Brandon's going.
What happened to Cody?
Brandon, Cody's right there. He hadn't gone yet.
Oh, okay. It's different order there. Okay. All right. So Brandon is spinning with his daughter Evie. So I was wrong about that. Temple, what do you say to Brandon and Evie to get them to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, let it rip. Here we go. Yeah!
Oh!
Meat! And there it is. All right, so Bubba, that means it's random can of meat. Reach into the drawer, pull out whatever is in there, and that's what he won. What do you got?
Rick, he has won delicious Hormel corned beef.
Corned beef in a can, Temple. Just when you thought today could not have gotten better. Greg, how about a go for corned beef? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! And that wraps it up today. And that'll do it for YouTubers. In the break, you got America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City. They will spin for you. Cody Dowd from New Mexico. He drove 21 hours, did not get to spin. So he is spinning now in the break. So just for his own joy. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. Congratulations to the winners.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, Greg. I was liking that. Greg. Yeah, Greg. In Rock and Roll City, every day is Veterans Day. In Rock and Roll City, every day is Veterans Day. That's right, veterans. We love you in Rock and Roll City. Go, Greg. Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where every day is Veterans Day.
Man, it's tough.
It is.
Do you remember? I mean, your teeth, you're just like,
open the door.
Well, and see, that's kind of where my mind goes. So I'm already have been put through a workout that made me miserable, and I wanted it to be over. Now they say, now that you finally have got past that misery, go, do one more miserable thing before you go home.
Right.
You know, I'm just I think I'm kind of
But instead of a 10-minute ice bath, we can do it in 3 minutes.
What's that?
10-minute ice bath. We can do it in 3 minutes.
Right.
That's basically.
It's
what
not
it
near
is.
as bad as an ice bath.
No,
that's
ice
awful.
bath is miserable.
I remember all those years.
Just sticking your foot in ice.
Well, to me, it's bad as that, but it just doesn't last long.
Right.
You go, hey, I can make it
And
1
you're
minute.
not wet when you get out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ah.
Yep. So that's. I tell you, think about the list of these injuries.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what's funny, too.
So-
Speedy's got a list here of pro athletes that had odd and bizarre injuries, kind of like what this one was.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty good stuff.
We'll come back and do that. Some of them I remember, but they're saying, so now here we are. We spent all this money on Antonio Brown, and he can't work out with us because he went into, and for some reason it's called a French cryotherapy clinic,
as opposed to
and he's burned his feet up with frostbite.
Yeah.
And somebody says, you're not gonna believe why we don't have Antonio Brown. Frostbite.
Frostbite.
Yeah. He played
California.
In California.
With preseason starting tonight, I doubt he would have played. But NFL starts tonight, like 11 games or something like that. It's crazy.
Now it's time for us to get our list out. What star will be lost in a meaningless game for the entire season? in the 3.5 minutes they tried to play him, and then something terrible happened. Some of the political stuff that's going on. And Bubba, you said that Bernie Sanders appeared on the country's largest podcast.
And you find out something about aliens, or if you find out something about UFOs, will you let all of us know? And Bernie says, well, I tell you, my wife would demand I let you know. And then Joe asked him if his wife was a UFO nut. And Bernie says, no, she's not a UFO nut. But she goes, Bernie, what's going on? Do you know? Do you have access to the records?
Bubba, that's good.
That is really good.
It is.
I can't wait for Twas Night.
I can't wait till the debates really crank up.
I know. We're so hoping he's the nominee.
When are the Democrats going to get up there again?
Huh?
September.
We need to get rid of about.
Let's see that
15
picture
of them.
again. Bernie's got good posture. Looks like me sitting in that
Have
chair.
you noticed that, like, what is this over? Is that a jack-o'-lantern? What is that over in the what is that back over against the brick?
It does appear to be, Rick.
I think it's some kind
That's
of
a-
jack-o'-lantern.
But I thought he was just on. I mean, why would you have that up there now?
I guess he's already got his Halloween stuff out, I guess.
Or did they record it a long time ago and he's just now releasing it?
No, I
I
think
think that's one of those like.
It was last week, right?
Those salt lamps that have the light inside.
A what lamp?
One of those
Salt.
like, rock lamps that have a light inside.
Okay. Never heard of that. Never seen one.
What you think, Adler, for that information?
Thank you, Adler. Very, very informative.
Yep.
For such a small man.
But look right. Go back. But go back. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing, Adler. And he may just have demonic things on the counter.
I love that horse.
But if you look, what's this monster thing right here? Look at these two monsters in front of the lamp.
Okay, come out of that, Adler. Look in front of it a little bit.
That's right. Those two things. What are those?
I don't know.
What was that?
It looks like some kind of mug with the old
with monster heads on it.
Chinese
Chinese. I think you're right. Yeah.
lion or dragon.
Yeah,
on it.
that's what it is.
Yeah, you're right.
It looks like the logo to the Red Lion Inn.
Yeah.
Could you tell,
it does, by the way.
Could you tell what it was, Bernie? I couldn't. You were pretty
I
close.
knew
to it.
exactly what it was. We have a matching salt and pepper shaker back at the lake house.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without a
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back, also helixsleep.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, we're so thankful that they are with us. And, man, what a great concept. The only thing better than having a bed that you just buy that was designed for just anybody, what about when you buy a bed that was completely designed for you? There you go. And then shipped right to your door. So they're going to ask you some questions so they can customize the mattress for you. And they're going to ask how you sleep. What are you, a back, side, stomach combo? They're going to talk about the firmness of the mattress with you. What do you like? Soft, medium, really, really firm. They're going to ask about, should this be for a big and tall person? Is this for a child? And, all that's going to come into play because they're going to customize the mattress exactly the way you want it. and then they ship it to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it, and you're going to. If for some reason you don't, they'll refund it and take it back. But they'll send it right to you right now, and we're going to get you 20% off if you use our code HelixSleepBubba. That's it, helixsleep.com/Bubba, helixsleep.com/Bubba for that 20% off. And go ahead, get one of these customized Helix Sleep mattresses like Greg and Lisa Burgess sleep on, and they love theirs, and you will too, and they'll ship it right to you, and let us know what you think about that as well. Bubba, we take a look-see at, I know this is a national brand, but it definitely has to do with a little bit of your America. Bubba, wokeness can be,
brokenness.
It can be brokenness. To go woke today is to be broke, and you're seeing more and more companies that are saying, hey, you know what, the woke mob, y'all were pretty loud, y'all were pretty angry, and we started trying to cater to you, which is a mistake. And you know what? We've tried to adjust to the way you said we should be, and we're losing money, and we're losing it big. We are going down the tubes in our attempt to be woke. Bubba, one of the latest companies to come back and say, no more wokeness, Victoria's Secret. They were like, okay, everybody started saying that we were, disrespecting women and treating women like objects, and we have all this scantily clad underwear and, catering to men to come in here and buy this for their wives, and if you have a different view on that, whatever woman you're buying it for, and y'all made us feel bad about it, so we tried to adjust and just have regular underwear and regular stuff and bring in a few big girls. And how about this? We're losing money big time.
They're going back to what they succeeded at.
Yeah, they basically have told the woke world we are out. We're going back to what made us extremely successsul. And
remember, they had old purple hair modeling for them. Megan what's her name, Rapaport, whatever.
Yeah.
They had several other, whatever name.
Right.
Yeah. But they said their sales fell off the table. By the way, the numbers. They have lost this year in revenue $6.2 billion.
Hey.
20
a lot of underwear.
In 2020, they lost $7.5 billion.
Mm-hmm. So they're going, maybe not a great idea.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What's happening here? Where's Cody? Cody, how'd that happen? You mean to tell me if I was making millions of dollars with scantily clad women and I stopped showing them, people won't come? Men stop coming? How'd that happen?
I'm afraid that is the case.
Give it a swap.
I'm afraid that is the case.
Did that happen? Didn't see that coming. The next thing you'll tell us is you've got a lot of people coming in to buy candy, and now you start selling sugar-free only, and people stop coming.
The lead line in the story says the lingerie chain Victoria's Secret is openly ditching its woke feminist makeover of recent years because it hasn't translated into business success.
Well, no.
Mm-hmm. As confused
so
American
you mean
just
to tell
said,
me?
hey, y'all didn't see that coming? Hey, y'all are just catering to men. Yeah, they're coming in here and buying it by the boxes.
Yeah,
right. And
the whole idea was Victoria didn't have much of a secret when you had that on.
No, and then you had women, if that's the kind of, if you want to fish with that kind of bait, or, you're happily married and you want to say, look, my husband and I enjoy this, you start going into, just underwear we can buy at Walmart. I mean, it's I mean, I can get a pack of briefs at Walmart for what, $2.99?
Something like that.
You can go get some of them granny panties. They don't cost much. But that Victoria's Secret had a brand, and it was very successful. And who would have ever thought?
I know, Rick. Just crazy, isn't it?
I mean,
crazy.
I hate to break it to some of you out there. It's not any more complicated than know your audience.
Yeah.
Now, you may say...
Well, we've had a lot of companies seem like they forget that lately.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the company. I don't like the way, when my, try to walk through a mall or something, with my sons, when they would have all this scantily clad garbage on their windows. So it wasn't for me, and I didn't like the way they did things, but I understand that they told me, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. But we are highly successful doing this because the world loves it.
Well, I noticed a lot of the chairs where you sit in the mall, like while your wife's shopping, that were around Victoria's Secrets, always had a lot of men sitting in them.
Yeah, the one that I think I saw was, like you said, I would watch men in the food court. They would literally position the table where they were sitting there eating lunch, staring at the windows. And I thought, well, that pretty much sums it up right there, consumption.
That's right.
But on the woke side, it's showing you that some of these companies, you can berate them, you can make them feel bad about themselves, you can demand this, demand that. When all of a sudden the company is collapsing and the bottom line is affected, they're going to go to the bottom line eventually and say, we ain't doing this anymore.
Right.
Well, it goes back to, if my whole life is responding to pressure, what about when the pressure is we're about to lose our company?
Yeah. You know who one of the models that they're featuring now in their comeback?
I do not know.
Hailey Bieber.
Who is that?
Justin Bieber's wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his name? The daughter.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Baldwins.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That we had on.
Yeah. Is that
Stephen Baldwin?
Now was
it Stephen Baldwin?
I don't
that
know.
one?
One of them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
I think it's Stephen Baldwin.
He's a pass love.
Yeah, the Biodome dude.
Yeah.
Is
Biodome.
I see his picture on it. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Well, whatever happened with the Bieber thing when the Hillsong folks had to remove the New York pastor who was on Instagram scantily clad himself? Who would have thought that was going to go back?
Oh, yeah. Right.
Whatever happened with all that?
I don't think they really associate with each other. Bieber distanced himself from that pastor as well.
How's Bieber going to walk through my wife's a Victoria's Secret model at the church?
I don't know.
That'll be another uphill climb. But I bet he wishes that pastor would come back. But I bet he wouldn't have a problem with it. That had to be the fall of that pastor. Might have been the easiest to predict ever.
No,
I don't. I can't believe
didn't see that one coming.
Anybody didn't see that one coming. And so anyway, so that's we're having more of this that's going on. I mean, you had, and it goes back to the thing we keep saying. And if you're building a company, just listen to this advice. You don't even have to share our worldview. You don't, but listen to our advice. Don't let these woke people give you a marketing plan that is designed to reach a world that does not exist.
Woke will get you broke.
You better find a marketing plan that actually reaches the real world, not the fake world.
Yep.
And I would concentrate on that. And you can withstand some storm of people jumping up and down. And we've been through it. Usually we'll just sit back. In the earlier days, we felt we were younger and we just full of passion and we wanted to defend. Now a lot of times when people start attacking us, we just go, just everybody wait. When this storm passes and the sun comes out, there'll
be a clearer view.
There'll be a clearer view of everything. Everybody right now has got a shoot, ready, aim attitude, and they're going to start screaming and hollering without thinking anything through. Just let the truth kind of rise to the top, and then when that happens, you'll see that. Now the mob will never apologize.
No,
never.
They've moved on to the next burning.
The mob is not. Yep. They're not able to say I was wrong, but they'll just stop screaming at you, and that's their way of saying we weren't right. They will never come back and own it. But they will eventually go away. So, all right, we'll come back. Final phone calls for a lot of you. Final phone calls of the week. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy will get those lined up for you, ready to go. I think he's got all of our winners done from the giant wheel of canned meat. So we'll find out what's on your mind. We'll hit any headlines we may have missed when the Rick and Bubba Show comes back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we will give everyone in America one if I'm elected.
Free,
totally free.
All right, so also, Bubba.
Wait a minute, Rick.
Bernie, this is about you. You said more. You said more.
Yeah.
You said 99.9% of gun owners would never commit gun violence, but you still want them to make concessions following these latest shootings. He says that he will still propose sweeping gun control measures, and even though
get your broom out because we're going to sweep this.
But think about me saying that. I mean, can you imagine coming to me about any problem and me saying, well, 99.9% of the people don't do anything. But I tell you one thing, we're going to have a solution to this.
Well, you yourself just said if 99.9% of gun owners are never problematic, then maybe it's not a problem.
Just look at him.
I mean, every
y'all, how does Vermont keep sending him in there? Good night.
But keep in mind, this is the same political.
I know we've had some dandies too, but we tried to rectify that.
Remember, this is the same political party, and I guess this is just the way they see things, okay, because it's all emotion-based. Instead of trying to find a way to deal with those who have taken guns and done evil things, instead of dealing with that, the Democrats, once again, just like they did with health care, instead of solving the small percentage problem, we will now go address the 99% that are not causing any problem. Keep in mind, we had a tiny percent of people in our country that didn't have access to health care, and instead of helping them, we went and took health care away from everybody.
Oh, yeah, that's a great move.
And so what we're doing now...
It worked out good, didn't it?
So Bernie, once again, in a true Democratic fashion...
They gave you Trump.
99.9% of gun owners are not a problem, but I'll tell you what, they're the ones that are going to have to make some adjustments.
Yeah. Wow.
Is that just the way they think?
Yeah, you think when they say it back, they actually hear it?
Can I tell you why they think that way?
Well, because they can buy votes.
Well, that's right. Let me tell you why they think that way. Because what they know is they want 99.9% of all the power to be at the central government with them in charge.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They live to be in a position to get to tell you what to do. I mean, they just love that. Now, they'll all say
they're so much smarter than the rest of us, right?
But not just smarter, they're more caring than you.
Just watch the debate, how smart they are. They'll tell you how smart they are.
They're brilliant. Now, they don't seem to be very good at math.
No,
they're giving away all kinds of
horrible at
stuff.
math
Right.
and economics.
Right, and they don't seem to have seem to have any concept of how you devalue currency.
But that picture in the Babylon Bee of Bernie and he's holding the Economics 101 book and he's begging for America to quit sending it to him. It still owns me.
No, it's good.
That's good.
It's very, very good.
Wasn't funny to me, Bubba. Big tub of goo. I know something that's not free is your lunch. Thank you. Thank you, America.
Bubba's on himself as Bernie Sanders.
That is awesome. I think we just watched therapy.
Yeah, that's good, Bubba. I like it. He's working it out.
Bubba goes, yeah, I'm seeing some counselor.
Have you seen him, Rick?
Great. I'm seeing the counselor. Who? Myself. Well, actually, me as Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Bernie's straightening me out.
So, Bubba, what turned it around for you? Well, I pretended to be Bernie Sanders. Talking to myself. And he writes a book about it, Become Bernie, and solve your problems.
Bottom of the hour, the phone show coming up. Now we have lines available. Frank the Tank is focused. He looks somewhat alert. He's ready to take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
America, quit sending me outhouse rats.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. This weekend, Mitch Albom joins us wherever you get podcasts. Golden ticket seats today. We are packed out today. Bryant Smith is here. Chris Chambliss, Jonathan Parker, Jacob Parker, John Watkins, Diane Watkins, Cody Dowd, Evie Davis, C.D. Davis, Brandon Davis, Amber Johnson, and Penny Miller. all in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 12.
1 and 12. What about, let's see, we celebrate Veterans Day on 11/11. How about number 11?
Number 11, Jacob Parker. Jacob Parker. Boy, Jacob, you've got yourself a $50 American Express gift card.
Yeah.
And from our friends at Dr. Dudney.
Lunch is on you.
Lunch
today,
is on Jacob today. Young Jacob is ready to go today, and great to see all of you that joined us today in the golden ticket seats. And hopefully, if you're listening, maybe one day you'll join us up here as well. Bubba, I know we have calls standing by, but I did see that Adler did give us an update. He sold his motorcycle and the 4Runner.
Wow.
So you got rid of both of them in one swoop?
I did. In fact, it's a whole big story if we want to save it for next week. Yeah, I got a segment's worth of material because I am not a car salesman, and I just made every mistake that you possibly can.
Okay.
When selling a vehicle.
All right, so put that on Monday's show.
You didn't have your bill of sales ready?
Well, it's a lot. There's a lot of paperwork. Who knew you needed all this paperwork?
A lot of paperwork.
Not me.
You just wanted cash and drive.
I thought that was the thing.
I know.
Here's the keys. Give me the cash.
You thought it was like selling, just like an old table you had.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Nah.
There's a lot that goes with that. We start with Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. And congratulations to Jacob. But beyond that, Gary it did sound like a fart too long.
Yeah.
Even though he had a very poignant message, it did sound like that way. But he's right.
Yeah.
Because under this administration, our strategic petroleum reserve is pretty much out of gas.
Yep.
It is. Gary was
a little
passionate.
pricey to fill back up right now, too.
Gary and Mr. Wilburn, I think they spoke for America. We're a frustrated bunch right now.
Yep.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to Jack and Coleman. Jack, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, first off, I want to give a happy birthday to all of my fellow Marines today.
All right.
And so the 12 working days of Christmas, I called in last year trying to get into the show hunt. I would like a slot to be given as 12 working days to join the show for the company deer hunt.
I want you to think about this though, and I love your passion, and I think that would be great.
I'm a veteran, and it's a Marine Corps birthday now.
Thank you. Oh no, you would be perfect. Of course, you know how to handle a weapon. But I thought to myself, what if you don't?
So I've got it.
Yeah. What if you don't win? I'm thinking to myself, we almost would just have to set it up with you.
Yeah.
Because we were completely.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think that works, but I don't think that should be a random drawing.
No. Probably not.
You can something about high-powered rifles and a random listener.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. I don't think that works. But Jack, that's thank you for all you've done for our country.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
We continue. Keith is in Chilton County. Keith, go ahead. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Hey, I was going to let y'all know my daughter's in college, and I'm not going to say, what's going on with the college thing, but she's a straight-A student, almost valedictorian. I won't tell you what school it was, but if y'all hunted Coach Norr's land, y'all were very close. But she came in the other day, and we're like, hey, we got a new representative in the House, Speaker. She's like, well, what's the House? And so we went through the whole talk of that, and then we were like, well, not only that, what about the Senate? She didn't know what that was. I said, well, we got an active shooter in Maine. She's like, what country is that in? I was like, how could you make straight A's your whole life, and now you're in college, and you not know, y'all not do the 50 states anymore?
No, I'm telling you, just because I've got A's, and I've caught flack about this before. I said, well, that just means you were good at school and you gave them the answers they were looking for. It doesn't mean you know anything.
Yeah, but for her to be in college, not know that.
Yeah, you think that's exaggeration?
I don't know.
Look, Greg,
I
see.
fear it's not.
I know it's sad. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing, man? Listen, I want to have an opinion from you guys about why we've got all this video of drop boxes being abused, mail-in voting being abused. Why is the RNC not doing anything to kind of counter that?
Well,
opinion.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you this, because I see even here you're talking about we're still doing things, allowing things that we allowed because of the pandemic.
Is that even true?
Right.
I mean, I don't know that that's true, Mike. I mean, have we not made any adjustments? Are we still going to allow?
Well, my point is that the pandemic is over.
No, I got that.
So why are we still going back to what the pandemic brought to us?
But see, I don't know that we are.
I think
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Mike,
drop boxes?
Yeah, what I'm asking, Mike, and I don't know why you weren't getting it. Are we not adjusting? Are we going to go back and allow the voter things that we normally didn't allow them again, even though there's no danger of the pandemic? We allow people to do things we wouldn't allow them to normally do. Mike says, why are we doing it again? My question is, are we doing it again?
I don't know that we are. I don't think we're doing drop boxes and all that.
I don't think so either. And that's what I was wondering.
I don't know.
I don't. There might have been an attempt to do that, but I don't think we're allowing that again. I could be wrong, Mike. That's what I'm asking.
Some states are moving to universal mail-in voting, and some are. I'm just trying to research it right now, but. Yeah, there was so much stuff that they changed for that election, and we saw that people took advantage of that.
Well, I got all that. Yeah. But what I'm trying to figure out, is it accurate that none of that has changed, and we're going to vote just like the pandemic is still dangerous, even though it.
Well, again,
are we going right back to it again? That's what he's claiming.
Every state.
And why are we not stopping it? And I'm wondering, is that even true?
Every state does it a little different, based on how they want to do it.
Right.
We don't federalize that part of it.
Right.
And, that's probably the way it ought to be done. But it also shows you 50 different ways we run elections.
That is correct. And you've made that point.
The presidential election is really 50 little elections.
Right. It's like, even when you were petitioning what happened in states, the state got to decide whether they were even going to hear that.
Right.
And then the state got to decide whether they even thought there was enough evidence.
Right.
It isn't federalized, Mike. So really the Republican Party can't just come up and say, across the nation, this is how we're going to do it, because it's not the way it's done.
And if it was federalized and you had liberals wanting to do it one way, we wouldn't like that. We would say, we don't want Washington telling us how to do it. We want it local. So that, I think the more local everything is, the better it is overall.
But if an individual
with the exception of the time.
Yeah, if an individual state, like you're talking about, Adler, Mike, if you want to say that state's Republican Party should stand up and say we can't allow that, I'm sure they are, but you have to be able to win.
The only court cases that I know of, and like I said, I don't know, I was out of the loop a little bit yesterday. A couple of the states that were trying to get, or one of them I know that was trying to get Trump thrown off the ballot, saying he didn't qualify because of January the 6th, the judge threw the case out. So I don't know which state that was in, but I saw the headline.
Yeah, I saw that too. So I don't know, Mike. I agree with you, Mike. But the point is, number one, we need to establish: are the attempts to allow people to vote like we did in the pandemic, that a lot of us said, well, we have to do this right now because people are in danger. Are we really going to do that again in 2024? And it sounds like to me it's all depending on the state.
Yeah, some states are going to go to this mail-in thing either way because they just want the convenience of it. Is it right for for funny stuff going on? Sure it is.
Right. Yeah. Paper ballots are really the only way to control elections.
The only way you know for sure.
Yeah. If you're leaving us and have a good weekend, I hope you do. Monday, Lord willing, we'll be back. If you got more Rick and Bubba content today, go out and enjoy it, and we'll talk to you on the next Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.